失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ascent, Kuala, Lumpur. Hot off the heels of Southeast Asian Nationals, an electric tournament, we have got more Southeast Asia Grand Archive. I am Flan, and with me here is Mono.
Hi everyone, it's been a nice day to come back to Grand Archive, away from the much colder temperate weathers and now to the sunny, very unbearable tropic weather.
I'm not particularly fond of the humidity, but
it's just like home, unfortunately.
yeah. Unfortunately, that's what you get when you get a sea event. Is you need to be prepared for the heat, for the sweat, and everything. Fortunately, this room is decently. The air conditioning is pretty good.
Yes, thank you so much to Weeb so that we can actually wear formally and not be sweating in front of everyone.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit about what we expect to see today. So obviously we are doing 9 rounds plus 4. So 9 rounds of Swiss on day 1, 4 rounds of Swiss on day 2 into top 16.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. So we got lots of games coming up today and tomorrow. Hopefully a lot of diverse decks. Apparently after Nets, maybe people will be more willing to kick back and see more of the experimental ideas.
Yeah, and we gotta mention the blowout performance from a certain deck during the Southeast Asian Nationals, which is Lux and Xander,
Well,
both variants, wind and fire.
Yeah, it's really, the speed was unprecedented in a Luxor matchup. You normally sit there and expect to go for a Luxor matchup to finish maybe 1-2 matches at the end of 1 hour. But here we're seeing that you don't even need the full hour to complete the best of 3, let alone the 3 games.
Yeah, that's right. And really, having 4 Luxems in your top 8 definitely would make people think about the deck a little bit more. I think a lot of people were not prepared, not a lot of anti-heal, not a lot of aggression.
Yeah, of course. I think as we saw, there were a lot of allies, there were a lot of wind-based decks, so probably there was more based around the fractal side of the things. And maybe there was a bit less side on fire, where wind was trying so hard to check water that fire just ran rampant and then started getting really lucky on everyone.
Yeah, that's right. And really, we did see one Fractal make it into top 8, and they were second place. So
Yes.
congratulations to them. In a field that's so hostile to your deck, so to still make it all the way and really give Bob a hard time in that finals. Because even if it was a 2-0, it was a really, really, really close 2-0.
In the end, he was still the only one who took down Bob, at least once.
Yes.
Yeah. So, of course, credit where credit's due. You know, the second best placing really able to show why he's the only one who's able to take down the first place. The last match was a bit unfortunate, but well, the numbers don't lie, and that's where they are now. They've got their placing. Congrats to them. They have their trips and everything prepared for them to go to. It's Las Vegas, right?
No, it's California this year.
Oh, it's California this year, right? So their trips, everything to California. Wish them best of luck. But here now, we're in Ascent. It's a completely new event, completely new players again.
Yeah, and of course, the national season is going to be underway for like the rest of the world. We have EU Nats, I believe happening at the same time as this. Well, at a different time zone, obviously, but same days. And then we will be having, I believe next is OCE Nats.
Yes.
And then it's US Nats.
US last one. Yeah.
So definitely a lot of Grand Archive to see in the coming few weeks. And then of course we have the big one, Worlds.
Worlds, yeah. Of course, all the practice and everything that's led up to this moment for everyone to try and go up to Worlds. A lot of testing, a lot of competitiveness have gone into the end result. But of course, here we are now, just seeing what everyone's competitiveness has gotten them, especially since I think everyone's a bit fatigued from constantly practicing for nets. There are probably some players here who aren't going to be going to other nets. They're going to be playing with their more comfortable decks, and they're going to see how far they can bring with them. Yeah,
that's true. I mean, obviously, an Ascent is still a big event, but the stakes aren't quite as high as a free trip to Worlds, free entry to Worlds, so or even like a gauntlet spot. So especially for people in Asia, it really does make a big difference.
Yeah.
Compared to if you already live in the US, it's like maybe it's not that bad for you to have to pay your way to Worlds. But if you're from here, you know, it does matter. Especially Malaysia, this is a country that it's far, and we definitely need a little bit of that assistance, unless you're a high roller, I guess.
Yeah, of course. That was, it's not, of course, without fault. there's a lot of places that we can go, a lot of places can still play, but of course Asia's is over. We still can't wait to see where our invasion goes. There will be some people going to Oceania. I think it's quite an open secret at this point. But wish the best of luck to everyone who's playing in EU and everyone who'll be playing in the other nationals as well.
Yeah, that's very, very true. So I guess as from the perspective of someone who is on Apex Players Guild, can you tell me how did you guys prepare for this event?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, since we didn't show up as much as a certain other team, we are still currently in the process of figuring out our decks. You know, we had, although some people might think that we had an amazing showing, there's still some people already on their favorite picks. We still aren't really comfortable with the meta. It's constantly shifting, this meta, especially we saw at Nets. It adapted once again from what we saw in Seattle, and who knows, it might change again in Kuala Lumpur. But now, you just kind of have to prepare for what's possibly either the most well-rounded deck, or just prepare your outs into what you think is the scariest deck in view of probably nationals at this point.
Yeah, that's very true, because obviously the thing about the meta right now is even if the card pool is not changing, every event that comes out, everyone starts to shift their focus from one deck to another, and that's a really interesting part about this meta in particular. It's a very, I guess you could say it's like a triangle, or even maybe a more complicated shape, like a dodecahedron. There's like 12 different decks, and then you have to like think about each one of them, and there's just not enough sideboard space to try and target every single deck anymore.
Yeah, of course. It's now gotten to the point that do you even consider about fractals? Well, what am I saying? You obviously still consider about fractals, but fractals isn't your number one concern anymore. Because now you have to be thinking, oh, I have to be scared of Tristan if I'm playing Quartia. Or say I'm playing Tristan, and then now I'm more concerned on the ally-based decks. Any sort of rushdown, it becomes extremely difficult to really plan properly for what you want to play. In the end, the chips will fall where they fall, and you just kind of have to play your outs. We might see some upsets. We'll hope for the best and see how they do in each and every round.
Yeah, that's right. And so we will be going to the match very shortly. We are just getting everything set up. So yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Genbu, actually. Another deck that performed very well during Southeast Asian Nationals. We saw Genbu get 2, I believe. There was 1 in top 8. No, 2 in top 8. There were 2 in top 8, which is a very good showing for a deck that a lot of people were not really focusing on. And I think they were worried because of the big blowout card to those decks, which is Ensnaring Fumes.
Yeah, of course. If you do make it past all the Tristans, turns out you actually have a very solid turtle that will bring you quite close. And as we've seen from A and B seasons past, being able to play with free mill off the top of your deck is really a lot of value and can bring you really, really far. Though, of course, I don't think I need to tell your team that.
Yeah, I mean, only one of us was on Genbu, and he's been playing mill since last set. So it was pretty familiar. Obviously, back then with Sylvie. Now it's a different style. Actually, the deck plays very different from Sylvie.
Yeah.
Sylvie really like sat at level 1 and just tried to like flood the board with allies. And this deck, it can do that, but it also can try and play for the Genbu playstyle, obviously with the Fugue. So that was a deck that did really well. And actually, since we mentioned it, Tristan kind of flopped the event.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it wasn't completely unexpected. I do think some people might have thought it would have performed better, but in the end, what some people might have thought is that day 1 would have been Tristan removing all the fractals, and then the other decks removing Tristan from the equation. But it might have panned out. I haven't really gotten a close look up at how the matchups have been, but there was a really low showing of Tristan's in
Yeah,
day 2.
that's true. And actually, if you look at the Fractal of Insight data, you can see if you scroll all the way to the bottom, the bottom 30 tables, like 20 of them were Tristan's, and it's like,
Yeah.
unfortunate for the deck. Because obviously, people were really thinking Tristan, it's good against Fractals. It's good against Genbu. Some people will tell you it's good against Luxem. I don't really agree with that, but some people tell you that.
Yeah, I think you and I have both played Luxem long enough to know that, no, the Luxem deck has a really good matchup into Tristan. Of course, it's still not completely one-sided, as with most matchups. Unlike Seiryu, I think Genbu is still a decent matchup into Tristan, as long as you don't just go, I'll go all-in Fugue, and then hope my opponent doesn't have the fumes for me. But still, it's a lot of that you have to play around, and hopefully we'll see more of both decks today.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if there's anything new coming out. Do you think there's any slept on deck that people are not thinking about?
Obviously, Mill Tristan. What?
Mill Assassin, you've heard it here first. Mill Assassin is going to
Yeah.
win the whole event.
It's a joke at this point because you go, well, I'm now scared of Luxem, so I'm just gonna play the card that says, please mill cards if you draw cards.
What happens when you play against a Genbu?
You just don't play against the Genbu.
That's fair. You know, sometimes you just dodge people.
Yeah, and you make it all the way to top 8, but oh well.
Actually, yeah, my teammate who made it to top 4, he always says he just got super lucky because he did not fight a single fractal for the until he got eliminated in top 4. He did not fight a single fractal the whole tournament.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully, some people do get the outcome if they want it. Some obviously not everybody can. This is still a big event. Not everyone gets to go home a winner. But well, if you get to dodge all your fractals, make it to the end, and show off your stuff, great job.
Yeah, and this event, actually, since you've mentioned it, is the biggest Ascent we have ever had with, what, over 400 entrants.
Oh dear, it was so terrible to get tickets for this event. It's I think now we've had 2 Asian events. KL was another one that sold out really quickly. And I think everyone who tried to book tickets for Japan doesn't need to tell you. That was gone in an instant.
Yeah, Japan is going to be insane. I'm sure all of you who already have tickets, the ones who don't, you're camping out on the website waiting for them to release the next wave. But Japan is going to be absolutely insane. I'm like super, super, super excited for Ascent Japan.
Yeah, of course.
Especially because it's Japan. You can just stay for a few extra days, have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, weebs knew what they were doing. It was literally a bunch of weebs buying their cards. So, you know, you have to make the pilgrimage. You have to go down. And, well, hopefully everyone gets the tickets that they can meet the capacity of everyone. Of course, you know, best luck to everyone at 9. I would have liked to camp out at 9 as well, but here I am. I'll commentate for you and wish you luck at 9 o'clock instead.
Yeah, so I guess we're still waiting on the round coming up here.
Yeah, lots of noise, lots of chatter. I think people are about to get settled down. It's approaching the first round, so hopefully no delays, hopefully no complications.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, like on the first round, there's always a repair.
Yeah, well...
In every event I've ever been in.
I mean, I've already had a clip of jinxing someone. I don't want to jinx more things. I'll just put bad things into the back of my brain and then just talk about how good everyone is doing.
Yeah, you know, the dreaded caster curse, obviously a pretty memed moment from Southeast Asian Nationals with that double Lightweaver mill.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch more Genbu Luxem decks and then have the player ask if they could switch casters.
I actually do expect there to be a lot of Luxems and Genbus in this event because of their strong showing in the last major event we've had. So maybe we're going to see more of that. In the end, the thing is, sometimes the Genbu player just doesn't mill their Luxem cards.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they mill them when they're still level 1 so that they can level up to 2 and then add the Luxem card back to hand. So it's not always free. It's just that when you hit a crazy mill and get rid of like 5, 6 Luxem cards, feels pretty bad to be on the Xander side.
Yeah, of course. Xander is playing on Lady Luck's side, seeing what they can draw, and then with Gamble, you're now doing another gamble, see what you mill. It's a lot of things to consider, a lot of things to do. I think the matchup's not particularly great for Gamble in the end, though, honestly.
Really?
Because if you do try to go into any fugue play, and the Xander has a huge influence, they can either in-cap to stop that, or just devote a Lightweavers and stop the entire thing. But ultimately, if the Genbu's lucky enough, you know, the matchup just immediately swings back to Genbu. You never know.
Yeah, or they can try and, instead of going for a fugue play, they instead try just going for ally beatdown, or they can obviously play stratagem. Some of them play polar depths. Lots of different ways of building the deck, which is one of the fun things about Genbu. So definitely looking forward to seeing if we'll see more of that. Do you expect to see anything like Sylvie? No.
Sylvie, no, I don't think so. Well, there have been talks that I think Slime is coming back a little bit. Fire Slime in some ways, because poor Baby Grey, rest in peace, but you didn't deserve to be around. People thinking that you can still do a bit of the high rolly, the Merlin-like shenanigans, and then just going off into your level 3 advanced slime package. Maybe there is something there. Maybe we'll see it today. But there are talks of it. We might see it.
I mean, Slime was always Luxem's worst matchup. So if you're worried about Luxem, maybe Baby Greyless Slime is the pick?
Yeah, and you don't need to worry about Gembu if your Storm Slime is already shooting them for 8 and 8.
Now, the thing is, can you get there? Which has always been the issue now that their early game has been completely gimped, especially against aggro. That deck really has a hard time now without the greatest intercept card we've ever had.
I mean, it's fine. Red Slime Cremation.
Yeah,
Done.
you know, true.
Yeah.
Red Slime Cremation, then
Red Slime
drop a
Cremation,
Lustrous.
I'm on my way to top 8.
Exactly. You know, if a Sylvie makes it a top 8, I will be pleasantly surprised. I didn't hate that deck nearly as much as everyone else did because I played it. But yeah, sorry, I was the problem.
No.
All right. How about this? Tell me, what deck do you think is gonna win the whole thing?
The whole thing, huh? Let's say Gembu for once. You know, it hasn't gotten its chance to shine. I think Gembu has some potential, and it's always had potential, but it's always been stuck in a rather rough spot in the meta. At this point, maybe it can pull through and get to the end, but who knows? Maybe a Tristan will be there to stomp on every single Gembu that just killed every Luxem, because Luxem actually is a bad matchup into Gembu.
Yeah, and I think I'm gonna say I'm just gonna say Fractals again.
Fractals, okay. So
I mean, there's not that many of them apparently.
Yeah, so apparently Fractals only performs in Ascent. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
true. I mean, that's the thing about Fractals. The deck is so strong, but there's just so much. Like,
Yeah.
the world is out for you, but maybe things have changed. Maybe you can find a little bit of a spot now that people are concerned about a different deck.
Yeah, some people are concerned about dodging Fractals, but maybe Fractals should be the one concerned about dodging in this point.
That's absolutely true. Maybe just try not to run into all the wind players, all the scatter essence mainers and everything. So definitely a big chance for that deck to come up big if it gets the right run. And of course, the thing about a tournament is a lot of times it is how lucky are you with your matchups. That's why people who are able to consistently top Ascents and other big events, regionals, Ascents, nationals, those are the players that you really want to look for, because no matter what happens, they're always performing at a certain level. Even if they don't win the event, as long as you were topping, that means you were always doing something right, and that means your consistency level is very high. And yeah, I mean, obviously Apex Players Guild, very
Yeah.
consistent team.
Actually, at this point, consistency is something we're trying to find back. But speaking enough about us, what about your team? Although you guys have cemented enough, will we still get to see some more brotherly hate here?
We might. I mean, they are here, so we might see another one if they're doing
go.
just as well
Run
as
it
they
back.
did.
Let's
Maybe
do 3 Light Weavers this time.
I mean, I was watching them playing yesterday, and the Luxem was winning. So I definitely feel like maybe you got more of a handle on that matchup. And obviously, there have been some adjustments to the deck. We're not just running the exact same list as last time. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward. I'm super happy for them. For 3 people to have made it. Well, 2 to make it the Gauntlet, 1 to make it the Worlds. I'm very pleased. And I'm really hoping that Apex is able to steal some OCE slots.
Yeah, we unfortunately got some slots stolen away from us in Asia Nets. We'll have to try and steal them from Oceania. I hope maybe we don't have to resort to America. That is a far flight. But it comes down to what it comes down to, and every player will be fighting for their chance to get into Worlds. Really, really exclusive event, really, really premium. Hopefully everyone can do their best showing. There will be upsets, there will be some regretful going homes, but maybe we can look on the bright side of things and see where everyone gets to, and everyone gets to have fun at least.
Yeah, and Worlds is going to be a 32 play. Well, 32 depending on how many people actually end up going to the Gauntlet.
Yeah.
So 16 people plus potentially up to 16 people from Gauntlet. So 32 compared to last year, which was 16 only. 16 invitational, so you had only the people who made it through Nats got in. This time we get in through Gauntlet. We have more people, more fun, more games. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. That's going to be at the end of June, I believe 26, 27, 28. So look forward to that. I mean, it's pretty close.
Yeah, actually, it's because all the nets are just going to be coming out in rapid succession. A few hours later, once you grow tired of seeing our faces, you can watch our fellow casters over in EU. You'll be watching who goes through the EU. And then Oceania is only 3 weeks down the line, 2 weeks down the line, I think. yeah, it's really, really close. So best of luck, everyone. Have fun, watch all our casters, and enjoy your games.
Yeah, and that's why we're here at Ascent Kuala Lumpur. We get to maybe just chill around, experiment a little bit, play some more games because obviously CNATs. I think a lot of people were really, really stressed out about CNATs, and now that it's over, I think a lot of that weight has been lifted, and we can obviously we still want to win, we still want to perform well. It's an Ascent. There's a lot on the line, but Nats is just a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's
important.
the event. Yeah, it's the event that a lot of people will be practicing and aiming for. So, of course, it's understandable that maybe there's a bit of fatigue here. I think small caster worlds that when you've watched so many games, you want to go home and play some, and everyone home is just tired because they're done from nationals. But, well, at least some people have brought out their gusto, brought out all the decks for Ascent. What are you excited for, though? You've asked me a lot of what am I excited for.
I want to see something different. I want to see something that we haven't seen before. I want to see Exia.
Exia.
Yeah, I'd like to see a Jin.
Ooh. Yeah, Jin, a pick that some people might have thought would have been good into fractals, but no fractals now. So, well, it would be an interesting game maybe. Just bang into the Gambus, mill off the floats, say thank you very much, and then cleave them for a really big amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Exia is it's not very good into Luxem.
Yeah.
Because they have so many fast seed things, they have so many negates, they have so many defensive cards. It's kind of hard for that deck to. And you know what? If they really wanted to beat Exia, they just put Caliburn of Silencing in their deck and just auto win the game basically.
Caliburn, I don't know if
that is
Caliburn.
Caliburn. You don't need Caliburn to win that matchup.
Yeah.
But if you really wanted to win it, you put in Caliburn.
I mean, Caliburn, imagine if you just rushed up to 3 and your Gambu opponent hasn't leveled up yet. You just Caliburn them and no Gambu. Is that how it works? I forgot. I don't know.
Caliburn, it removes the effects of the champion that it hit.
Yeah.
For a turn.
Yeah. So that's this level 1. If anyone is wondering if I passed my judge test, I think this answers it. So the level 1 comes in. Does that have the on-enter skill? I can't remember.
No.
Yeah. So Caliburn, good deck.
If you can hit Luxem, you can hit Luxem before they level up to 1, yes.
Mill Assassin, you can go up to level 3 Sander and Caliburn.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but yeah, I mean, obviously that card actually did see some play during the Luxem versus Rai era because you can use it to just stall a turn of him having +8, +9 levels. So it actually did kind of come in clutch at times. And actually Luxem traditionally not very good into Rai, but suddenly, I think Incap is a really big card in that matchup. And of course, the new card, Striking Luminance. We saw some insane plays with that card throughout the entire weekend. I wonder if we'll see it again.
Yeah, the defensive plays now have increased. Now everyone's cautious of fractals, so Safeguard Eminence out for the advance, and then Incaps are all over the place. So Blanches are in some people's main decks now. It's really, really difficult to play all these decks.
Yeah, I think Blanche definitely a more common choice, especially in the ally decks, because you get to protect your entire field. And if these decks that only play spells, like Luxem, like Fractals, if they're not on the Gildas Frostborn package, they can have a hard time getting rid of a Blanche and some fat allies. So definitely a lot of adjustment on all sides for all decks to try and figure out the best way to target everything and the best way to be versatile. The thing about an open meta is you really want to find a deck that can kind of hit most things. I think Luxem was kind of that deck. It was the deck that just was able to do a little bit of everything, and it works against most of the field, and it has like some kind of bad matchups, but they're not unwinnable, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have bad matchups anyways. It's fine. But moving away from Arcane, actually, Win Seiryu, I think, is another one that performed kind of disappointingly at Nationals, but, well, maybe we'll see some today.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a Seiryu show up. I wasn't that surprised, because I think Win Seiryu, compared to Genbu, Win Seiryu is even worse against ensnaring teams. If that Seiryu is gone, you literally cannot win the game, compared to Genbu, where Genbu can still win with allies, can still win with like a stratagems or polydepths, but Seiryu, if you get the Seiryu removed, you cannot do anything anymore.
Yeah, of course. It's a speed matchup between the Fumes and all the commands that they play. And there's so many things around Genbu, but in the end, Seiryu usually only has one game plan. I think there are a few people that have tinkered with the idea of putting in more allies like Delos and the Wind Trotters. so that you have another game plan besides just waiting for fumes to come down. But ultimately, I still think the most prominent deck list is the all-in Seiryu. Hopefully, we might see. Well, I don't know about hopefully if we want to see some games because those can be really, really quick. But still,
True.
we hope for exciting games at least.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Seiryu is it's very polarizing. Some matchups just cannot deal with it, and then there's some matchups that can deal with it very easily. And as long as you run into the ones that cannot deal with it, you are in for a pretty good time.
Yeah, my current nemesis in locals right now is a guy who just plays Seiryu, and I've played 5 games against him. I've gotten Seiryu commanded 7 times. It is an interesting matchup. Notably, I've played 3 different decks, and negates were run in all of those decks, but 7 Seiryu commands. Those were fun.
Yeah. I mean, can we see a Song of Frost, maybe?
Yeah, I saw a Song of Frost for the Byaku's command, not the Seiryu.
Yeah, right. So we have the pairings up now. Hopefully there's no repair, so we can get into the game real soon. I'm sure you guys are itching to see some Grand Archive action.
Yeah, of course. The games today is fresh off the table. It is 8:40 in the morning, so slight delay, not completely unexpected, but well, we'll see how everyone managed to shake off their morning woes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about doing these events. You know, you're here early in the morning. Did you get that much sleep, right? Were you testing too much late into the night?
I don't know. I think half of Apex was watching YouTube together in front of a TV. Because we just kind of aren't really willing to test the night before. It's a certain philosophy, whether you want to immediately test right up to the moment and be as confident as you can, or to just not risk any moments in which you accidentally test and suddenly feel unconfident.
Yeah, true side, we're crammers.
Yeah.
we will test deep in the night, and I'm like, you guys should actually sleep. You know, easy for me to say as a non-player, but I'm
Yeah.
like, you guys, why don't you go rest? Do you think testing this matchup 2 more times is really gonna help you that much? How about you go sleep?
I mean, of course it did. It got them to top 8.
Yeah, actually, that's the thing.
Yes.
They made 3 of them made it to top 12, and they were playing into like 3 a.m. the night before.
God. Yeah. But maybe, I think, of course, a good number of people are here to enjoy, of course, talking away from Grand Archive. Kuala Lumpur is the city itself. Taiwan, of course, was enjoyed by many. I don't know about Apex or Truth, right? But it was a nice city. Whether we enjoyed it was another thing. But everyone who visits, everyone who doesn't make it to the end, well, at least you have something to do.
Yeah, you know, the secret benefit of going 0-4 drop is you get to leave and just eat or explore the country you're in.
Yeah.
Definitely expecting some people to be like, oh, you know what, I would want to play side events. I'm just gonna go look for nice food, or go tour around. The Petronas Tower is like right there.
Yeah.
Gorgeous looking building.
Yeah, of course, hang out and either do your shopping, you know, and you're going to be meeting various players today. Meet into one Malaysian, and maybe you can ask for more food recommendations as well. There's a lot of things beyond just playing the game. You meet and have fun with people. There's a lot of friends that I've greeted already today. Hopefully we get to see more of them. We see some of them on stream, and I can talk down about how they weren't prepared at all for today.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I'm definitely looking forward to see if definitely familiar names, but also new names. Obviously, Malaysia, I think a lot of the players in Malaysia don't usually travel internationally, so maybe we have a new secret star going to come out here, Con.
Yeah, well, maybe. Because these places are slightly more condensed. So, of course, all the different matters coming together become a bit more different. Perhaps like why we got a bit more knowledge that Taiwan wasn't super fractal friendly. So going into it, a lot of our expectations were that it was already going to be non-fractal friendly, and it really, really showed. But in Malaysia, it might be another different thing because this is another different region's locals.
Yeah, actually, I was speaking with the other caster you have, Chrysom, and he said that a lot of the people in Malaysia, once they get an expensive card, they just sell it right away. So a lot of them don't have the Zhang Chaos, the Shunches, these kind of like UR, SR cards that are kind of carry a lot of weight. So definitely curious to see if Malaysia's got their own brand of poverty Grand Archive to bust out that actually ends up working.
Yeah, of course, still a lot of value in the other cards. Just talking about Sun Ce, the whole ally deck already has a lot of value in a lot of the aggression. Even if you're missing the 5 damage you get from Sun Se Huazi, you still can find 5 damage elsewhere. Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. We'll see it across the matches today. How many Malaysians we might get to see, how many familiar faces we might get to see.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing who we put up on the stream table. So the players are setting up. So we will be getting to the game real soon. Hopefully we can get the deck list so we can tell you a little bit about what we will be seeing here.
Yeah, of course. First round, usually we try and find something interesting. Had my own walk around of some of the people I know. There was someone piloting Overlord. But
Overlord?
Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of things we might see that appear on stage in the first round.
Yeah, the first 1 to 3 rounds, sometimes you get the wacky decks, right? And so maybe we'll start seeing that before. Yeah, but that's enough rambling from us. Let's move on to first round. Oh, these are some familiar. That's a familiar face I see. So that's Drago Will, Worlds competitor from last year from New Zealand, and he is playing against Ham Yuzai from here.
Yeah, pumping up Malaysia and their own brand of locals. We'll get to see straight up what is this brand of locals. Spirit of Water could mean many things.
I see Cake, which means definitely it is a tamer deck. Probably this is Genbu.
Yeah. A lot of the talks about how hopefully it might perform today. Let's see how it goes.
I mean, this still could be Sylvie as well, but I'm gonna guess it's probably Genbu.
All right, and on Dragovi side, also Water.
Water Mirror for the first round. Okay, we're getting drenched today.
Well, no Scepter of Luminous will be cited here at least.
Ooh, that's a Zhang Xiao. All right, so we already know it's Fractals. We've got Fractals in the first round versus Genbu. This is a very weird matchup because it could kind of go either way. Obviously, you do mill a lot as Genbu, which oftentimes can be a bit detrimental. Actually, the Genbus oftentimes have to deal with Censor as well, which the Fractal players do play. So curious to see. Seems like 3 Fractal start. Unstable, Insight, Rain. Oh, that's actually like a 5 Fractal start.
Yeah, there's a lot of fractals there, but of course probably gonna put down just 2 or well probably 3.
Probably 3.
Yeah, he already has the Zhangjia in hand. He would want to set up to be able to play that next turn without reserving any cards. And seeing his opponent's Water, so he's probably got a bit more confidence that he can just go off on this.
Yeah, the one thing you have to worry about is obviously a potential negate, a Cerulean Decree or a Frostbind, because it will force you to put more cards down, which will then turn off the Zhang Xiao zero memory draw effect. But yeah, we got the classic 3 Fractal start. Have you seen this before? I've seen it a lot, actually.
No, I haven't seen it. I only know of 4.
Yeah, actually, looking at the hand, I don't see a negate in here. It's Refracting Missiles. We've got a Fracturize. We've got some Bovines.
We are having an end of turn, I suppose, missiles just to set up for our level 1 play. Of course, no real need if you have a bunch of cards that you're fine to say, oh, okay, Fracturizing the Cake. So I guess you value the influence in this matchup quite a bit.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. You want to try and get... Oh, actually, you know what? We're going for... You said no Scepter of Luminas, but there's a Scepter of Lumina on field right now.
Okay, so I guess this is not Genbu. This is Water allies in some form. There's a distinct lack of allies for...
It could be Vanitas, maybe. But there's a bit too much... I feel this still feels like a tamer deck to me. It might just be playing Scepter for the sake of the damage.
Yeah, of course. Deck that aims to go up with Scepter damage. Very few in this meta though at this point. Probably Vanitas, yeah, probably is the most likely.
Okay, you know, he hit 1 float. That's good enough.
Notably, there's a Terrapin.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it really does scream Tamer. And of course, actually, yeah, it is Tamer because there was a Cake. But Water Sylvia lies?
It's either Sylvie or Guocha. I mean, this could really go either way. The decks are pretty similar, but the fact that he would choose to go Scepter first, maybe, potentially not. Maybe actually playing Sylvie. Not trying to rush for that Genbu mill start.
Yeah, of course. If you're playing for an ally beatdown, it might be more value to just have that guaranteed buff counter at level 1.
Yeah, and right now, I think on Dragowill's side, he needs to get rid of the Bovine. This is the public enemy #1 when you were playing against a mill deck. Obviously, The thing about killing it is it doesn't feel that good because it's still afloat, but you can't just let them mill to every single turn and taking damage while you are going that way. So definitely needs to find a way to remove this cow from the field.
Oh, face down, so that means Quicksilver Grail. Yeah, no responses on that side. Of course, notably putting down the safeguard amulet. I guess he's afraid of stratagem at this point.
Yeah, yeah, a bit early, but might as well get it out now if you had nothing better to do.
All right, yep. Zhang Jiao, a completely unexpected play, going to draw 2 and see how many more fractals we get.
Yeah, and we've now gotten a paladin, which is something that can be used to get rid of the bovine here.
Yeah, of course. Whether Dragowi is satisfied to put down that paladin without any float is, of course, another decision here at this point. He probably could just set a fractal and set a paladin, but that would be shields down. So maybe not in the books.
Ooh, gonna swing face. So yeah, I think maybe just gonna set up more fractals. Honestly, the hand looks very rocked up. There's a lot of them in the. I think there's maybe like 3, 4 more in here, but there's no refracting missiles. There's no shimmering refraction, and there is no burst asunder so far.
Yeah, of course. It's missing a lot of damage in that hand. Hopefully he gets to see some action. 2 for the fractal rain. Thinking on the imbue. I guess you do. Interesting.
Going for the imbue there. I mean, I'm a fan of imbuing the fractal rain. Even without the glimpse here, the one thing is that because he's playing against a mill deck, maybe he thinks to himself, I might as well mill myself too, because they're also going to mill me. The chances of us hitting float gets exponentially higher the more forced mills we have. So
Yeah, so here, is he gonna insight? Yeah, so that's a glimpse. Of course, notably now that he's imbued the Fractal of Rain, I'm not sure if you're gonna be glimpsing any important cards at the top, because you're gonna have to mill both of them.
ooh, chose not to tap the Fractal of Insight?
Yeah, sure. If I get unlucky, I don't want to see it. So whatever's on top is on top.
Yeah, you know, we're going to leave it up to fate. And, you know, okay, let's get it. Okay, it is Goja.
Yep, so still on the Gambu side, but of course, I guess he wants to lean into a bit more damage to see what's in the
Ooh,
material
I
deck.
see a Luxem card. They do have the Incandescent Reliquary, something we don't see very many Gojas play because they usually have a pretty big influence.
Yeah, so of course, gonna bring out the Fate Stone. I guess the plan on this is to go up to 3 and potentially sometimes rely on that free level 3 to get up there for free value. Here, of course, gonna just do the safeguard. So I guess he materialized the safeguard to prevent 4 damage off the scepter.
Yeah, potentially worried about a level up Dungeon Guide line. You wouldn't really be 100% sure what you're playing against at this point, even though the Bovine does give you a pretty good signal.
Yeah, of course, there's gonna be mill, and the scepter means that there's some additional damage. So he carved out an additional turn in which he wasn't milling or building out quest counters, but now there's a 4 damage threat at every single turn if he materializes.
We're going to get that mill out. Another quest counter. Oh my god, is that a tortoise?
Oh boy. Well, if you see Giant Turtles in this meta, that only means there's one other card that's accompanying it, and that's Kapsong Coda. Do you remember what it does?
Yeah, Carpsong Coda it does damage equal to the health of an ally in your graveyard. So obviously the one with the biggest health pool is that tortoise, the classic from the Sylvie starter deck from DOA. Long ago, I remember this thing. Or, you know, maybe we might see there is that one Fantasia, ally link Fantasia that gives an ally taunt. Maybe that is another thing. It's also a float, so could potentially come in here. Who knows at this point? This deck is pretty non-standard so far from what I've seen.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can go in here at this point, because now Dragovi also has to deal with what could be in this deck. There's a Tortoise, so there's a Kapsong Coda maybe, and then now I have to think, am I worried about other forms of mill? Am I going to be worried about other cards here? And yeah, we see in the hand Fugue as well. If the Giant Tortoise ever makes it to the field, that is a huge damage swing as well if he's not ready for it.
Yeah, that's right. You don't actually need to use the Fugue on Genbu. You can also just use it on like a Terrapin, on the Giant Tortoise. There's lots of allies with fat butts in this deck, so looking forward to seeing what Dragova's going to do, because this board is getting a little bit difficult to deal with. Buffed Frostworn and a Bovine, and there's a Scepter on field. You're still level 0. Might be forced to level to 1 here for some more life, actually.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge indication of how prepared Dragobee is to adapt to every single deck that's going to be coming out here, and that's really important in your Fractal play.
Yes, we're going to use that backup charger in response to the Fractal of Rain trigger. Fractal of Rain going to mill. Oh,
Ooh, damage.
that's a card you really wanted to see.
Yes, the constant gripe. Do I mill first? Do I shoot first? Do I draw first?
What is your preferred milling and drawing timing? I am a chaotic type. I just do it based on feeling.
I do say that, but the general pattern I sink back into is always mill first then draw.
That's an ally right there. You finally found some way of dealing with this board. Gilda's gonna come down, and I don't see any way for Hamuzai to really do anything about it. That refracting missile is not going to be enough with no fractal, well, only one fractal on field.
Yeah, of course, really hits up there, managing to backup charger his way to 7 influence, so Gildas comes down balanced immediately. Probably gonna clear the Frost one. I imagine he doesn't want to race, especially without a lot of flexible damage in his hand, let alone any damage, I believe.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see maybe a potential rush to 3. Instead of trying to play for the mill style, we just go level 2, quest counter, level 3, quest counters, and then we try and crutch on the Reliquary to get our influence back up. Also does do a lot of damage on that Scepter, so we need to deal with that. Currently unleveled. If we level up to 2, suddenly 4 damage, Bovine swings for another, it puts you up to 10. No Dungeon Guides in this deck probably, but maybe.
Yeah, actually, this deck is really hard for Dragowee to play because now you're sitting there and thinking, just the damage from Scepter and if he flips Gamble is enough to kill Spirit of Water. So here, Frostworn Paladin as well,
Unbuffed Frostworn.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes, and in this case, it's clear a Bovine.
Yeah, but that's the thing about the Bovines. Even if you kill it, it's still afloat.
Yep.
So let's see if maybe we try and just level up quickly here. Definitely could see that, though. If there's not that much damage, maybe you would rather try and set up a safeguard.
Dragoee's already as in on Hamuz.
Yeah, I'm potentially might be worried because that is 5 fractals on field already, or 4 fractals plus 1 that could potentially get fracturized. Ooh, leveling up.
Yeah, so just going to go for the damage rush down. Vanishing.
No, the tortoise.
No.
So we're gonna get that 4 damage here on that Scepter of Lumina proc.
Yep.
Thinking on the Guoja effect, doesn't know if he wants to draw or get quest counters at this point.
Yeah, at this point, you might be looking for the draw because your mill engine isn't really taking off and isn't really going anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe you go for the quest counters because you're just going to try and turbo your way. Could just hard level to 3 next turn and then get another 3 and then bring out Reliquary after that.
Yeah, if he does do that, it would bring him 5 quest counters off the levels. 1 from the mill, 1 more from this mill. If he does go to Guaja 3 next turn, that mill will bring him to 9. So not completely off the cards there.
Yeah, so it seemed like he went for the draw there because he's at 3 quest counters. I believe he did go for the draw here. Maybe just wants to get some more influence so he can try and rush to level 3 here. Just trying to use this Scepter as a massive, basically a beat. Oh, there it is. There's the Carp Song Coda. Card we really don't see a lot of these Guojas playing, especially because the harmonized part of it doesn't really come into effect. If you guys do not know what Carp's on Coda does. Oh, negate. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fractals on field currently, so he can pay for it, but that is your whole turn. So Carp's on Coda does do damage based on the highest HP ally in your. Oh, he's just dead. Oh wait, he's just dead.
Yeah, because there was that 9, then 6 damage.
Can you remind me how much health does the turtle have again?
The turtle has 6.
Oh, oh.
Yeah,
You
so-
know, I didn't even. I thought it was like 5 or something. Was it 6?
Yeah, it was 6. So that's why you play specifically the ally, because it is an ally that you can set up early-ish enough and hard to remove. If it does get removed, means another card in your deck is 6 damage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's a majestic and ancient beast, so, or I mean,
He is ancient
he's
from set 1.
he's majestic and ancient. He's definitely ancient. He's definitely ancient, and he's definitely not been seen very much.
Yeah, has a
but-
song told about him that shot 6 damage to his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the first time I think I've ever seen a giant tortoise in a major event.
Yeah, of course. You play Gambu and often talk about the control side, but you can also just lean into the damage and just look for a game really, really early.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty crazy. The Scepter doing 8 damage, and then the Carps on Coda for the finisher. Pretty insane. First round of the first game here. So let's see what Dragowill can do to try and combat this. I mean, he already had a really good start. The main thing is he just didn't have a lot of damage, and he couldn't clear that bovine for like 2 turns. Maybe would try and hope to find more of those refracting missiles, try and find those paladins and those Gilduses earlier on, so we can at least put our own amount of pressure down. And then obviously you want to try to draw the Burst Asunder and blow. I mean, that was 5 fractals on field. If you played the Burst Asunder, it would have been 12 damage right there. So with some extra damage from some shimmerings and some refractings, the game could have definitely gone the other way in just the same amount of time.
Yeah, but of course you still need to be concerned, because it's not like your opponent is going to idly sit there. He is representing so much damage. We saw Dragowill respected it and put out the Safeguard Amulet. It still wasn't enough protection to get him to the point in which he was able to use his Burst Asunders. But, well, maybe this is where you start looking, am I looking to race my opponent, or am I going to try and play on the safer side?
Yeah, the thing about Genbu is you kind of do have to race them, because you don't have a way of removing the Genbu once he gets on field. He has Spell Shroud, and this is a deck that is all spells, aside from the few allies you play. And it's very hard to kill a Genbu. He has the ability to give himself a ton of life. So once he's on field, he's just this constant threat, and the Fugue is a constant threat, and you're always worried about it. Now, and you also just can't swing face because he's taunt. They could just choose to leave him on field as a taunter. And then once you have that one turn where you try and all in them, then suddenly if they survive, especially we did see the Revitalizing Cleanse there, so could definitely catch someone off guard. They bust out the Revitalizing, they survive. The next turn you go Fugue and you're dead.
Yeah, it's so many things to consider. Really a feature of what this set has been all about. There's so many things to think about, so many playstyles to be concerned about, and in the end, seeing what your cards draw and how you're able to adapt to that is really more of the indication of how good you are as a player in this set.
Yeah, and obviously just being the deck building, obviously busting out the Carps on Coda. This is a card I was like, we should play Carps on Coda, and there was another one as well. There's a that gives life. It's a float that gives, I believe, 2 life to an animal or beast on field. That I was telling you guys should play this. It's a float.
Yeah,
And then no one played it because, you know what, having a bunch of tamer floats can be a bit of a hindrance when you're just like randomly milling and all you hit is tamer float.
Yeah. Of course, milling things. Enough people have probably milled their bovine really early on, but
Yeah.
now we're in a new game here. Slightly less fractals in this opening.
Ooh, okay. I mean, those are more fractals. And the thing is, we do have the Fracture Eyes. So we do have the ability to go for backup Charger and then Fracture Eyes. Now we have 3. Then the turn after, you can go Zhang. Also, alternatively, it could be... No, it seems like Zhang is going to be 3rd on the top. So he could have potentially gone for the Quicksilver Grail Scepter Fascination play, where you put 1 down in memory and then 2...
So I have to burst your bubble there, because one of those fractals is dissonant, so you can tap it.
Oh, you are correct, and that is the big weakness. Of course, the 1-cost fractal that glimpses for cannot be free like that. So it's probably going to be the backup charger and then fracturize it, and then the turn after we go for the Zhang Zhao here. Okay, ooh, imbued.
Imbued, which probably indicates a fractal of rain.
There it is. So obviously the fractal, the one fractal we play, I guess you could be playing Polar Depths, but that is a personal preference for most of these Genbu players. Gonna see the ringleader here. Obviously a card you don't want in your hand, but at its worst, it is a 3-cost 2/2 ally. Not the worst thing. Something that your opponent also really doesn't want to kill, because killing it suddenly lets you cash it in for that buff counter and draw effect, which is huge. Actually, this card definitely seeing a ton of play since the Tamer mill deck started to rise in prominence.
Yeah, of course. I don't think you need either me to, you don't need me or Flon to tell you how good this kind of card is. Just need to look back at Melbourne. There was so much results off of it. And it is still performing amazingly if any Tamer mill plan.
Can we also talk about the fact that this card lasts for the whole turn?
Well, I mean, it's fine. It's balanced.
Yeah, like, I'm just going to give buff counters to everything I play for the whole turn? Really?
Yeah, I guess we should be considering Sylvia ally decks, huh? Just go Seaside Ringleader, squirrel.
You know,
8.
it works. Okay, we're going to mill one class bonus float and then a paladin, which you really don't want to see the paladin going this early. But I think you're probably okay with this. Choosing actually not to tap the fractal. Oh, wait, no, that was named Bew. So, oh no, so it's actually hands down. So if Dragovil wants to do whatever he wants, one card in hand. Yeah, there you go. Backup charger. Gonna just bring out another Distant Fractal. We're going to Glimpse. Actually, this Glimpse it's a bit worse just because he already knew what the top 2 cards of the deck were. So, or no, he knew the top card.
Yeah, which is
so,
Zhang Jiao.
So we are not, we're losing like 1 value of a Glimpse, which is, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, you still want to see 3 more cards deep into your deck, especially since last game he wasn't really able to get information or mills off. And now he especially has to plan for his opponent starting out potentially just going for Genbu, although there is a consideration that because this is a generic Genbu deck, he isn't going to immediately level up to 1. So you might have a turn to just set up whatever you want on the top of the deck, and then you can worry about the mills later on.
Yeah, and I think really the big skill of playing Fractals is knowing how to glimpse. I think a lot of times when I see inexperienced Fractal players, the main mistake they make is not being willing to just throw stuff away.
Yeah, of course. And now seeing here, he's put 2 on the top. Of course, Zhang Jiao should be there, but
I actually believe that was 3 on the bottom, 1 on top.
Was it?
Could have been 2, but definitely he put at least 2 on the bottom. They're gonna put. Ooh, are we gonna play out another more Fraggles?
At this point, I would find it hard pressed not to, because you do want to hit a critical mass of fractals first before you really get anything going.
Ooh, actually, and then he does have that fracturize, so we could fracturize this power cell, which would give us 5 fractals, which allows us to play the Zhang Zhao through a potential Frostbind or Tidal Lock or Cerulean Decree. So that is a big, I think, yeah, definitely the safe line is let's just establish the fractals, and then we get to draw into the Zhang Zhao, draw cards, we draw into a Refracting, we draw into a Shimmering, then suddenly we are really set. So we're going to go for the same line here, Scepter of Lumina, first materialization. Tell me about Scepter and what happened with this card after, you know, a certain event where there were a lot of water decks in the top 8.
Nah, I think Scepter is a very balanced card. It used to be able to be played out at main, activated at main phase, of course still banishing for the 1, if your opponent was also playing water. But I don't see why they had to get rid of that, or, you know, paying 5 to draw 2 at any point in the game. That's completely fine. Now, though, what actually the card does is still do its 4 damage effect on level up, but you can pay 5 to only draw 1 at level 3. Because I think some people thought we were drawing too many cards.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, 4 damage and drawing 2 is a bit, it's a bit much, and also being able to be activated during the main phase in the Water Mirror, which were very, very common at that point. It was actually, right now, he could have brought it out last turn if we could still do that, but of course the Scepter of Lumina is errated. Now we have baby Scepter of Lumina, but obviously still good when you play an aggressive deck like this that's trying to get the damage. Wow, our mills have been pretty disastrous here.
Yeah, it is what you live by as you play the mill game plan. Obviously, Hamizai not phased, probably has been through this ringer enough that he's desensitized himself over that. All right, Fracturized on the power cell, fairly standard. Probably not going to see much response to this.
Yeah,
So
has
like you
enough cards as well for the negate pay, so no
Yes.
reason to.
So like you said now, Zhang Jiao isn't going to be completely shut down by a Frostbind, but still many more considerations that you need to be worried about.
And I think I do see a Frostbind in Ham Yuzai's hand there on the right, so it's very... Yeah, so we're going to go for the Diao-chan now. We actually have the Burst Asunder already, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fractals, so potential 12 damage on this burst. So if we can find maybe a Shimmering or Refracting Missile, could potentially actually just end the game here.
Yeah, of course. Level 1 coming in. Don't forget your Glimmer counters, guys. Those are really important.
Yeah, did not. But I think a lot of these people are like, oh, I don't even bother putting it because you only get one use of it until you bring out Scepter Fascination. You just use it again. But you really do need to do this correctly. Ooh, Shimmering and Dissonant and Bursts. That's a pretty scary lineup in the hand here. I definitely think Dragowill is much more pleased to see more aggression than last game.
Yeah, of course, we're going to be hoping... Yeah, all right, the Glimmer counter's on. So we're going to be hoping for probably... God, I don't know, at this point. There's Burst and Shimmering in hand. There is Lethal in sight. But whether he's able to get there straight before Hamyuzai is able to set up any defense would be another thing.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, he could try and go for it now, but does he have enough cards to pay for that Frostbind? I think he would not, so maybe you're going to choose to just play out. I think he's going to play a Dissonant out here and then just put that Shimmering Refraction in the memory so we can activate it using Diao-chan level 1's effect. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to get a glimpse as well if we can find another Zhang Zhao. That's a lot of Zhang Zhaos I'm seeing. Gonna keep both of them on top? Okay.
Yes.
Actually, we do have 6 fractals. We could actually go for the double Zhang right here.
And greed is good.
You know, yeah, that's true. I mean, I love drawing 2. Who doesn't like drawing 2?
Yeah, of course. Notably in our discussion with Scepter earlier, I think it is the only regalia that draws 2.
Chalice of Blood.
Well, yeah, but the Chalice of Blood requirement is a bit harder to reach compared to what it was for Scepter.
For sure. Oh, there's also a Alchemist's Kit or something. There's like, depending on the amount of herbs you've gathered, if you have enough counters, you can draw 2.
Wow, that is a pull. Yeah,
yeah. You know, I've been looking at these.
Yeah, just gather 6 or something.
Yeah. You have to just gather 6 times. You know, actually, very possible with the fire decks, but I mean, playing fire cleric can be a bit of a tight game because you do so much damage to yourself.
Yeah, you know, since you love drawing 2 so much, where are Aqua Vitaes in our fractal decks?
I think that card may be a little bit too slow for this meta, unfortunately.
All right, so we're seeing some, I believe, still end of templates. Yep.
So that is going to be a 3 damage refracting missile here. Do we see a negate here on Dragowill's side? I imagine you don't negate this. Actually, I guess you do deny the float, though, so that is a very big consideration.
Yeah, you deny the float, especially when your opponent has milled rather tragically so far. I guess he's going for it. So you deny the float, you don't take 3 damage, and preserve a bit of your really precious life. As you saw from last game, Hamyuzai is really able to represent damage really quickly. So preserve a bit, defend a bit, deny a bit, all around a lot of good.
Yeah, okay, we're going to lose the Tortoise there, so that means it's not in the grave for the potential Carps on Coda. I'm not sure if anything has changed in this material deck. Obviously, one of the weird things about Goja, have to reveal your material deck.
Yeah, so any material deck changes have to be shown to your opponent, though whether he catches that is another thing.
I'm going to take that 6 damage from the Scepter, and then now we're going to get the triple bill. Oh!
1 float, he did it.
Okay. Oh my god, that is the second float he's hit, and in what, I think 7, 8 mils, which is very bad luck.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, you live and gamble on that mill every single time the moment you devote yourself to this deck. Although, notably for Gembu, you are slightly less concerned on the quality of your mills, especially since at this rate, if he levels to 2 and gets 2 quest counters, Gembu is flipping next turn.
Yeah, that's right. We're already at 1, 2,
'Cause
3,
he's at
4
three-
quest counters. Yeah, so
this is 4, and 2 goes to 6, and he's gonna mill 3 times of the Fractal and the Gembu.
the fast gear here with an influence of 3, and then Hamyuzai has no way of equalizing the hand. Oh my god! What are these mills?
Just another day as a mill player. You know,
I mean, you know, this is the thing about this deck. Sometimes it just fails you.
yeah, he's preparing himself for when he has to play into a Luxem player later.
Yeah, and, you know, the thing about it is you got to get rid of your bad luck in the early rounds, right?
Yeah, of course. It's a karma thing, naturally.
Yeah, it's like it's like pity
Yeah.
for any of our gacha game players there. You know, you got to get your bad luck out now so you get the good luck later.
Yeah, so here now, I believe that's probably a pass, but Drago Wheel now probably is thinking on that turn for the Shimmering, especially because he doesn't have any influence if Hamyuzai just chose him a negate.
I mean, this is big. That's going to be 6 damage. Going to put Hamyuzai up to 7 and then has the Burst Asunder for a... So we have another 14. So he actually could just kill him right now.
Yeah.
Well, rather on his turn, he could kill him. So as long as he can hold up a negate to stop any potential action from Hamyuzai, this game could be ending real soon. Actually, we also have the double Zhang Zhao, so we could also just go level up, and we could just go Scepter Fascination here if we want. Ooh, going for the Water Residence Bauble instead. That is a interesting choice. Gonna get our Zhang Zhao here. Gonna swing with our Zhang Zhao first. What do we see here? We see the Tidal Lock. We see... Not going to show us the hand here, but I imagine it's just going to be Zhang Zhao into Zhang Zhao.
Yeah, actually, Zhang Zhao into Zhang Zhao means, is that 5? Yeah, so a Burst Asunder would do it.
Oh, he's actually going to draw the Zhang Zhao right now. Oh, actually, oh, no, he drew for turn, so yeah, so that is actually second Zhang Zhao in hand already, I believe. Or he may have bottomed one of them, actually.
That is a question. I guess you bottom one because with this hand, you probably already see lethal. So at this point, I'm not looking to draw more. I'm looking to draw into damage.
So we still have that Shimmering. Did not play it last turn, so actually the threshold for killing here is a little bit lower. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 14 damage. So we need to find 3, which should not be that hard. Like a Paladin with that fast gear engrave, which I see a Paladin already, so that is a potential way of getting there. We just have to worry about the amount of cards in Hamyuzai's hand. He does have the Tidal Lock. I believe he also has a Frostbind, so that means there's a lot of negates to get through here.
Yeah, of course, very diligent happening, excuse me, by Drago Will, having the Fractal of Snow down because that is the one that is most likely to go away by your own effect.
That is correct. I mean, obviously, Fractal of Snow effect does not used all that often, but it does come up, and there is a Refracting Missile. If we want to go for it, we could go for it now.
Yeah,
It's just so risky.
Yeah, I do have to imagine that here you probably just burst.
I don't think you can because... Well, I guess you could just burst here, and then if he tries to negate it, you just chill. Yeah, we're going to go for it now. So that is going to be 14 damage. So actually, you are dead here. You got to do something about it. He can pay for double negate. Yeah, so I think this is already over because he has 2 negates in hand, but he can pay for both of them.
Yeah, so again, still, how do you pace out this Fractal? Although Hamyuzai was really fast in game 1, Drago Will is really still showing that Fractals is another fast stack and it can still race you.
Yeah, and then obviously the unfortunate mills here in this game, but in the end, it's just sometimes Fractals, when it hits. Especially when you find that Zhang Zhao. That's really the big deciding factor of this matchup is getting Zhang Zhaos. The games you see where Fractals falters is when they don't find the Zhang Zhaos early enough. And now they're just like twiddling their thumbs, playing some rocks on field that don't really do anything. Now, of course, if you can hit that Dissonant Fractal, you get to dig so deep through the deck, that's actually very easy to find her. But sometimes they're all at the bottom. You didn't shuffle well enough. Your opponent's too good at cutting.
Yeah, it's really difficult to properly line out how this matchup usually goes, especially because both decks are so volatile that you need to properly consider how to play into every scenario.
And we just pay. Ooh, yeah, I mean, you just pays for it, and you're still gone. So that is game 2 going to Dragowill here. And now we are going to go to a game 3 now. Notably, Hamizai is, since he did lose this game, gets to choose to go first or second. What are you thinking he's going to choose to do?
I have to imagine this is a first. He's such a fast deck and wants to go so aggressive. He went first in the first game, rather. And that brought him the victory. You probably lean into that and just go, I'm going in, I'm going Scepter, and I'm going damage.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, if his strategy is to just go Scepter turn 1 every single time, then he definitely needs to go first to try and get the tempo rolling, try and establish some Rains and some Bovines in the first turn, just bring out the Scepter, and then let's just go crazy.
Yeah, just a little click through of all the fractals there. Notably, there was an intrusion. So maybe that was brought in because of fears of Coda, but again, it's also just another fractal, so it could just be brought in to increase fractal count, especially since you're racing here.
Yeah, the thing is, there are only so many 2-cost fractals. There's Rain, Snow, Unstable, which Unstable is a hindered one as well, so still a very good card, but yeah, Insight, Rain, Snow, Unstable, and Dissonant is the 1-cost one, so after that, you have no other choices. You have to go for the 3-cost fractals, which is usually Refreshment or Intrusion.
What do you mean? All my homies hate on Deep Sea Fractal.
Yeah, Deep Sea. We're gonna play Deep Sea Fractal. We're gonna play Fractal of Protection.
Yeah. Okay, Fractal of Protection is a stretch. That's a
yeah, give it that
4
cost.
4 cost. That is.
And it has to tap itself to do its effect. So it's like, is it even really reservable?
Yeah, of course. Choosing to start first, just going ahead, full speed ahead. Let's see what our openers are. Unfortunately, it seems people sometimes lean back into their chairs. No sneak peek of the hand. We'll see what comes out shortly.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so not imbuing something seems like, unless he's going to flip them right here.
No, okay.
Okay, Cake. I mean, obviously all-star from the Sylvie meta, but has kind of disappeared a bit since Sylvie is not as common.
Yeah, still is quite a big. It still has quite a decent showing, although admittedly more in perhaps some fire decks or you see it once in a while in a Gembu. But
Yeah, it's good in water mainly just because obviously you play a lot of animals. You can buff a Bovine, buff a Terrapin, or sometimes you just fracturize it and get a +1. So definitely understand why. I mean, Apex Players Guild was playing the Cake in the previous meta with the Sylvie Nico deck, so obviously same thought process here. It's just a very versatile, good card. Also just straight into hand. Not that many cards anymore that draw straight to hand. I think we realized that is a bit good. So a lot of these new cakes, as I call them, they are like drawn to memory or they're 3-cost now. So
oh dear, 1 fractal opening for
and it's also not imbued, which means we are not going to get any deeper through the deck here. We're just going to immediately go for that Lost in Thought to get a controlled banish with the Scepter, and we are set up. Now, the thing about this is maybe Dragowill has to consider trying to remove the Scepter of Lumina here with a Fracturize, potentially, just so he doesn't take too much damage.
Yeah, of course. It's such a hard choice because you really, really want that Fracturize to increase the fractal count, but you just have to control damage at some points.
Yeah, looking at it's like Gildas. There's a refracting missile with 1 fractal on field. There is the Fracturize though, so we could consider it, but maybe you really rather just try and increase your own fractal count by fracturizing your power cell. But we do get the imbued rain here on the second turn, this is getting a little bit dicey. The one good thing is that there is no Bovine, and if Bovine was on field right now, it would have actually been, this would be kind of a disaster.
Yeah, of course. Ham Yuzai still having to banish his influence to level up. So a bit more decisions on that side. You're not really popping off in Dragon Wheel, of course, hoping that that means he can buy a bit of time for himself.
All right, let's hope that the top two cards of the deck is gonna fix this hand.
Yeah, going to draw.
It
What is the
seemed
card
like
draw?
it was another
Refracting Missile.
refracting missile. So still no fract. The two bursts unders. You know what would go really hard right now is a refreshment.
Oh yes, he does run refreshments. This is the niche scenario that a lot of us don't really like, but once in a while you do see it. Is that your hand is just so full of not fractals that you start wanting to draw fractals.
Or alternative, your hand is so full of fractals and has no damage that you need to kind of bottom them to try and start digging for something else.
Yeah, see, this is where you should run Deep Sea Fractal, because you can bottom it with Fractal of Refreshment. You can't get that with Fractal of Insight.
Yeah, we need to play Deep Sea Fractal so we can put it at the bottom of our deck.
Yeah, exactly, where it belongs.
Yeah, you know what? I think it belongs at the bottom of a garbage bin. So,
Ah, come on, it's not that bad.
you know, when the Genmu players play it, it does mill.
All right.
Ooh, refracting missile and then fracturize on the power cell. So we are gonna go for. We are going to try and focus on our own game plan here. Not gonna try and stop that scepter. But yeah, we have the float set up. We have the imbued Fractal of Rain. We have the Scepter of Lumina. Okay, draws another Fracturize Return.
Yeah, I mean, just fracturize it. You're gonna draw another one anyway.
Giving your opponent a +1 does not feel good, but it might be necessary at this point.
Yeah, of course. Just fracturize that to deny 4, maybe 8 damage is really, really important, especially since how game 1 played out was just the 8 damage off the Scepter.
8
and then
damage
6
into 6 from Carpzog. That's 14 damage alone just off of those two cards. So
Yeah, so here he's really, really in a tough spot.
yeah, there's just too many kill spells here. 2 bursts, 2 refractings, and Gildas. It's just there's no fractals. Where are the rocks?
Oh dear. Sitting here, he's probably trying to consider what is a line that allows him to try and draw his way out of this scenario.
Well, there is no draw in the hand, so I think you might have to just maybe you could play the Gildas and start beating, but then that's probably not going to get you there. Yeah, he's just gonna pass here. I mean, he has the fast cure, but with such a big influence, it's very unlikely to get the heal off.
Yeah, yup. Hamusa is also just constantly going down in influence as he is manually using the floats in order to get the Scepter and the level 1 out. So
Ooh, I did see the Viridian Protective Trinket in that riffle through the material deck, so really big card in this matchup, obviously, because we are in the water. A Mirror of Viridian does carry a ton of weight, and we hit the Carp Song. Coda.
Well, there's the intrusion gone, like you mentioned. He would have probably really liked to see that.
Yeah, that's not fun to lose your fractal, which you've been digging for the past 2 turns.
Yeah, well, at least his opponent hasn't really gotten much better on the end of the mills either.
Yeah, these mills so far have really not been great, and just like the last game was not milling any float, and this time literally has not milled any float. Obviously, no bovine, so we've just been relying completely on rain plus the sapphire fate stone.
Yeah, it's where we really see here his capability of the deck, where you no longer are just going off and doing your own thing. How much are you able to wrangle out of the deck while there's nothing much going on?
Ooh, are we going to play the Fracturize in response to this Pally to give a buff counter? No. Okay, we're just going to play a natty Pally here.
Yeah, of course. Probably thinking I'm just going to pressure for the end of the game. My opponent's already at 6 damage. Now at 8, that's over half his life gone. I might as well erase him.
This Refracting Missile does have the potential to just remove the Paladin on its own because it is only 3 health here. So I think could potentially make it through here as long as we start drawing a little bit more rocks. Okay, we're drawing, we're digging. We need to find that. We need to find more fractals.
Yeah, though admittedly, I would have preferred the bobble rather than using the float there, especially since it can still convert into something.
Yeah, I could have drawn a Paladin off the top potentially, so But of course, getting the Scepter of Fascination out early is I see. You know what? If you're not gonna draw the fractals, you're just gonna make your own.
Yeah, not a bad play at all. Of course, still means that the Scepter is completely unchecked, so still needs to be concerned on that.
I love to see the energy on this side. Both players are just like, they're just having fun. They're laughing. Like, wow, we're both so unlucky. I can't find fractals. You can't mill float.
Yeah, it is just the way the game pans out. At least we get to have fun and laugh at our shared misery.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about these decks. You know, sometimes they don't do the thing they need to do. But part of being a good player is finding out how you can make the most out of a bad situation. And I think going for this funky double fracturize your own thing line it's a pretty good showing. I'm definitely, if he finds the Zhang Shao off the top, he would be very rewarded for this play.
Yeah, so actually, notably now, he's considering in his hand, there are 3 refracting missiles, and whether that might pull him towards a conclusion somehow, especially with the burst asunders that he has.
Ooh, so yeah, that's gonna be 4 damage, and another 4, that's 8, and then the burst would do 8 as well. So still not enough. I'm actually surprised this refracting is going to face. I was expecting it to maybe be used to clear the paladin.
Yeah, of course, here maybe trying to find damage because it's getting very bleak since a lot of damage isn't necessarily from the paladin but from the level up, so you might be racing.
You know, I mean, what happens if Hamusai just levels up here? You go up to 12, paladin swings for 2, literally anything that does damage, and you're just dead?
Maybe, yeah, so that's currently at 2-4, so a turtle isn't coming out anytime soon, but still, there is that looming threat that you always gotta be respectful of.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. He currently is holding, I believe, 1 card in hand with 2 fractals on field. So we are posturing for a fast cure or a negate. He does have the fast cure, so I think that is probably the card he kept in there. Though you do have to consider that if Hamizai levels up here, his influence is going to be pretty low.
Yeah, oh god, Drago, yeah, there's so many things to consider. Drago is really thinking through it as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really tough spot to be in. You are still on Water Spirit, so you need to make something happen if you don't want to just die here. Okay, gonna just drop and refracting. Are we gonna refracting face or are we refracting the paladin?
I believe this should be going for face. He might be fishing for a lethal somehow.
Ah, but he has no cards left, so
I mean, this might be if I draw Frost one or I draw Zhang Jiao, this is lethal.
okay, so we are going to just take the damage. No cards left, so obviously we're not on the both players just have like fracturized stuff on field. Make your own fractal day.
Yeah, so we're on 8-8 apiece now. If he draws a Frost one, I think this is over.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Actually, Gildas is balanced now because he's 7.
Oh yeah, I think this game actually might be over here. The
Dissonance. Does that win him?
it would be
For
10 damage, which is missing 1. So but I think can he play the Gildas through all this? He did have to expend 2 fractals in the recollection phase, so not working with us as much as he was expecting. He does have the refracting though, refracting into Burst Asunder. Isn't that enough?
refracting. Does he have to influence the play refracting and burst asunder?
Oh, actually no. The Burst Asunder costs 4 because
Yeah,
he's not
exactly.
on Cleric yet. So actually, this is a really tough spot to be in. Currently has 7 cards plus 1 fractal, 8 total usable resources. So I think he's trying to find a way, but that with the Burst Asunder costing 4, I don't know if it's going to be possible.
Yeah.
Okay, Dissonant out here. So Dissonant would put you at... Finds another Dissonant as well. So Dissonant here would put you the Burst Asunder at 10. 10 damage, but he'd need to pay 4 for that, which means he'd need to have something cheap enough that does 1 damage, which I don't see currently. I don't think he can play the Gildas and the Burst Asunder on this turn.
It's reserving. I believe that's... Is that 3? Is that a Gildas
I
coming?
think it's 2, and then maybe gonna tap this Fractal. So it's either gonna be Gildas or maybe gonna try and go for the refracting here.
Yeah, but it's so difficult because at which point do you play?
Balance G. So big G gonna come in here. So yeah, he realized he cannot kill this turn, so he has to go for the.
It's not balanced. He has
Oh,
6
it's not
influence.
balanced. Oh no, did not do the math right. Counting is in fact very hard. It's actually not as easy as you think to find the correct way to balance Gilda. Some hands it's just a little bit awkward. We're gonna come in, swing for 1 damage. This is really not good. Then he has 3 cards in hand, which means he can posture for that fast cure at least, because if we do go for the level up here with that 1 fracture, I think he will be lower on influence. Actually, it is very possible. Oh, okay, QSG with a. I mean, it's gotta be Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah, I have to imagine so at this point. Although you've got lethal on the horizon, you still need to play properly into your outs.
Yeah, so this is the one scary thing. Oh my god.
All right, milling floats.
Oh my god.
A whole bunch of nothings. Recollects, draws.
I'm going to draw. Let's see if we can find something good. I mean, do you just kill the Gildas? You probably just get rid of her.
Does he have ways to get rid of it?
Oh, does he not? He still hasn't found another ally, so I'm just going to go straight to face here. Take a good 2 damage. Actually, does he have another Paladin? He has another Paladin, so he can play Paladin, and then he will use the float to get a buff counter, and then he can kill the Gildas if he wants to, or he could just swing face if he's insane.
All right, another Paladin here, looking to draw 1.
Maybe gonna employ this Shimmer or Glimmering Refusal. Is that no? Actually, no. He does not have a Glimmering. That's just a. He might actually refract this Paladin in response to the on enter. I mean, it wouldn't matter because he does have 4 fractals, so it would be enough either way. But if you're spending a refracting missile hitting a Paladin, you're not spending it hitting face.
I think, yeah, that's right actually, because you have to respect that that's probably a safeguard underneath that QSG.
Yeah, I think if you want to try and win this game, you have to try and play around the safeguard where you force the safeguard and then you chain 2 other spells. But oh my god, we're just hitting face. That is so risky. I think maybe Hamuzai is just thinking to himself, oh, you know, I have the safeguard. I'm safe. I don't need to clear this Gildas.
All right, so at this point, if Drago can balance Gildas and play 1 fractal, I believe that is game.
The thing is, there is a refracting missile in Hamuzai's hand. He does have 2 fractals, which means he can kill this Gildas with that refracting. And with the amount of cards in Dragowill's hand, really needs to be concerned about negates. He can't really go for this YOLO play and also hold up negates or ways to pay for the negate. He has to level up here, because if he doesn't level up, he has to pay 4 for that Burst Asunder, and he's currently no float engrave, so it's a tough spot to be in. I think maybe needs to try and find the fast cure, find a way to heal a little bit, get a float in there. But it all gets a little bit complicated by that Gildas math, because how do we balance and level up and use our fractals and go for the kill? So really needs to think long and hard about the best way to get around everything here.
Yeah, this all the damage.
Oh, actually, no, he does have a soft
Yeah,
float.
I mean, he does have float from all the things he's done, but Diao isn't really a deck that is known for utilizing float.
Yeah. He has more float than the mill deck, actually, so...
Yeah, well, normally this is where you start considering, am I actually playing a mill deck? Although he probably has had to make some concessions since this is a more beat down spell damage based build.
Yeah, so we're just going to go level up, it seems, because obviously our Fascination's already been used, so this is the only thing left. We're going to go for that level 1, which does give us the Glimmer counters, which allows us to play this Burst Asunder for 2, but then now, hopefully, if we can find a Shimmering Refraction, that would be very good at this point.
Is that 2 refracting in
No,
hand?
it's a Refracting, Fast Cure, and some other water card, it seems.
Yeah. I thought I saw Glimmering.
It's a Glimmering
Oh, it is a
Refusal, yeah.
Glimmering.
So it's a Refusal, it's a Shimmer, or it's a Refracting, and it's a... So we're going to Fast Cure here, get some healing off. It is 4 to 5, I think, so we could try and equalize to deny the heal. But it is... I mean, we could just Refracting kill the Gildas right now, and maybe that would be enough. And we deny the heal, we kill the Gildas, we have the Safeguard to protect ourselves from potential Burst Asunder. Definitely thinking about it. I mean, I think, yeah, okay, he's going to go for it. We're just going to kill the Gildas now.
Okay, so 3 on the Gildas, then
Oh!
on Faith.
Face? Okay, that is extremely, extremely greedy.
Well, now that this has happened, does Drago will have it?
I mean, 5 cards in hand through Safeguard. I don't think he has it.
If you, with 4 fractals, that's 5 up to. Yeah, no, he still is missing 1 damage somewhere.
Yeah, he has 1 refracting and a burst. That's
if
it.
he refreshments here, and then uses the burst to force out the safeguard, refracting missile
Would be
is,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
he needs to reserve 1 card, and after playing all 3, he will be at 1 in hand, 1 in memory. That's just enough, I think.
Potentially. So we are going to put down 2. Getting tense here.
Yeah.
Has to find the line because he is 100% dead next turn if he does not win right now. I gotta go back. That refracting missile, definitely. If you hit the Gildas here, like, you're assured to win, are you not? Because he just cannot do enough damage without the Gildas swing. And then, of course, you already had 2 Paladins on field and Scepter. I think doing 3 damage to your opponent is not particularly necessary at that point.
Yeah, if anything, it might have sealed the game there, especially since now Drago is able to play and calculate out his outs.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about any negates anymore. We really just have to worry about the Quicksilver Grail at this point. You know, it would be crazy if that was like a, if that's not Safeguard Amulet. What if it's Blinding Orb or something?
Oh, if it's not safe, I have to imagine Drago will just forces it out here.
Well, Dragwell did get to see the material deck, so he would at least have knowledge of everything that it could potentially be. But it's almost like 9 out of 10 times it's Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah.
And we did see Bob go for a extremely greedy, like I mean, actually kind of like 5-head. He put the Blinding Orb instead of a Safeguard under QSG in that last game, and it really paid off in the end. So maybe Hamizai's also trying to play the mental game here and putting in things under this QSG. Okay, so yeah, he's calculating. He's like, yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead next turn. I gotta win.
Yeah, that's it's
Refracting for 2 face. I mean, you need to amulet this. I mean, at this point, if he has, is he gonna take it? If he takes this, that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage, which will put you up to 14. Swing with Gildas would put you up to 18, so you are still alive technically.
yeah, and at this point, this is the 3rd refracting missile. There is no way there is a 4th. Said everyone ever.
But we do have the burst, so if we swing with Gildas after this. Yeah, like if we swing with the Gildas after this and then we burst, you were definitely, yeah. I think he's got it. I think this is basically gonna seal the game here because all he has is burst asunder. And he had no Shimmer Refraction, so we can't try and do a Guaja Shimmer Refraction. Yeah, I think this is over.
Yeah, well.
Gilda's gonna swing 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this Burst Asunder is not gonna do it. That's it. There's a Refreshment, a Burst Asunder. So yeah, I said he's actually gonna be like, okay, I need to kill things. I need to try and survive. I mean, he's just dead. The Scepter of Lumina's on field.
Yeah, just leveling up is lethal there. So
He's gonna put you down, and he's gonna play. Is he gonna burst to kill the Paladin?
I believe so. Yeah, there's not much else he can really do.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, you know, unfortunately, things sometimes do pan out this way. We're gonna banish that float. You know, you may nerf the Scepter, but in the end, it is still 4 damage. Well, in this case, 8 damage. So yeah, Hamuzai gonna take the first game here with a very unusual material deck choice on that Scepter of Lumina, but actually paying dividends here. I mean, obviously, it really worked. It did a lot. It did 8 damage in both games that it came. Well, in game 2, he just died before he even got a chance to level up. But in game 1 and 3, that did 8 damage, 16 damage across 2 games, and that that was a huge swing here, especially because Draco was not able to really hold up all that much. And really, that last game, not drawing any fractals, really hurt.
Yeah, so there's so many things that he potentially could have tried to do, but at the same time, there's not much there because there wasn't a lot of glimpse, there was no mill, his draws didn't net him any real value, and the fractal deck just kind of didn't draw the right fractals. But well, he still built it, he did a great showing, and there was almost a lethal path there, I think. If his opponent just didn't materialize that safeguard, there was something there, but of course, you can't just say my opponent isn't good enough to know that I have lethal at this point.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing about the Safeguard Amulet, and that's why everyone is playing the Quicksilver Grail in this meta, because you need to have the insurance, because obviously Cleric does have an out to Safeguard Amulet in the form of the Crystalline Mirror. So having the Quicksilver Grail as an easy way to guarantee that your Safeguard is going to go off is really important, which is why so many people are maining the Quicksilver Grail now instead of GCR, instead of Artivore, which are both also very good Divine Relics that we could be playing. So yeah, I think Hamuzai, congratulations. You beat a world's competitor from last year. So that's a really great showing, and we'll see. Maybe we'll see more of him in the coming rounds.
Yeah, of course, home turf buff.
Yeah, you're right. That is. I have heard that the home court advantage is very strong. So yeah, I mean that's it for us. Hopefully you had a good time, and so we're gonna head to a break real soon. I believe there's gonna be maybe 10 minutes left before we can get to our next round. So yeah, thanks so much for being here, and don't go anywhere.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明
And we are back, but this time I'm with Florence. This time it's me, Chrism. We will be bringing you Ascent for round 2. How are you feeling today so far, Florence?
I'm happy that the first round went well. It was an exciting game, and I think we're going to have a pretty exciting round 2 as well. But before we get there, we do have some data for you guys, some graphs. I know everyone loves a good graph. So we have here Champion Spirit Breakdown. What do you look at that? It's almost perfectly balanced.
Just like everything's supposed to be, almost a 30% across the board. However, a slight above the rest will be Win, and then followed by Waller, which is not surprising, I guess, because considering the fact that, in my opinion at least, that in Malaysia, most players are keen to playing back their previous decks, and in this case, I would suspect the Win is mostly Tristan in this case. Both of them do own the Recollection Tristan deck, where Grand Lager had a peak in Malaysia, and a lot of players came to the game surging and looking for a deck, and they're like, oh, what is the easiest deck to play? At the time, there's only two, right? Recollection, there's the Sylvie deck, there's the Tristan deck, and it's not a surprise that people were going for Tristan, and it kind of shows here Win. And also, like, there's not just Tristan, right? There's a lot of other decks, especially the one we saw in the Taiwan Nets, Win Allies. So that's probably why Win is much more of a represented deck right here. And then we look here at the Champion Breakdown 90s. So we have a 22% Gocha, highest of the other champions right now. And then followed by Diao Chan, and then of course Xander, and then we have Ari. Nothing surprising in my opinion. What's your thoughts?
Okay, so Guoja being the most common deck is surprising to me.
Is it?
It's a bit surprising to me. I was definitely expecting there to be a lot more Genbus because Luxem has kind of propped up.
Yep.
So I was expecting there to be more. I wasn't expecting it to be the most common deck.
All right, so I think there is a few theories. One it will be accessibility, right? We talk about accessibility. So Gocha is a recollection deck, just like Tristan, and I think it's very accessible for a lot of players. Because I've been talking to players around, and not many of them are long-term players. Some of them just started 1 month ago, 1 week ago. Some will just borrow a friend's deck. So kind of makes sense that they probably just picked up a Gocha deck. Hey, I can play Gocha and go for the tournament. Because Gocha is very versatile as well. Like, this doesn't represent what kind of Gocha they're playing, right? There is Jambu, as we speak about it.
Suzaku.
And
Could be Seiryu.
Yeah, Seiryu Turbo as well. I think Seiryu Turbo is actually a very popular deck in Malaysia, actually.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Like, I know 2 players that I kind of talk to a lot. They're like very into the whole Seiryu Turbo. They're like, just do it. Just have the dragon up and, you know, have a 4-12 swinging and return or having a ton. It's great. But again, there is the Delchan and the Xander over there, I suspect, being the Fractal deck and also, well, Luxem.
Yeah, I mean, Luxem is Luxem. It did really well in CNATs, so I think a lot of people are jumping on it.
Yep.
The thing about Luxem is if you're not blessed, then sometimes the deck just doesn't do its thing. Because, you know, sometimes you just don't draw the Luxem cards. You're one of those players that doesn't draw their Luxem cards, unlike the winner of Southeast Asian Nationals.
Unlike Mr. Bob that we've seen.
Unlike Mr. Bob himself.
Crazy game. Still in my mind how insane he played that game. But of course, we don't have to forget about the other bottom half. We do have the Arisana, the Lorraine, the Tristan, the Jin, very well represented variety of champions as well. As you see that Merlin right there, 2%, never leaving there, right?
Yeah, that Merlin. I mean, you know, sometimes you just got to stick with what you know, right?
Sometimes you got to stick with what you know.
And
But
Arisana here actually could be potentially Wind Astra, could also be Slash and Burn.
yes.
Slash and Burn Arisana could also be Water Arisana instead. We could be playing Fractals, but with Arisana instead. So there's definitely a lot. I'm definitely thinking here based on this. I'm expecting Genbus, I'm expecting Fractals, I'm expecting Luxem, and I'm expecting Astra.
We're expecting a lot of stuff, a lot of variety of decks. Like, I do think this meta is very versatile. And the crazy part is that despite its versatility, the meta keeps shifting every time. Like, we see a huge shift again. Last meta, I believe that we have a lot of Win allies.
Yes.
Making day 2. I don't think this will be the case this time. This is my personal opinion. One is the Lorraine's number looks a bit lower than the Nets for sure. And the fact that people have switched on to playing Gambu, which I think in terms of how you see it is that even if you're playing Seiryu or Gambu, both of them have Taunt, which is not really good into allies, right? You just have a big body there defending all the allies' attacks. So I think that's kind of like a reason why some people thought, okay, maybe if Malaysia is just full of players play Gambu, right, we don't really want to play allies.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's enough discussion from us. Let's move on to the game itself. So we have got Cuckoo Lord versus Marcus from Hong Kong here. So we got another Malaysian rep here. Do you know this player, Chrisom?
Sadly, no. I might know a lot of players, but again, Malaysia is quite big. There are like a lot of sovereignty, so there's a lot of different states. So he might be from the other part of Malaysia, maybe from KL, sorry, not KL, Penang or Sabah Sarawak. So not very familiar with everyone, but we are going to jump into Marcus is going to be, I believe.
Spirit of Fire into Scry the Skies. This tells me you are either on Rai.
Yeah, sorry,
or
but
Merlin.
I do recognize my friend on the right side.
Oh, actually, okay.
And so I was like, that guy is not from Hong Kong. He's a Malaysian. So we do have, correct me, production will get it right. We do have a Malaysian on the right there. He is going to be playing Luxem, I believe. And we are going to... Oh, is this a Luxem mirror? Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
so seems like it's Fire Arisana.
Wow.
Fire Arisana versus... I still am not... So let's see. And then on the other side, we have...
Wait a minute.
Seems like it is...
It's...
I think we don't have the other deck list. Okay, well, so it's Luxem. So
Yeah,
it's
it's Luxem.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to
Well,
be...
that is unusual, though. Having a normal spirit.
Yeah, we
Luxem.
thought the other way around, right? Like when we saw
Yeah.
Serene, we're like, wait a minute. I think it was supposed to be Marcus playing the Luxem, but no, it's going to be... wow.
Hasty. This is not your
Wait a
standard
minute.
Luxem deck, that's for sure.
What's going on?
So we're going to go swing with that Hasty. Do we have the float in order
Is
to...
this an aggro Luxem that plays Luxem? Sorry, is this
I
an aggro?
mean, uncover the plot? You wouldn't be playing uncover the plot.
What's going on?
Okay, I mean it's weird, but I'm down to see where this goes. Going to drop that Sable Remnant, so we do have it seems kind of aggro-y, which is
Yeah.
weird.
I think even Marcus confused.
Yeah, like honestly, if I saw this, I'm like, what am I looking? Is this Riza? Is this is Luxem? Like what
I
is
mean,
this?
that's the thing, right? If I don't know what I'm doing, my opponent wouldn't know what he's supposed to do as well. So this confusion is giving us a lot of question marks. But I think right now the game is going smoothly. Arisana is going to go to level 1, going to give up his herbs there. And we are going to see Creative Shock. Wow, this is a level 3 Arisana from what we are
Yes.
understanding. Interesting, because
Is,
usually we think about it is win, right?
It's usually win. It's I mean, there are level 3 Arisanas that play water, but it's a completely different playstyle. It's like a negate heavy playstyle. This one is, it looks like it's just turbo level 3. Probably going to try and discard this Cosmic Bolt, or he does have float. He could drop the float as well. So, okay, we do have the other deck list here now. Yeah, so it's normal Spirit, Luxem, Xander.
It's Luxem Xander.
Looking at it though, yeah, it's Luxem. He has 4 Light Weavers, 4 Luxem sites. He has
Wow.
Excalibur. He's got, yeah, this is Luxem, but then it's playing like a lot of weird stuff. So
A lot of stuff to dig. I guess Hasty Messenger sort of makes sense. It's a card that digs. So
actually, this is your, you know this player, right? This is your friend,
yeah,
right?
but I don't remember them putting Hasty Messenger.
Okay.
It's probably like a last minute thing, but yeah. So we are going to see the crack there. Polaris thumbs down. What a powerful card. This thing has defined the meta, I assume, at one point.
Yeah, I mean, Polaris, when it first came out, didn't do that much. I mean, Arisana actually started seeing some play, but it really took the release of Horde Counter and Dawn's Reversal for her to really start seeing like widespread play. And Arisana never really got to the point where she was the most popular deck. I think she's a deck that you have to be a certain kind of person to want to play Arisana. You have to love glimpsing.
Yeah, you gotta love glimpsing. I think it takes a lot of skill because glimpsing is not just about trying to star core. You can also set up your draws, knowing what to bottom so that, okay, I don't need too many copies of this card. We are going to go back into Kukulok's turn. He is probably going to go to another Hasty.
Okay, we've dumped 2 float. Can we dump a third of these Hasties?
It's starting to look like the Fire Xander list instead of our standard Luxem list. This is a bit scary right now. But I mean, the RCWS has the Polaris, so I don't think he's that afraid.
Yeah, the main thing here is obviously you don't want to Polaris and just to kill some Hasties, but
Yep.
we are playing against Luxem, so we have to resolve this Polaris if we want to have enough damage to finish this one off.
Yep.
Being on fire does mean you don't have like the big wind blowout cards. You don't have like Beseech. You can't play like Fertile Grounds. Looking at it though, it looks like a pretty standard. Ooh, a main deck Morgan Soul Guide is in this, so maybe a little bit prepared for the Luxem matchup there. Morgan obviously gets the double value from also getting a glimpse, so you can use that as an extra glimpse to get some more star calls in. So that's why Morgan does work well in this deck. And then, of course, it works against other Arisanas because you can use it to stop them from getting the heals off of Serene, stops them from getting the heals off of 3 visits. Actually, that's the main thing is like because you're playing fire, you don't have 3 visits.
Yeah. So the thing is that because you're playing fire, you don't have what you say. You don't have the Beseech, so you can't really accelerate your game plan, which is going to level 3 as soon as possible. However, it does mean that you are gonna be having a bit more of a removal, I believe, because you're playing fire, right? There's also the creative shocks and stuff like that. So in that side, it does kind of like counterbalance the deck speed. However, we are going to go for a pouch here. Probably gonna be paying 1 before recollection. This hand is massive. This is such a big hand.
Surprised he didn't choose to play that creative shock in that previous turn. Maybe worried about some way of removing the float. Do have those 2 Cosmic Bolts. We could just ship those into the memory, so when we level up, they get banished, and we definitely need to get some of these Cosmic Bolts into the banish so we can get the big hitting Cosmics earlier on. 2 reduced ashes is not great. Just gonna pass, it seems. Probably gonna play this creative shock and try and level up. We have not hit an herb pair as well, but we probably will when we hit level 2, which is when it really matters.
We are going to go Xander level 2. That seems to be. Can you pick up Sky? I don't think you can.
No, you can only add Assassin action. So it seems like he has no Juggle Knives or anything. So that means, yeah, he's not going to get the draw off of the Xander 2, which is unfortunate. But we did dump 3 floats off these Hasties already. So I think.
I'm curious now. Does he play
Does he
Slice
even
and Dice?
play-
Wait, does he play Slice and Dice?
He is not playing. Oh my god, he's playing Korhazi Courier.
Is there Slice and Dice somewhere?
No, there's no Slice and Dice in here. Yeah,
Alright.
this is a weird. It's like half of Fire Aggro and half of Luxem. It's so weird.
Yeah, I think if I were Marcus, I'll probably be really confused at first. I'll be like, what's going on? But once you see the Luxem side, okay, you are still Luxem, true and true. So we are going to see him trying to expand the level 3 gameplay as soon as possible, because that is one of the highlights of the Luxem deck, right? Most of your cards do rely on having the Luxem element active. And the thing is that how relevant you think the effect of level 3 Xander does against Arisana, considering the fact that, in my experience at least, most level 3 decks are kind of like low influence, right? So they won't be able to, don't really have enough hand to kind of like pull it down for Xander, so that Xander could, yeah, but anyway.
The thing about Arisana is that she doesn't need cards in hand to really do that much, because as long as she has an Astroscope on field, she can still play. And obviously, in response to the Xander trigger, you could also just drop your Scries, you could drop your Wisdom's Reprises, just throw your... And also, if you're playing Wind Astra, then you would have 3 visits as well. So you have lots of ways of glimpsing, even without any cards in hand, and you just use the Arisana effect to get the free Star Call activation, which is why she actually works pretty well against Luxem. I think this matchup, she is definitely unfavored. 4 incaps and having a lot of healing is kind of annoying. Also, having the ability to destroy Polaris early on with the Excalibur does make it a bit hard. So there are things that Arisana can do, but the main thing is she really has to just try and kill you ASAP, and she has to get the Polaris off and try and hit maybe like 5 or 6 herbs off it just to get the extra reach from those additional Cosmic Bolts. So we are going to play out the Creative Shock here. I'm probably going to dump this Foraging Servant, or the Fast Cure, I believe is also. Oh my god, that's a lot of reduced ashes in hand.
Not going to be quite helpful right now. So we are going to dump the floating.
You're going to throw that Fast Cure. I believe we put down the Cosmic Bolts, so that... Oh, actually, no, we have 2 float already, so we are just going to...
Go
these Cosmic Bolts... You know what? We're just going to hard play them.
Well,
no Dungeon Guide, though.
no
Haven't seen
Dungeon Guide.
one.
It's a bit tough right here. That's
Oh,
why.
you know...
Wait a minute.
Yeah, only has 3. He only has 3 Dungeon Guides.
Well, can still draw it, right?
Oh, did he whiff? Is he still no pair? Okay, surely at this point.
Surely, right?
Surely you're not going to hit a 6. Ooh, okay,
Okay.
we hit a pair, we hit a pair.
All right.
We're safe, we're safe.
Yeah, we're safe. Very important to hit a pair for the level 2 Arizona effect because it's part of their draw engine. Previously, we do play the fertile ground, but again, this isn't win, so there's no fertile ground here to actually guarantee a duplicate.
And actually, a big thing is that this deck is playing 2 copies of Prima Materia. So that's the one silver lining is if you do hit no pairs, you do have the ability to Prima Materia. And with the amount of herbs on field, it's not that unlikely. So we're gonna hit another. We're gonna hit another mana. No, that's a Blight Root.
That's the Blight Root. That's the one that gives level, I believe.
Yes, the one and 2 are the level ones. 3 and 4 are the heal ones, and then 5 and 6 are the wash
Ooh,
ones.
drew the Morgan here.
Ooh, Morgan is nice.
Morgan does help because the Luxem does heals a lot, right?
Yeah, and surprising actually that he did not choose to play the Mnemonic Charm here because he doesn't have enough cards to level up. Or potentially going to try and pop the Polaris here and then kill his own Foraging Servant to put a float into the grave. That is one of the reasons why people were playing the Foraging Servant.
So just give me a consideration. Considering to pop the... wait, is he...
Yeah, I think
triggering
he's going for. He's going to start. Oh, wait, he's putting the Morgan away?
Wow.
Maybe he hasn't. I mean, you should be able to suss out that this Luxem based on the amount of float he's playing.
Yeah.
I'm curious to throw the Morgan.
So he doesn't need it now. That's his mindset. He's like, I can do it later. Because you do shuffle your deck, right? Once you hit the Polaris, maybe you come back up. So, yep, we are going to crack the Polaris. So only 4. Interesting.
So, wait, that should be like. Did he not get the? Did he not eat the pair? So he should have
2. Yeah, 4, right? So he eats the pair, and then he triggered 2 of it.
Okay, so hopefully this is enough.
I think, generally speaking, 4 is technically enough because considering the fact that he has 2 Cosmic Bolt, right, that he's trying to banish it. So from now on, any Cosmic Bolt that's being shot would be basically 8 damage. The first one will be 8. And then afterwards, consider it will be 10, 12. That's more than enough.
I think 4 is usually enough against most decks. But against Lux 7 specifically, 1, incapacitate. 2, lots of healing. I mean, he's not on Serene though, which is the thing. So it's like obviously the amount of healing that the total amount of health that we could potentially gain is not the same. Having that on-demand heal 6 is pretty important. So we did also get that foraging. Oh my God, Korazi Courier. This is not your average Luxem. It's like Hasties, Couriers, like a ton of float allies. It's definitely interesting, I'll say that much.
If you have anyone like this comes to the middle of the stream and watch the game, like, hey, this guy's playing Fire Zender. Like,
is he though?
Is he? I don't know. I mean, that's the best part about Grand Archive, right? You have a lot of creativity and freedom to build your decks, no matter how crazy the concept sounds like. And it does seem like he does have a very decent amount of influence, I would say. Like, he is kind of still not behind. He is level 2. He just needs to hit level 3, and his game plan is active. Or more floating. Wow.
Okay, so it does not throw a fire card, so we're not going to get the extra damage. We get another float, so we will be able to level this. He plays Dungeon Guide, and he just hasn't drawn it somehow. So we're going to get rid of both of these Cosmic Bolts, so we are set now. If we can hit like 2 or 3 Cosmic Bolts, okay, this could Wisdom. This could get explosive real fast.
Oh, Cosmic Bolt. How to counter?
I wonder if he wants. Yeah, okay. You know, he doesn't care about the Horde counter. He's gonna ship it. Go. He's gonna take. This is gonna be Cosmic Bolt for 8 now. He also needs to draw for the Wisdom Surprise here as well. So we're gonna go Wisdom Surprise, get the draw into memory, and then Cosmic Bolt gonna come in for 8. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. And to note, he does pay the cost instead of using it free with the Arsenal Leader effect, Arsenal Champion effect. So. Okay, we are going to see the safeguard.
So the safeguard gets popped very early.
Very early as well. Interesting.
And now, if you're on Marcus' side, you don't really have an incentive to go too hard this turn because he popped the safeguard. You can just hold all your cards and do everything on his turn instead. And his influence is insane.
Insane influence. Like, usually, if we think about Arisana, this is not the influence that I'll be thinking of.
Also drew another Cosmic Bolt, so that's, I mean, he could just like throw the Cosmic Bolt here, he could just hold up this Wisdom Surprise. Probably not enough Luxem cards in that memory to really force you to put your whole hand down. Yeah,
we are going to see
Luxem. Whoa. Wait, why did we put that down? Was that a draw in the memory?
I mean, maybe it's just gambling.
Maybe, potentially. I mean, he had 2 floats, so it was like a 1 in 3 chance.
Or maybe it's more.
Okay, so we are going to play the Nascent Barrier in advance here. So that's going to give us a block 4. And then that amount of damage. If we play the Mnemonic, we could also pop these herbs if we want to get more. But
Oh, just an incap it straight away. Wow.
Incapping a Nascent Barrier feels a bit unnecessary in my eye. That incap must be saved for the bolts instead, because now it's, I mean, yeah, it's a glimpse. But we're also going to Hordy. We're going to Hordy here.
Yes, a lot of herbs to pay for it.
We are going to pay 3 herbs or potentially 2 + 1 from hand. Yeah, so we're going to pay 3 herbs. Which
3 herbs.
He cannot stop this. Now we're going to get Glimpse, actually. So very high potential that we could hit 2 Star Call cards here. That's Primo.
Prima.
Oh, double Primo Materia. Ooh, okay, well, the Primas are not useful now. We don't have enough herbs to really... He thinks
he saw it.
Don't keep it. Don't keep it, man. You have 1 herb. No, okay.
Yeah, he was like thinking about, if only I didn't pop those herbs.
If I ingredient pouch 3 more times.
No, and we do see rewarded straight away. We do see the Cosmic Bolt right now off the top.
There's the Cosmic Bolt. That's going to be for 10. So you are at 15. You do have no Serene. I hope there's some sights in there, because otherwise this is going to get dicey. You already have a Cosmic Bolt in hand as well. So next, he might actually fire. Is he going to fire the Wisdom's Reprise here? He could. He has enough cards to pay for another Cosmic as well. So, but yeah, next turn he can just hard play the Cosmic Bolt from hand for 12, which is it just kills if there's no sights.
Yeah, I think even before Recollection, he can do it right now. He can try to do it. Like, he can Respise, and if he actually gets a Cosmic Bolt, I think is it game?
Yes, it's game.
It's game, right?
I mean, currently 1, 2, 3, 4 Cosmic Bolts are gone, so there's 4 left in the deck. So are you that much of a gambler?
I mean.
Oh my God! Triple Gleaming Cut. Now I see why he was forced to put down that Light Weaver. So 3 Gleaming Cuts, put 4 cards down, which means we cannot play anything anymore. I guess we still have.
So dangerous.
We have Pouch still, but I mean that's draw 6.
Yep. And it's saying cut. I mean, the man went from like very low influence to just, I don't know, a Brazilian. That's 6 cards right here. So we are going to see a Luxem player on the turn 11, revolving 3 of the Gleaming Cut, drawing 6, gonna recollect right here. For how many influence is that? Like,
I mean, his hand's not on screen, but it's pretty big. He also dumped so much float off of the level ups.
Yeah, so
his influence is very, very high.
Yeah, it's like very healthy in terms of influence. Like, this is just an insane amount. He can even can he double Light Weaver this turn?
I don't think he has 10. Maybe he has 10, but he already lost 1 Light Weaver. We only know 1 accounted for. If he drew another one, which is not unlikely after draw 6.
Yep, this is gonna pop the Nascent Barrier, because he did deal 2 with the Light Weaver last recollection, and then 2 from the Korhazi, I believe.
Korhazi's 1, and then her on hit.
On hit, that use 1 if it's
2.
Or just 2 if it's a fire card, right?
Yes, but because we did not hit because of the Nascent Barrier blocking it, it will not do. We don't do the damage here.
Yep.
Oh, actually, it does 1, so it's 1/1. Yeah. So, but it does 2 if you have dagger, which is usually what happens. But we are not playing this kind of style.
We are gonna dig even further. We're gonna go Creative Shock here in the main phase.
I mean, remember, he did not have sight. He also did not. He already used one of his incaps. I think he also threw an incap earlier off of a mill, which means if he doesn't have an incap here, if we just hard play the Cosmic Ball, do you just die?
I think we do.
I mean, if he has enough to play a Light Weavers, and then if he drew a sight, there's a chance. If he has Uncover here, we could try and Uncover and get some healing off if we actually did find some sights.
Yeah, I think uncovering here with the Luxem side is very important right now, because you do, like you say, want to heal as much as possible right here. You are going to take Cosmic Bolt damage for 12 if it actually does land. And then again, Marcus in Material Deck does have the Scepter, which allows him to glimpse even more cards. So it is very dangerous for the Luxem player right now.
Yeah, and also could also just go Necklace of Foresight, and we just pop the Necklace of Foresight, then we just try and dig us deep and just try and kill him right now. Okay, thinking about what to play here. I mean, as a Luxem player, you usually don't play. Oh my God, he's gonna Striking Illuminance?
Is that enough?
With assuming there's 5 Luxem cards in the memory, if he has enough to play the Light Weavers, it might be enough.
is gonna be.
Oh, he only has two
no,
cards. Okay, only two cards. So this is gonna be Striking Illuminance. Maximum amount is 9 damage. Oh wait, no, he has 4.
4.
Okay, so he can't play another Light Weavers. No Light Weavers.
Yeah. Like,
Yes.
you need 5 cards in hand to play that Weaver,
exactly.
so
So this would be potentially 9 plus. He had 1 Light Weavers already, so assuming there's 1 Light Weavers, that's 2 pings. So it's 11, which is not even close. And then he also has Serene still. So
yeah, I can only think of the fact that maybe he drew Luxem side out of this. That's
yeah,
why he's
might
doing
be just
it.
using this as a potential heal. Oh my God, that's it has 1 side, 2 Light Weavers.
2
Okay,
Weaver, okay.
good start.
All right, that's not that bad.
And
That's
then 4 cards in hand. I'm wondering. I am probably holding an Incapacitate if he can.
Mm-hmm.
Get the heal 3. This is gonna do a 7, fat 7 plus another 4 from the 2 Light Weavers. That actually means we have found 3 out of 3 out of our 4 Light Weavers already.
I mean,
This is kind of Bob pace actually, but
I mean, that man drew 3 Gleaming cards. That's not a surprise, right?
I mean, some people the Gleaming Cut draw 6 and then it's like reprogram, creative shock.
I mean, some people are just more blessed than others, right? It
Yeah,
is what
I
it
mean-
is. But we are going to let it resolve, and it's gonna be 15 damage take for the Arizona player.
Did get a glimpse of the hand there. It's an Incap. Oh no, it's a Vanish.
It's
So
a Vanish from the side.
Actually, I don't think there's anything here. It's a Vanish. That's an exploit vulnerability.
Yeah, all these are just for combats in general, which is not really helpful against Arizona, because Arizona's damage doesn't come from allies or attacks. They come from the Cosmic Bolt, which is basically a spell that says bang.
Ooh, you know, if he wants like the guaranteed kill here, he could just go Lunar Conduit, just hard play the. Okay, we're gonna go for the ring to get so we can play the Wisdom's Reprise now. Gonna try and dig for Comet Fall. Comet Fall 4 damage and 2 Cosmic Ball hard played. You're dead.
Yep, I think so. This is gonna be 4 damage across the board.
Gonna draw in the memory from that Wisdom's Reprise. Yeah, he has nothing. There's no defense here. Yeah, he's just, so that's gonna be 4, and then he just hard plays that Cosmic Ball. Vanish. He's gonna play the Vanish. I was like, yeah, Arizona's really. Dude, I'm really worried about Arizona like heavy swinging me.
I mean,
he does take damage from that. That does do damage to everything that is not Astra.
yep. And the only one that is Astra here is the champion, but they're just trying to resolve what's going on.
Yeah, I think he just wasn't sure if that did damage to everything. Yes, he's gonna take his 4 damage here. He's gonna play the Vanish aside. That's like, you know what? Yeah, sure. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, like I just want to go to game 2, I guess. Yeah,
And
Cosmic
Cosmic Ball.
Yep.
There we go.
There
For
we go.
12, you are dead. If this was Serene, you would live, but we are not on Serene, unfortunately.
That's a wow game.
Yeah, you know, it's rare for me to see someone resolve 3 Gleaming Cuts and then lose.
I mean, it happens, right? Sometimes you just draw the some part that you need, which is the healing part. I assume he needs this done, and well, then again, like many things that happen in the game, which is really, really confusing, I think. Maybe he's just not aware of, aware that Arizona does have that kind of nuke damage, that kind of thing. Maybe it's just unfamiliarity with the matchups. So a lot of these factors do come in, and we are going to see side decking now.
Yeah, so looking at the Xander's sideboard, he's got Gawain. That could come in clutch, suppose. Heavenly Guide, actually. A 1-up Heavenly Guide. You know, we love a random 1-up in your sideboard.
I mean, Heavenly Guide does help. Like, you are versus level 3 deck, so if he is level 3 first, you can just Heavenly Guide and get your level 3.
Crystallized Destiny is also really big. It's the normal spell shield. You know, it also, especially the Cosmic Balls, they do hit over 8. So
And we do see the influence being high here, so it's not that expensive for him to play it.
yeah,
But
and then Blanche. So we have lots of things we could put in. On the Arizona side, however, we do have our own Blanche, which I don't think is necessary. Meteor Strike could come in as a way to just try and destroy Insignia. We could try and destroy the map if we bring it out. And then we have Spell Shield Astra, which is very good against Luxem cards, against Light Weavers in particular when they try and go for the big YOLO. Though chances are, if they're going to go for the YOLO Light Weavers, you have no cards in hand. So
yeah, I mean, at that point, you just Astra Seal? Is it Astra Seal? Yeah.
I mean, if you have an Astral Seal, they have a banished one. Though, I mean, that's the thing. Is like they're going to wait. Like, the Luxem player is never going to commit when you have 1 card in hand because it could be Horde counter. It could be an Astral Seal played for free. Unless, of course, the Astral Seal has, I mean, there shouldn't be a banished Light Weavers in that.
I was gonna
there
say that.
shouldn't be one, but
Like, what do you think today if out of the whole day we just see a guy playing Ari and then like there is a card that's not part of his deck? Let's say, for example, Fuke in the banish.
I don't think you can do. I think it has to be your opponent's cards.
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh, in any banish. Okay, so you're gonna play a random one of Fugue, and this is like so 5-head though, and then you just banish it, and then
Yeah.
and now you get to play Cosmic Seal.
And then your
for-
opponent's confused.
Yeah, you know what? I can see it. I mean, he's playing fire, so actually, if he has
Yeah.
like float, he can play
Yeah.
some random off-element float.
Yep. You can do that, but again, that's just a wild thing we're throwing around. I don't know if we actually
mean,
see it,
I
but
don't think anyone's gonna put in a random one of like.
hey man, you might never know.
You never know. You never
You
know.
might never know, but we are going to take a bit time here. Players choosing what to side in and side out. I mean, that's the thing about this type of game where it's a best of 3 and there is sideboard involved where things do change drastically at one point. Like, I think sometimes it's really normal for people to take the game 1 loss and then after they know, okay, my opponent plays this kind of deck, so I'm more aware of what's my outs, what's my win con. So he might be more prepared this round than
Yeah.
compared to game 1.
So looking at, he put 2 cards out, which it seemed like it was barter herbs plus a, I think, I couldn't remember, I couldn't see, but it was barter herbs and something else, and he put in, I believe that's probably 2 Spell Shield Astros. So they didn't even put the Blanche in. I saw he didn't put them in. So I mean, Blanche is not that good against Lexa. I mean, they just Light Weavers her. So
Yeah, they're like, Light Weaver. But the thing is that if you resolve multiple Light Weavers, you can't really use all of them, right? Because you have to.
yes, because Light Weavers does all the damage at
Yep,
once. But the
excellent.
thing is, you just kill her. Like, you kill her with the revealed Light Weaver.
Yeah.
So that before you even go for the kill, you just kill her earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is the big issue. Is it's very easy for Luxem to get rid of Blanches. So I can see why he wouldn't choose to put it in here. Both players with the same sleeves. You best believe that's confusing.
Yeah, same sleeve. Even it's the same element. The only difference will be their spirit. And again, there ain't gonna be same thing. Is just gonna swap out. There is gonna be a Spirit of Fire here.
Yeah, I mean, is he playing a sideboard spirit? No.
No.
So he is just hard all in on fire spirits. That is so unusual, honestly.
Yeah, he's just so committed to the cause.
You know, does he? Maybe he doesn't own a serene spirit.
I mean, I can see a world why that I can see a world that happens. But I mean, they're friends, right? You can just borrow cards. So
Yeah, serene spirits are kind of hard to find these days. 'Cause it is an FTC card, right? And FTC cards, back in the day, these spirits were like $5. They're like worth nothing. And then suddenly now it's like, oh my god, FTC cards are all so hard to find.
Yeah.
QSG used to be like a $10 card, and now it's like a $60 card. So
I mean, Factorize is rare.
Fracturize is absolutely insane. So we're gonna ship some of these. The bottom has the mnemonic at least. Oh my god, we're trying to.
That's too many extra cards. You're gonna draw for turn.
Like, the reduced to ashes. I'm actually surprised the reduced to ashes didn't come out because I feel like it doesn't destroy map because it can only target 0-cost cards.
Yeah.
So the only thing it really hits is Insignia, and I think you're okay with letting Insignia
Yeah.
stay on field. Like -1ing yourself to break an Insignia doesn't feel particularly worth it.
Yeah, like Xenia's only purpose is basically to tap 3. Basically,
Yeah.
you put 3 cards down for the Luxem player so that they can review it. But other than that, it doesn't really do anything particularly for the Luxem player. We are going to go backup charger here. Very standard play, I would say, going first these days.
Well, actually, Xanders usually try and level
Then
up.
what?
Usually Xanders go
But-
1, 2, Dungeon Guide, then backup charger.
But the man is not.
But he's not playing
He's not
a
playing
regular
Xander.
Luxem
Yeah,
Xander.
and we're going to see a
I
hasty
mean-
messenger right here.
Well, actually, you know what? I do see the Prima Materia in hand, so maybe Marco's gonna try and hit some non-pair herbs here, so we can play this Prima. We also do have the Foraging Servant, so we do have a way of generating more herbs to increase the chances of this Brood Prima actually going off.
Yeah, what's the chance of if he actually doesn't hit any different? He just keep hitting
Listen,
pairs.
don't ask me why this card says they have to be different names. Like, couldn't it have just been 4 herbs? Is that too much to ask
I
for?
think that's a bit too strong. If
I
was
think that's fine.
No.
You're giving up your Arisana draw from level 2
nah.
to play this thing that can get destroyed by or
I
fracturized.
mean, okay, let's read the text properly, right? It says draw a card, which is a plus, and every turn you keep doing it, and it deals +3 damage. So this means, right, any cards you play, this shoots you for 3. damage source. So for example, your Meteor Strike, your Cosmic Bolt, all those are just +3 damage. To me, Prima, if you get the Prima material out, you are really likely winning the game. That's my take on it.
Yeah, that's true. Like Prima Materia is very strong.
So
The main
strong.
issue with it is it's basically useless if you can't brew it because it 4 costs, like eating your entire turn, unless you're playing against a deck like Luxem where you have time. Maybe if you're playing something that's really slow, you can just hard play a Prima and just draw, and you're not gonna get the buff buff damage either if you don't brew it, which sucks. But
you get a draw.
I mean, you gotta draw. Actually, the thing about Prima that's awesome is you play the Prima on your turn, you tap it, draw, and then in your recollection phase, you can just immediately tap it again. So you basically got like 2 cards. You -1 yourself, then you draw 2. So it's like it's kind of a +1 that eventually becomes plus infinity.
Yeah, like eventually, as the game goes longer, it is just value land. You just keep getting cards after cards every turn. We are going to see it to a level 1 Xander. He's glimpsing, I believe.
Yes, there is a glimpse from Xander. So we do have the Polaris set up now.
I just cry.
I mean, so far, 2 herbs with different names.
I mean, I think he's gonna get a pair. If I'm being honest, or get Vayne here.
Thieving Cut gonna come out. That does do a lot of damage. It does get us a draw. It's also an assassin action, so we can add it back at our level 2 Xander, unlike last game where we couldn't actually get that off.
Yep.
He's like, are you sure you don't want to hit my Foraging Servant?
Nah, face the place.
Now this Hasty probably gonna hit phase 2.
I would believe so. Like, if you're just gonna go face, you're gonna commit all the way, and like, there's no reason to hit the ally right there.
I mean, he's gonna kill it with his own Polaris anyway. Oh my god, throwing a Planet Explosive, so no float, unfortunately. So if there's one thing Mark is gonna be happy about, it's at least he's not drawing into the float cards.
Yep, not really trying to go into the level 2 as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I would believe so. So Marcus here, however, we haven't seen a dungeon guide from either place right
You're
now.
right.
Yeah, so
No dungeon guys, this is a very honest game.
yeah, no shenanigans, no trying to fight. So we are going to go into level 2 with Arisana here. We'll see if we actually hit the 4 different names, or is this going to be a pair?
Oh, that's 4 different names. We have 4 different names.
Yep.
I think we might be seeing a Brood Prima.
Yep, we are probably going to see it, but it is still one more turn from it. And then Marcus still needs to pay like 3 cards. Oh, that's it.
Oh, wait. He has enough cards to just play Dungeon Guide and just play Prima.
Yeah, he does right.
He can just play Dungeon Guide, have one last card in hand that's just like Brood Prima. That's actually kind of nice.
That's insane. And like, you give 4 cards. Yeah, you just gonna go Dungeon Guide here. And then
yeah, oh my god, this is so crazy.
Yep, he's just gonna. Yeah, there's no answer. Right, we can't incap this, so this has to go. Doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter what gets advantage here.
Oh, okay, so we lost a seal, which is unfortunate, but you know what? We're gonna play Prima. We're gonna draw. We're gonna draw more of them anyway. So
yeah, get Prima. It's fine.
Goes. We're gonna eat 4. We also their Polaris is already awake. So
you can see how excited Marcus is.
Yeah, he's like,
yes, I can do it.
I bet you. How often does he get the chance to just go 1-2, Dungeon Guide to 3 into Prima Materia?
Yeah, personally, when I played the deck last season, I didn't get a single Prima Materia. I got so fed up. I'm gonna remove this from my deck.
That is the thing, is you draw the Primas after you've hit level 3 and you've already eaten all your herbs. So
yeah, like, and I guess the difference is that back then we were playing fertile ground version, so the Prima is not really a necessity. But I mean, there's no fertile ground, so kind of makes sense why the Prima is played here. And we're going to go level 3. We're probably gonna take back the thieving cards.
that is right. Could have added Planet Explosive, but Thieving Cut is the better card generally. Gonna get our draw here. Now, does he have his own Dungeon Guide? Because otherwise, this is gonna start getting really dicey. Because if we start taking a ton of damage from these Prima buffed Cosmic Bolts and such. Actually, another thing about Prima is it says any Astra Source, so even like something like Lunar Conduit would trigger it.
Yep,
or even if you swing with like a
exactly. If you
with
swing
like
with
a Lunar
ally,
Seer or something, like
it does trigger it.
Oh, okay. So we do have both players have their Dungeon Guides. It's a fair game.
Fair game for both sides. Yes.
Now, Influence is not quite as okay. Double Thieving Cut.
I mean, yeah.
Does he have a follow up here? I think he has only 2 cards, maybe 3. So maybe could play an Uncover the Plot, or we just try and back up Charger next turn. So yeah, it seems like just gonna pass here. Oh, that's like 4 looking cards.
Okay.
That's a lot of Luxem. So
that's a lot of Luxem cards.
If you're on Marcus' side, I think you have to go for the GCR here because you just don't have cards Wait, he needed to pop the
Yeah.
Prima end phase. Yeah, so he's going to play
Yeah.
the Prima here, end phase,
Yep.
because it is going to wake itself up
Yep.
during your
Oh.
wake up phase, so you got to do it in the end phase.
Interesting. Still deciding to keep the Polaris. I guess that's because he has the number of allies right now, right? He doesn't want to pop the Polaris, but now the final land.
Mirror, okay,
All
does
right.
not want to get all his cards in hand put down by the Luxem reveal. Thinking if he wants to pop the... I think you just do it. I think you
Yep.
need cards in hand. It's really important. So we're going to have... Went from influence of 1, we are now at influence of 4.
Yeah, and it's gonna keep building up as each turn goes by. Prima is gonna keep getting Marcus cards each turn, so Marcus is gonna eventually build up his influence again. And
He had a Bolt in hand, so he could have fired that Bolt. He can fire the Bolt if he wants to
Eh.
take advantage of the Prima. That is the one thing, is like maybe
Yeah.
you don't want a Prima because you want to try and Prima on their turn, but then you really just want the card. Oh wow, we're just hard playing a Blanche here. That's risky. That's super risky because a Comet Fall will just wipe her. And actually, if you get a buffed Comet Fall, it's Comet Fall for 7. The Blanche might not even block it.
I see. Yeah, it might not actually block all the damage, but the thing is, I think that Marcus Sider doesn't really want to hands down right now because the amount of he does have reactions. So like there is an Ascent barrier. Kuala is just gonna go for the QSD here. What is in the box?
Actually, can we talk about the fact that we played a Blanche when the Polaris has still not been popped?
I mean, probably just wants to put cards down for the Luxem.
Doesn't want to play Insignia, but he wants to get this QSG. So we're gonna play the mirror here, so
Yep.
we're not forced to put anything down. It's double sight.
Sight, yeah.
Okay, you know the thing about sight is it doesn't do damage to you.
Yep.
So as long as we can get these bolts rolling, we can reach the point where actually with the Prima too. With Prima, if we can hit like 6 bolts or
Yep.
5 bolts with
Yep.
Prima,
Yep.
it is possible to kill the Luxem player.
Yep.
But we do need to do it very quickly because if he's gonna heal 6 every single turn, oh, you know what? We maybe have to find Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, there is that Prima that helps right this time. It's just additional 3 damage. So it's kind of like saying, hey, I have a Prima. So whatever Luxem that you put down, it's kind of like back to square one. Like you heal 3, I deal 3. So we are going to see Sky the Sky probably trying to look for more Luxem cards here.
One thing about Cuckoo Lord's list is that he does play a lot of allies. So it is
Yeah.
possible for him to kill the Morgan, but
Turbo Charge doesn't help.
I mean,
Reprogram.
yeah, he's gonna add the turbocharge to hand. So next turn he can play the turbocharge at least, and then probably just gonna pass it. But yeah, he has Incap, Luxem Sight, and a fast gear. That's not much to work with.
Yep.
I wonder if we just pop the Polaris here. We use the Spring Leaf here.
Yeah, I think we do. Maybe keep the Spring Leaf because he does have
I think the play is we pop the Polaris here,
Yep.
so that we get this servant into the grave, and then we can bring out the Astroscope. So now we got the glimpse train really rolling. Yeah, so we're gonna go for it. We're gonna eat this. What are we gonna throw away? Probably that reduced ash.
Yep, the reduced ash is not going to be very helpful right
If he
now.
wants to, he could ship the Cosmic. Oh, he's shipping the Cosmic Ball,
I
which
guess.
I don't necessarily agree with. I think having the Cosmic Ball in hand is pretty nice, just because
I mean,
it's one less you need to find, even if you have to hard play it.
just draw it back again, right? No issue.
Okay, we're gonna fast cure with no heal here, which is actually no. So he wants to block the Polaris damage to keep his own dungeon guide alive.
Yep.
So we are blocking 1, 2, 3, 4. Blanche will still die, of course, because she does not affect herself.
Yep. Then you
So
got
the dungeon guide lives.
lives. Interesting.
5 bolts with a Prima is very scary, though.
Yeah, it's really, really scary considering the fact that he is basically he's basically hands down, right? There's nothing left on Kuala side. So anything Marcus wants to do, he can just go ham with it. The only thing is that there's only one cosmic boat in the managed area, so that's not a lot of damage from the cosmic boats. However, like you say, it is gonna be the Astra Scepter coming down here, so he'll be able to glimpse 3 every turn.
Yeah, we could also consider going for a Lunar Conduit to increase our damage even more. The problem with Lunar Conduit is obviously the fact that it's very easy to just Excalibur it before it gets too big. So we're doing this.
Doing
this
opponent's end phase. Yeah.
Ooh. We hit
Astra Seal.
Astro Seal, very good.
Yep. It's gonna return to his turn here. Pretty
Like-
strange to not actually see like 3 visits here, which is a very common thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's playing fire. So.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's not. This is like a new experience as well. Oh,
Comet
hey.
Fall, so we get to do this, and then we pop the Premium Materia. 7
Yep.
damage Comet Fall, pretty good. That's a
Yep.
good start.
Yep. A Comic Fall that usually only deals 3 becomes Four.
Four, that's four.
Yeah, now it becomes 7. Huge number right here.
Okay, so we're gonna get that common fall. So 7 damage is gonna get
Uh-huh.
healed 6 by the Luxem. But if we can start laying the damage on a little bit thick here.
Yep.
Yeah, and we also do get rid of that dungeon guy. The 1 damage every turn.
Mhm.
Not super relevant, but it could come up.
Yep. And
Draw
then,
an Astra Sight here. Is he okay? Let's. Oh, Morgan. He drew Morgan.
so we are gonna Morgan here.
Oh my God, that's disastrous.
Yeah. That level 2 effect is really gonna be so helpful against Luxem right now. Because Luxem
And
can't now. This
I
can
don't
heal.
think he had a way. I don't. Yeah, he had no. His thieving cuts are. 2
Yeah.
of them are banished.
Yep.
If he doesn't have a card in his, does he have maybe? No, he doesn't play like Mercenary
No.
Blade. Yeah, I don't
that-
know if he can get rid of this Morgan at this point.
because Morgan also prevents all non-attack damage, so no, like we will be able to touch Morgan at all. And like you said, thieving cards were banished, so there isn't any. Is there no form of way for Google to remove this Morgan?
Unless he finds another thieving
Uh-huh.
cut, or if he can play an ally, he'd have to play out like double, like hasty plus a courier.
Yep.
And then even then, like there's a chance that Marcus can play a glimpse card, find a bolt, and just kill the ally
Yeah.
so that the Morgan stays in Felix. At this point, this Morgan is going to do more value by just
Yeah.
denying heals every single turn, rather than. So we're going to use the mirror here
Yep.
to stop the Luxem reveals from forcing to put cards down. So
Oh
we're
yes.
now-
Yeah.
Oh, this map should be rested actually.
No, because with the grill.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
it was all over Grail. So he actually chose not to reveal because the cards were they were Luxem sites. So it was like,
Yeah.
okay, I don't need to reveal anymore.
Yeah, probably trying to get the Viewer or Gleaming card at this point.
You might actually. You know what? The thing about Luxair's maps, you can actually pick any card. He could add thieving cut if he wants.
He's getting the strike.
Yeah, he could put Striking Illuminance. It is a
Yeah.
way, but then that's the thing is like we're committing, and actually that Striking Illuminance. What happens if it gets Astral Sealed?
I mean, there's so many things going on right now. Like the one important thing is you need to get rid of the Morgan. That's a given. Because
Meteor Strike could kill her.
yeah,
A hard played, like budget Excalibur.
Budget Excalibur. I mean, there are answers, but they're not nice answers.
Does he have an Excal actually? If he can, there's lots of cards that can kill the Morgan. It's just that you have to -1 yourself.
Yeah,
And you
exactly.
have to find it.
That's and
And imagine if you're committing your Luxaris map
yep.
to getting some card just to remove Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, that means you're just gonna be so behind.
And the thing is, she's done her job. She's already stopped you from healing 6.
Yeah.
So this means if he finds a Bolt this turn,
Huh?
he does another. So this is Bolt number 3. So
Yep.
it would be 10 damage.
Yep.
No, 8 damage. It would be 8 damage. And then the next one would be 10 plus 3, so 13. So like if he can find Bolt this turn and Bolt next turn, he's basically dead already.
Yeah, because they're pretty much 2 procs, right? So
Yep.
that's another 3 damage. We're gonna see Turbo Charge. They're trying to dig answers, I believe.
Wonder if he wants to Astral Seal this. No, we're going to save that.
I mean, do you want to Astral Seal this? I mean, probably.
Draw
probably
2,
should.
pretty good, but I think you just got to save it for the card that's going to kill Morgan instead.
Yeah, looks like it's allowed. Google Lord is just going to draw it from his deck. We are probably passing it. Yeah, I mean, this is a game of pass.
I saw Light Weavers in hand, so we drew 1 at least, but then that's not going to kill Morgan, so...
Yep.
Thinking on if he wants to play the Wisdom's Reprise in his hand here, because the risk is if he plays a card here, he will not be able to hold the Astral Seal. So yeah, he's actually going to hold the Wisdom's Reprise for his turn instead.
Yep.
Will also help to try and guarantee that the Prima gets the damage buff as well.
This Morgan's doing so much work.
Go Necklace of Foresight. We have so much glimpse. It's very possible for him to end the game here.
Yep. There's Glimpse 3, Glimpse 4. There's
Oh,
so
also the
much
Morgan
glimpse.
also glimpses. Astra Sight. Good.
So-
Oh, actually, you know what you do here?
You
What you
put it
do
back.
here is you
Yep.
stack the Sight
Yep.
and the Bolt, and
Yep.
then the Morgan on the Recollection phase.
Yep.
You will reveal the Sight, and then you can...
Yeah, he's doing it.
I think that's what he's doing.
Yep.
Yeah, this is why I really like Morgan in this deck, because
Yeah.
having a beginning of the turn
Yeah, he's doing it.
glimpse is actually like insanely strong.
Yep. It's gonna be
Sight is going to reveal
Glimpse 1 with the boat.
into the Bolt, and then
Yeah,
the Sight
and
is going to draw 1.
Yeah, resolve the site first. You are gonna draw 1.
Well, we have to pay for the
I'll pay
Cosmo
two,
first,
yep.
yeah, and then we're gonna reveal this. We're gonna resolve the site. We're gonna draw another card. Oh my god, another
And
ball!
then the boat.
And then we're gonna play the Prima.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
gonna do
so much.
11 damage.
So much things is going on, and it's not even paid free yet. So he can actually go for a free. Oh, he's gonna go
Okay,
in
so we're
cap.
gonna incap this, which means that we just play the other ball,
Yep.
and it's the same thing. We also paid for this Cosmic Ball, which means if we continue glimpsing, we could go Necklace of Foresight right here. The Primo Materia actually has not been used up either, so whatever bolt we use next is still going to do the extra 3 damage.
Yep. So we do have a Astral Sight as well, so there are a lot of things going on here. I mean, he can Foresight here before Recollection as well to see what he draws.
That's true. Okay,
That's
I mean, that's a glitch.
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
Comet
for
Fall.
a
Oh,
bolt.
bolt. Okay,
I think it's game. There's 2 bolts atop.
Yeah, actually. He could try, he could just stack the deck, actually, because his Cuckoo Lord has no cards left. Actually, there's still the Safeguard Amulet,
the
though.
thing is that, okay, so the thing is that those 3 cards are very prevalent because right now he has Astral Sight, right? Astral Sight will be able to glimpse and then bolt, and then he can draw 1. Draw to the Respite again to glimpse, and then deal the last bolt from the top. Because this is just a right order right here. So if Marcus plays this well, I think it's game.
I think he can't win this turn
Oh,
because
wait,
of the
there's a
Safeguard,
Safeguard,
but
right,
what's he going to do? He's going to do this now, force the Safeguard, then then he plays all the glimpses later on Cuckoo Lord's turn. So
he's going to do that. So this is shooting for...
This is going to be for 13.
Isn't it 8 plus 3?
The last one was the 8. This is 10 now.
It's 10?
Because the other one got incapacitated. I think there's 3 already, so this should be... Oh, this is 8. This might be 8.
Yeah, it might be 8. I think Marcus is like showing as well, like 1, 1, 1.
Yes. Okay, so that was... So the next one is going to be 30. Well, 10 now. He drew into the Common Fall. I'm actually surprised he kept the Common Fall, but...
So -4, this is just checking how many Cosmic Bolts. So this is the 10 -4, 6.
Yes, so I think you don't have to fire it now. You can just do it on Lord's turn instead.
Because if he reached it correctly, the next one is a Cosmic Bolt. So he just needs to like be patient about this. He's going to fire it this turn, and then I think anything that Cuckoo Lord does, like card activation on the stack, I'm just going to Respise into Cosmic Bolt and pass.
Yeah, that's right. And then, he has 1 card in hand. Like, there's nothing he can do. So next turn, he just goes Wisdom's Reprise, finds that last Cosmic Bolt. So that's why he stacked the Common Fall, because he wanted to
card activation.
Draw. So now here in response to before he can even use the card, we're going to draw and...
Cosmic Bolt, we saw this already. Yep, there we go.
Ooh.
So good. Like, this is why the deck's so strong, because like, just because you can glimpse so much, right? Glimpse so much and you can set it up, and with the multiple setup glimpse you have, you can just keep on going and stacking all this insane damage. There's like so much damage output right there going on. But then the Morgan, insane. I think the Morgan does so much value that I had never seen before. Is it very common for a Morgan to just stay on the board and just like not the opponent heal? Can't deal with it. There's so much going on with the Morgan.
The healing, the glimpsing. It can even heal you if you want to. So there's so many things that Morgan can do, and that's why I really like her in the deck. Her main issue is obviously the fact that, she only really hurts like Luxem and other Aries. And other Aries, they actually really don't have a way of killing her. Like, they have the Meteor Strike. That's it. That's their only out, because they don't really play any allies. They play no attack cards.
You can have like multiple Lunaseer and then hit it.
If you have... I've gotten 3 Lunaseers.
I mean, Lunaseer or Dungeon Guide. But that's not a realistic thing. But wow, well played from Marcus right here, piloting the Arisana deck. But it's very something that we don't see often, Fire Arisana.
Yeah, it's definitely not the typical play.
Yeah.
I still think it's not as good as Win, just for the record. But the deck is still Arisana. Like, the deck a third of the deck is just Astra cards.
Yeah. And
so whatever way you get there,
it
doesn't really matter.
Like, at the end of the day, if you are just going to go into a level 3 game plan, Fire is one of the best in terms of getting the floatings, because you have cards like Greatest Shot. Even we didn't get to see it, but we did see he glimpsing it, Cremation.
Yes.
So there are a lot of ways to just discard floating when you need to advance your level 3 game plan. That's the difference, right? Like, you saw his influence quite big compared to Win. Win Arisana usually have a lower influence unless they hit the cards that allow them to draw, such as Fertile Ground, right?
Yeah, which we're not playing anymore because of the amount of Scatter Essences in the meta, so we can't really risk playing Fertile Grounds. We can't even play Fragmented Spirit usually. Most of them are on Serene as well. So Wind, the thing about Wind is it's like you just have more glimpsing, and you have a lot of recursive glimpse with and a lot of healing too. So that's like the difference. Fire's just faster, but it's also less. It's a bit more fragile. You just have more influence, but you just have less glimpsing overall. And then Wind just it's faster in the sense that it hits level 3 earlier because of Beseech. So there's definitely pros and cons to both. I still like Wind better, just because. I mean, how can I say no to a 3 visits? Playing 3 visits like 4 times a game.
I still think after 3 visits, like new iteration, it's still insane. That card has so much value. It just does so much things. Like being able to glimpse 2 every turn, and then like if you just play from your hand, so that's like recover 2, and then from the grave to the banish, recover 2 again, and then from banish to the bottom, recover 2. That's 6 recovery for one card.
And it's 6 glimpses, 6 heal 6,
that's
glimpse
so much.
6.
This does
it's
so
also
much.
a card that costs nothing to play. So there's just a lot going for it. And it's perfect for when you get those weird
Yeah.
chains where it's like you have like Star Call cards,
Yeah.
something else Star Call cards. So it lets you play both of the Star Call cards. So like I really, really appreciate having 3 visits in the deck.
Yep.
And I think in a way it's kind of like having that Morgan kind of filled that spot because it was a
Yeah.
glimpse every turn you could potentially get that lets you stack the deck in weird ways.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean that was a really, really good showing the Astra Arasana there. I'm loving the Prima Materia.
Yep.
Thing is, whenever I see Prima, no one plays it because they don't have 4
It's
herbs.
so hard to put off.
But
Like,
when
yeah.
you do, it kinda wins the game.
Yeah, it does do a lot of that. Like we saw, man has only 1 influence, and suddenly out of nowhere, 6, 7, 8. There's so much influence out of nowhere. But we are going to take a pretty long break. It's a 20-minute break for game 3 to eventually start. So don't go anyway, guys. See you guys.
の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い なったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're in our third round. The pairings are just out. We're going to get our stream table to you soon. We just thought we'd start off a bit, you know, get you guys warmed up before we get into the action.
Yep.
Yeah, how do you think so far? 2 games.
Think so far it's been a very, very interesting showing, I believe. Like game 1 was, if you notice, it's like a mirror between the same spirits, right? We'll have a water mirror and then out of nowhere, next one's a fire mirror. But it's been really interesting kind of like matchups overall today. And like it is in KL where I was born, I was raised here. So I'm kind of happy to see like so many players playing GA right here in the heart of KL. And I believe this is the most Ascent players attended, I believe. About 400?
Yeah, 400. So we're getting there. We're doing well. Asia, let's go. More. I mean, there's so many player bases coming around. Of course, from you in Malaysia, from my side in Singapore, we have Taiwan over here. There's a lot of Japanese players. I spoke to them as well. And there's still some Australians, I believe. There was a New Zealand player in game 1. So there's a lot of them coming on.
A lot of players coming all around the world, coming here to enjoy this wonderful game. And to win that counted spirit, I believe, will be the Fire Ascent spirit this time, right? Vira.
All right, before we get into it, let's take a quick look back at our meta chart. Yeah, still quite performing well. Of course, we saw the decks that are on the slightly more average part, the Luxem and the Arisana. Of course, slightly more out of proportion since Guojia is balanced among many other decks. There are Seiryu, there are perhaps Suzakus, and then there was the Genbu we saw as well. What do you think? There's a lot of different decks here, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say something about the Lorraine, actually. Like, I noticed something. Have you heard of this deck called Fire Lorraine?
Yeah, of course. Back in DOA days, so much rending, so much pain.
So much pain. Like, I saw someone recently in the local, they did some insane combo. The guy was like, you can't kill me. I'm like 2 damage, only taken. Oh, sure. Lorraine hits you for 10. What? Yeah, then, what's it called? Damage. Then the guy's like, game? Then the guy just backed up. Like, I saw the guy just from 2 damage, just taken like 17 damage and just died.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous as well. Especially now we have the additions of Fire Zender with the Poison Dagger. It was still prevalent in DOA, but now even more so with a lot more tools like Rococo, Impact Hammer, all the new stealth units as well. And then we have Fire Guojia, Fire Diao with all the bursts and spell damage that you could ask for. Even Arisana has a Fire aggro deck. It's everywhere now. But of course, that's not going to be the majority of our chart. I expect most of the Fire is going to be on Luxem and then a few aggros splattered here and there.
Yeah, I do think of aggro being really prevalent deck is a good thing for the game because it makes people, okay, I can't go in and expect like to play for the long game, right? I had to kind of make my game plan where, okay, what if I meet an aggro player? I need to have some defensive tool where we saw players adapting and playing like recover cards, such as, there's one that they were playing from A and B, the one that recovers too, I believe.
God, A and B recover. Oh, Regenerate.
Regenerate, yeah, I saw Regenerate being played, and then like, just how we saw, like, in the response, like people were playing recovery. People playing Morgan in the deck just now. Yeah,
Morgan is a card that a couple of people have been sitting on and waffling on, but generically it hasn't really gone too much play. There's a few things that you want to consider with Morgan is that one, it takes a deck slot, and it's a 2-cost 1/3 unique ally that isn't really representing much. Of course, if you're Arisana, you're happy to have that glimpse, but for other decks, at most you get recover 1 from it, and all it's doing is purely shutting Xander, maybe win Arisana down a little bit, but even then they're still going to be killing you, so it's not really pushing your agenda forward. Of course, good to see that you can still incorporate it. You're one off, just draw it.
Just draw it, right?
Yeah, just draw it.
Just draw the one off. Is that easy? But then again, speaking of easy, do you actually think that we are starting to see the meta shifting into what we call the big 3? There's the Gocha, there's the Daochan, and then maybe the Luxem.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really say it's a big 3. It's more of like, there are decks all over the place. There are those that you need to really be concerned about, but most of it is still okay. We've got our deck list in for our game. Turns out we have Wai Xing versus Glenn.
I believe this is our world champion.
Yeah, Glenny Boy, our world champion all the way from Oceania, flew down. Not on his signature deck,
Not
though.
on the signature deck. Do we want to keep a secret from the chat? What he's playing?
It's fine. It's just Fractal Diao. Nothing really worth keeping a secret for. bunch of fractals, bunch of stuff. Looks kind of generic. One extricating touch. Yeah, I don't see anything too interesting to use in the side, of course.
I think Fractal is like the one deck where it can be as generic as possible and it's still strong, because at the end of the day, this is the thing that everyone's talking about. You open 3 Fractal, you have Sangjiao, you're probably going to win the game.
Yeah, and then on our left here, we have Enoch is our water Guojia going up to 1-2 with, is that a Gambu? I believe that's a, yes, that's a Gambu.
Gambu, right? Yeah.
So there's nothing, not the exciting aggro part, just the more standard mill and stuff. But this is a matchup that we've been expecting a bit more. There's been quite a few water Gambus running around the hall, and Fractal is still kind of a boogeyman. So it's good that we see here now kind of how this matchup usually plays out.
Doesn't seem like the 3 Fractal start that Glenn wants to play. He does have at least 2, I believe. There's a Fractal Rain here. Not going to build it because, honestly speaking, you probably won't need to build it for this particular deck. Probably just going to play another Fractal Rain and pass here. I don't think there's much else you can do.
Yeah, of course. The consideration becoming on whether you want to back up charger next turn, if you want to keep your fractals up. But no third fractal, so I guess no Zhang Jiao considerations there. Just fine to tap on the 2 fractals and see where it goes.
We are going to go back to Enoch's turn here. It's going to be a... Ooh, wow. Is that 2 seasides?
I believe so, yeah. The 2 seasides in the middle, 2 Mustangs on the left. There's a bovine there.
Wow.
Yeah, putting those down straight away. Nothing much really happening there. Of course, bovine start, nothing too surprising. Actually opting to keep the Mustangs. Oh, that's a polar depth.
Yeah, polar depth as well. So it does have the other win con, which some people like call it mill your opponent to death, where you just mill them out. So we are going to see polar depth here. Probably going to target itself, honestly speaking. So we are going to see floating. Floating. What a play. What a talent. This is probably what you need to play Gambu deck, right?
Yeah, of course. I can't see myself playing this deck.
Hey man, have some confidence. I believe one day you'll be on the stream there, play a Gambu deck like this.
If only. But actually, the polar depths is 1 of 4. It's a full playset.
It gets banned straight away from the Frostbite.
Yeah, it is. I believe he's not doing too bad on it. He just wanted to tap out. And if anything, he's happy with that Frostbite because it means his opponent is forced to go down in influence just to do that.
Yep, exactly. So it is kind of like a 1-to-1. So you don't get the polar depth. Glenn, you lose a card in hand. And Glenn just actually sees the 3rd fractal right here. Not the best, still a fractal though. Probably going to just play it and pass. I think that's the team of the water decks in general. Play a card, pass, leave it for reaction. Oh no, it's going to go Frostborn this turn.
Yeah, so Frostborn Paladin just going to clear the bovine. Yeah, showing good respect for it. It already milled 2 float. I think that's a bit more than it needs to do already.
Straight away going into the Gocha level 1. Fitstone showing him everything. Look at that beautiful CPR right there. Is that all foil? My God.
I think that's a good number of his foil.
My eyes.
But yeah, showing of course there's no Guojia level 3, but still having your standard slew of protective, your Taiho Claymore. I guess it's true this understanding that this matchup is more likely to be a damage-based, faster matchup. So yeah, especially there getting the polar depths negated, I don't think you're too concerned. Yeah,
so like interesting thing about the Gambu deck is that because they don't run the level 3, right, the level 2 lineage is not going to be used at all. So I see a case where someone flip the Gambu and then the next turn the opponent just ferry the Gambu.
Ooh, that's it happens sometimes, and like being able to take on that gamble and whether it pays off is another thing.
And we do see Frost Paladin gaming here. Glenn just lost his Frost Paladin, and not just played both of his Frost Paladin with the buff counter here. Insane tempo here.
Of course, just choosing to tap out. If your opponent doesn't have a negate, you're doing good.
Yeah, like that's the thing about Grand Archive, right? Where a lot of players tend to have this argument where, discussion where when do I want to be hands down and when do I want to have hands up? So like when do I tap out, when do I not tap out, when do I want to scare my opponent? I have 9 cards in my hand. If you want to do something, I'm going to negate, I'm going to do something. So that is the skill required to play this game at a high level, right?
Yeah, of course. It becomes extremely difficult here for Glenn to play as well because now he's at a low influence. He doesn't have cards in hand, so his backup charger isn't the best option either.
He can pay with the...
But yeah, using the scepter to draw a card off the floating. At this point, you really, really need your influence rather than leveling up.
We do see here what happens if the Sangjiao doesn't come. into play where Fractal just doesn't have much influence, huh?
Yeah, the fractals. I mean, it's a strong deck if you get your Zhang Xiaos. Without the Zhang Xiaos, it's still really decent because you're just allocating influence to the board.
Yeah.
Glenn has been Enoch has been forcing Glenn to commit card after card into his cards, so that's why the fractal deck doesn't have that much influence.
Yep.
But actually, he still has about 9 in practical influence.
Yeah, going back to Enoch here with 3-4 on the board here. This will be really scary for Glenn here. Enoch here have free reign to basically do whatever he wants. And I don't think he particularly cares about flipping the Gamble as soon as
Yeah.
possible. No, right?
Yeah, in this matchup, well, you have 2 Frost ones already. I
Yeah.
doubt you'd really be complaining anymore beyond that. But yeah, just gonna have a standard Grand Crusader string.
Mills are floating.
Yeah, mill first. You're playing a mill deck with a good number of floating. The argument is that you probably have a higher
Yep.
chance of milling floating, but feeling, just do it on feeling.
Yep, I mean, like you have discussed, right? How you guys mill it? By feeling, right? I personally just like to mill first. I'm not a guy that draws first. I think that I want to mill the cards away. But in that incident, I mill Filk too many times from that. But that's a lot of influence. It was basically free to do whatever you want. Probably just a bone one if it has one. Just
Yeah,
to keep
if
up the
anything-
move.
Yep, sorry, go ahead.
Nah, just keep up the mill here, just keeping up the resources here. Eventually gonna look into the 5 damage weapon, I believe. That's probably the other win cons, because that's a lot of damage, right?
Yeah, the tie holder claymore
Yep.
is so much damage, and Glenn of course saw it in the reveal, so he has to know that that can be coming out.
Yep.
And it is extremely difficult as well because here I think Enoch's settling into what we are akin to with the Nikos of the A and B meta. You just kind of settle your allies and then hold your options and just keep battering into your opponent.
Yep, we're gonna see a seaside ringleader here. So it's gonna smack. A very nice gentle touch of 2 damage. Like, that's the thing, right? Even if you draw seaside ringleader in your hand, it is still a 2/2 ally. A pretty decent stats, I would say.
Yeah, of course. There's not much it does in your hands. Might as well just get it on the board.
Yep.
Your opponent clears it, it's free value. If it doesn't clear it, it's still pressure.
Yeah.
But yeah, passes there, just choosing to hold up the rest of the hand. Not much going on really. He's just one-sidedly beating up with allies.
Yeah, and like if Glenn doesn't do anything here, next turn, one Frostron is basically death because he's still in spirit. Might actually signal Glenn going into a level 1 Delta just to have, a bit more of a buffer, a bit more of a HP so he can play around with it. If not, that's very, very dangerous here. Probably doing something end of turn here.
Yeah, just get a bit of value and use those fractals. Sure, fractorizing. We saw that in game 1 as well. Normally you'd be a bit upset to do this, but you really, really want the fractals so that you can start dealing damage.
Yep.
Here, sitting at 4 fractals, the math still is a bit difficult, especially since your opponent's level 1.
And
Yeah, it should be 5
yeah.
in hand right now.
Ascent is only 10 damage right now.
Yeah,
so-
exactly. So he's still missing 9, which if you have a refracting and a shimmering can make up for that difference.
Yep.
But you require quite a lot, and all of this is assuming your opponent doesn't have a response.
Yep, so this is why we see the adoption of allies such as Gildas in the Fractal deck, because Ascent doesn't win you the game alone. You need to poke damage. So in a scenario where you don't draw Simmering or Missile, this is where Gildas is very important in order to poke the 4 damage and then eventually you go for Burst Asunder for game. Gladiator chooses to go backup charger here, try to dig for more cards.
Yeah, now having the cards in hand in order to safely do this still keeps the option for Zhang Jiao later, but
Yep.
of course, is it too little too late? Because now he's sitting at, I believe it's 6 influence, going to draw for 7. If he can find a lethal, I don't think there's any combination of cards, especially since he's not level 1 yet.
Yeah, not just that, like Gocha sitting at a very healthy 19 defense there. It's very hard for Glenn to do any sort of like threats right here because Glenn doesn't have any poke damage as per se. So
Second Fracturize, I believe.
okay, yeah, very likely a second Fracturize here.
So at the second Fracturize will put it up to 5 fractals, which would be 12 plus 6. Still a little bit off getting that lethal, but it would be a step towards a closer lethal.
Yeah, I mean, any way for you to get as much closer to your lethal is very important right now because Glenn here is trying to like get as many fractals as he can. So now this represents 12 damage from the Burst Asunder, and it will be 6 from Missile, and Simmering will be 5 here. That's really, really close, but Glenn here trying to find any sort. And it seems like he only has Simmering and Refuse in hand, and like 2 Asunder that's not going to help at all.
Yeah, it's not while not at level 1, your burst asunder costs 4, so you aren't really able to poke with it.
Yeah, and unlike what's a stratagem, right? Asunder, you can't really spread the damage. You can't deal to the Froststorm Paladins, right? You
Yeah.
can't you can't like spread them out. So the issue here is that the Froststorm Paladin is that's the problem now. Glenn doesn't have a way to actually deal with the Froststorm Paladin besides Simmering Refracting, and I think he might be forced to do it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point, if there's no fast chaos, this should be game.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate, I would say, from Glenn's side.
Yeah, I mean, that's the gamble you take with the fractal deck sometimes. When you don't pull your fractals together, you don't get your lethal.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, like, my personal thing is that this Fractal deck sometimes is very fragile. Because, like, yeah, 1 second, like, whoa, I can just win game 2, game 3. But out of nowhere, like, Glenn, you just kind of break, and then, like, you have to go to game 2 as soon as possible because you understand that I can't win this game. My hand's not doing good, no Sangjiao. I have no way to not die next turn. I have no way to set up leader. We just go next.
Yeah, of course, he's understanding that. Of course, not needing to play out, doesn't see a line, just goes straight into game 2. Saving a bit of time that will cost on the execution, but still looking like a rough matchup if the same thing happens.
Yeah, looking at the side here, I think for Glenn, there's one really obvious card here. There's one here. I think 959 is pretty good against Gambu.
Potentially, you do know. Of course, if he remembers, he did negate the polar depth, so there is that threat of being milled out.
Yep.
But that is kind of on the secondary part of the mind. Viridian is actually also in the side, so that definitely is going in first.
Yep.
Is he running a full suite of 3 baubles? Yeah. So I guess both just go in, cause why not?
Yeah, because he uses to remove the not relevant bubbles, and for the other end.
Yeah, Enoch,
Wow.
he's got his level 3 in there. I don't think the game usually goes long enough in this matchup to warrant that. Quicksilver Girl, obviously, definitely going to go in to take out for the protection of the Safeguard Amulet.
Yep.
Uh,
Now the Departed, you think it's good?
he probably decides it in just for this matchup, I guess. Because with Expel the Departed, if he can pull out a Pelagic, does he even play Pelagic? Yeah, he plays 4 Pelagic. So if he gets to pull out the Pelagic, he can draw a card from it really easily.
Yep.
It is a card worth considering. I'm pretty sure it's definitely going in for this matchup.
Yep.
But
What to take out? That's a question, right?
yeah, I mean for this matchup, you probably will want to take out. Gee, I don't know actually.
Will you ever consider taking out the Serene Decree?
Serene Decree is probably one of the considerations. It might be the title lock in exchange though, because usually when you're playing against fractals, their effective influence rather, is just so high because of all the fractals staying active. Even if they tap out, put their entire hand into their memory for play, they still have like 6 fractals.
Yeah, like the thing is that okay, in a world where they have like 6 fractals, right? Even if they have literally, I have no cards in hand. But how many things can you tap? Oh, I can play this. So like title lock is not going to do anything. That's why I mentioned Serene. So I don't think negates are going to be super helpful, except for one window where they are in the early game, where usually they are like hands down or tap out. In any case, I think Enoch here was probably going to go for the same game plan, which is just I play ally, I punch you with ally, eventually you die. I think that's basically the game plan.
Yeah, of course, he's showing off the flexibility of Gembu, just being able to play like an ally stack, but also have any backup game plan if needed.
Yeah, it does remind me a lot of the Nico deck that we used to run.
Yeah. So this deck actually runs 4 Fugue, so that's where the final game plan will probably lie in. I don't see it coming up too much here, but potentially the turtle might swing in for big. Usually the fractal game might end before then, but here's to hoping we get to see some action this time.
Yeah, the thing about Fugue is that it's only good if you're trying to play for the long game and like your opponent is kind of like prolonging the game for you, so you need like that extra push of damage, and Fugue is what we call, I would consider Fugue as like an OTK kind of like card. So, but against Glenn, against Fractal, you don't really need it. And we do see the Sangjiao, this time slightly better opener. 2 fractals as well. So even if Glenn doesn't open 3 fractals here, the fact that he has 2 fractals at Sangjiao allows him to go into the Quicksilver Grill line with Scepter to draw 2 if he really wants to do it.
Yeah, of course, just gonna put down some fractals. Let's see if he gets the full suite of 3.
Fracture is going down.
Mhm.
It's unstable. Believe that's 2.
Yeah, there's just going to be 2 fractures right here. So not the worst. I think it's a really, really good start compared to last game. So we are going to see here, end up here doing the same thing here. Going to draw 8 to see what is in the box. It is bone white. Wow, this guy is really good at drawing bone white, huh?
Yeah, because just getting it kickstarted. Admittedly, no frost ones this time, so we might get to see that Fugue actually.
Wait. It's departed as well. We might actually see the departed. He has 8 influence, so he can actually play bone white departed.
Yeah, that is quite devastating at this point, especially because Glenn only has 2 influence. 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, 2
so
cards
he
in
can't,
hand. So he actually can't do it.
Yeah, he can't do it. There's no
Diffuser,
one
no-
leg is that right now. So, oh dear.
Yeah, I think he's not gonna do it. Like this would just spell doom. Like I would even go as far as why don't we just play really spec for 2? Like you can save the bone one for later, right?
Yeah, I mean, bovine of course is still kind of key to the whole point of the mill game plan,
Yep.
and especially if you get a mill that accelerates you as much as the last game did, that really helps.
Yep. Just consider his options here. Take his time here. Bone one here is good. Swings for 1, mills himself 2. Not that good, but there is 1 floating.
One float, yeah, I can't complain.
Oh, chooses to play a bit slow this time. Gonna go the fractal red and pass.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Of course, revealing the fugue, so Glenn has to respect it now. But this way, he's allowed to develop on his own game plan. Expel would have been devastating there, but your gamble, you can just kind of cast that as and when you want.
Yep. Probably trying to get the value here from the 2 pelagic stone if he actually opens it. But Glenn is probably, I think.
That's
Please
too
save a
greedy.
bill.
That's too greedy. There's no
Hey
need to.
man, I love greed. Why do you love greed?
No, not in this scenario as
You and I need to have a
the
talk
gamble
about
play.
greed.
It's fine. Anyway, so here, just gonna
Yep.
Quicksilver. Yep, just
Jack
doing the
down.
standard play.
And then on the stack of the ender, gonna crack the Quicksilver Grill here. This is the one play that once people saw it, they're like, oh my god, this is really good.
Yeah, it's taking advantage so much of what Quicksilver Grill is really able to do.
Yeah.
Because this used to feature the Quicksilver Grill putting down the Scepter of Lumina, where
Yeah.
you were going to do it to effectively control what you were going to banish, especially since not every game you're going to mill a million floating. So if you set down 2 cards, you banish 1 for level 1, and then you banish 1 for the Scepter on level 1. Scepter of Lumina in the old cases. But here we're just doing Scepter of Fascination, draw a casual 3 cards, be happy with it, and then see where you go from there.
Yeah, I mean that now this is a really, really different game here. Glenn has a lot of influence. Glenn has the Frost on Palette, has a second Sangjao as well. So it is gonna be able to factorize this scepter, so which is is it really common play to factorize the scepter here?
It's not super common. I think it's fine. Generically, I would have gone for the Fractal of Snow, but it's not. It's also a play that it's meant
allow
to
you to
set
do
up the
Frost
Frost
Melody,
Ward.
yep.
Because you want to immediately start getting pressure, especially since from last game your opponent just ran away with the game there.
Yeah, gonna stop that gamble mill right now. Just so that they no, you're not gonna mill any more cards, no more resource for you. Probably just gonna go for the Gocha level 1, which is basically the standard game plan for Gocha, right? You want to unlock the class bonus, you want to unlock the Fate Stone so you can start milling for resources.
Yeah.
I think, the only thing changed is the QSG and level 3 Gocha. Wow.
Oh, level 3 went in. Okay. What went out? Was it the? I have no idea actually. Oh well. The
Claymore's still there, right?
Yeah, Claymore is still there. So we are. I guess you want to put the level 3 because if the game does drag on, you're just planning on playing on the back foot. So getting level 3 more health would really help there, especially with the lineage release on any snow fairies. Of course, unbeknownst to him, there is no snow fairies to fear of, but still good to respect that.
Yeah, there's a bit of heads up, but I think right now Enoch is kind of taken back a bit with this board here. Glad there's like basically show him I have a 1 to a 3-4 and a decent influence as well with 3 fractals right now. I'm basically really ahead of my game plan. And for Enoch, right, he doesn't really have much developed right now, but this is his time to take back the tempo. Oh, we do see cleanse here, the Christmas version.
Yeah, the Yuletide coming cleanse here. Not really the card you want to be seeing at this point, but still a really good option for drawing out the game if you need to, especially since your opponent is still setting up.
Yep. So nothing much going for Enoch here. Might
Yeah.
consider just to play the Polar Death. Yep, he's gonna play a Polar Death and probably just gonna pass here, not wanting to go like too deep into his hand, like going down here because he just wants to have reactions to tell Glenn, hey, I have stuff. Just don't be too greedy with your plays. So right now here, back to Glenn here, probably gonna barber or even consider. Yeah, it's probably gonna barber here. I think. Oh, Lantern straight up.
Sure, yeah. It is immediate play. It goes, I see polar depths, I respawn. So,
Yeah.
I guess there was a window to conniving there, but that's also kind of greedy because you tap out immediately, but your last minute value before the lantern comes on board.
Yeah, but unfortunately, because of that, now the conniving is not going to have the value from drawing back to memory because he won't be able to delete for. And you see here, Glenn here going for the draw two. Here, it's going to get more value here and not loses value as Glenn gets more value here. A very different game from game one as we see Sang Jiao's big influence into this game.
Yeah, Zhang Jia just constantly drawing cards. Well, Glenn is the one with two frost ones this time.
Like,
So just gonna keep going on, and Enoch just unable to respond with anything of his own.
isn't this the same thing? Like last game, Enoch has a bunch of Frost One and influence. Now Glenn is the one with a bunch of influence and Frost One.
Yeah, it's really the water mirrors has been told a lot of times by just having frost ones constantly coming in.
Yeah, we're gonna refracting it for 3 here before the on enter.
Yeah, just choosing to kill it before it has the buff counter. So of course he'll still get the draw, but here now Glenn forced to respond with either his negates or just letting it go. I have to presume that you negate this.
Yeah, because you are ahead of tempo, and like your opponent is basically only one card in hand. So I think it is a good opportunity to just, well, I want to keep this advantage up. Let's just negate and draw one, and we'll be fine. I think it's a negate here. 4 as well. Wow, Glenn's just gonna let it go.
All right, choosing to let it go. Not the
Oh, still
not bad
paying for one.
either. Yep, just drawing off the frost one.
Of course, a Fractal. Fantastic.
All right, yeah, just we'll see where this goes. He has Song of Frost notably in his hand, so that was sided in.
Yep.
So-
Frost being a really good card. The only thing is that there's no class bonus, so you can't pay with the floatings. But Glenn here technically tapped out in a sense because like he has only 2 cards. And like, oh wait, no, there's a Fractal Snow. So there is a 2 cost card that he can play down as a reaction.
Yeah, of course. Just constantly having to have something makes your opponent's life much harder, and both these players have demonstrated that again and again.
Let's see. Enoch still has, well, he does have a decent amount of cards in the grave, but the issue here is being the lantern. The lantern's not letting him to basically play his game plan here with his Polar Death. Well, it's not the end of the world, I would say. The only thing is that it does shut down like half of his cards.
Yeah, especially without seeing the Mustang that was so prevalent in the last game,
Yep.
he isn't really able to represent as much as he was previously.
Yep.
All right, smoke bombs here. Probably a play meant to draw out the pelagic, and also it helps you draw a card, potentially protect
forward.
any
Ouch.
future allies that you might want.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Well, that's about floating. That's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
5 counters right now. Getting closer and closer to the gamble flip.
Yeah, of course. Every turn he's now going to be milling 3 cards, so he's really on a good progress to just get to the 9 that he needs really quickly.
Yeah, you know what would be funny if Glenn actually like Glenn or actually factorize the lantern, then he can departure it.
Yeah, I mean that is a way to remove it. I imagine you'd rather Mustang that, especially because if your opponent doesn't have a fracturize, you just cleanly get rid of it.
Yeah, but unfortunately that's where the Mustang doesn't seem to appear in Enoch's hand. That's the funny thing about Mustang, right? Like when you doesn't need him, he's always in there. Like lurking in your hand there, ruining your what's it called again? Your imbue. But when he's not there and you need him the most, he vanishes. He's not there.
Mustang. Norm cards are the bane of our Rumil deck's existence, but they're so good now. It's so annoying.
Like, they're generally good. Like if you're playing wind or fire, you're like, it's alright. You play water, no, I need my water cards in my hand and in my grave. Like that's the difference of usage, I guess. But we are gonna go here for the bubble here. That's gonna be building up his influence. Not that his influence is small. It's so big.
Yeah, Glenn actually is one of the Fractal players that is very comfortable staying on level 0 for a very long time.
That's the third frost on.
That's the third Frost one? Oh, great. I'm pretty sure Unok would be pleased to see that.
I mean, I mean,
Yeah,
you
but
just do it, right? You just do it. I really think you just do it. Bubble here first to see what he draws.
yeah, there's no floating though, so of course, maybe he wants to try and find something else.
Well, the Frost Song is really, really good in this matchup as well. Like, if in a scenario where the Gamble flips and swings, you can just Song of Frost.
Yeah, of course. Sitting here, actually, no. We should start counting for lethal damage because this is where numbers start getting very scary.
Yeah.
No burst Sunders, admittedly. If not, that would have been rapid fire immediately.
Well, not like he needs it with the amount of board he has. It's going to be a third Frost on here, and I don't think Enox is able to do anything here. It's going to go for the inside first, trying to deep further into his deck, see what is there in the box. Not super helpful.
Yeah, interesting. Actually, choosing to insight only after cracking the bubble. Usually, you might want to insight first so that your bubble draw is something that you want. But here, I suppose, just saying, I'm just looking for the Sangtia off the top. No, didn't happen though.
Maybe just believing.
Yeah, didn't believe hard enough.
Alright, so we are... do we actually just play the Frost Storm without buff? I don't want to do that. Do you want to do that?
I don't think you're in a position where you really need to, especially since your opponent doesn't have anything. Like there's nothing there. So you're fine just holding it and then potentially casting something else like the two shimmerings at the left side of his hand.
Yep.
More fractals, of course. More things to be afraid of. Currently at 6 fractals. So is that? No, there's a Song Frost. It's not a shimmering. Excuse me.
Yep.
So any kill spell means lethal next turn.
Yep, he's going to go for the cleanse here. Paying 1 with the Polar Death there and 4 down. So Glenn here might be refusing it if he really wants to. But,
You have to refuse. There's no way you don't refuse this. Because you've already set up so close and you don't have Burst Asunder right now. So you need to get rid of that. Yeah.
Yep, refuse that here happens. And then back to Enoch. Probably try to bail out so that in case he has a Mustang, he can actually try to play down the Mustang, but unfortunate news for him, Glenn just draw his the refuser here. So a bit rough spot for Enoch right here. Going for the Quicksilver Grill here to set up more traps. That's gonna go into the mill here. He has like 1, 2, 3 cards he can mill here. This is gonna be 8 counters for the Gamble here. So mill 1, Frost 1. Well, painful, but at this point you really need it.
Well, Glenn Mills fracturized, so life is tough. But here we are at 8 counters.
This is so painful to watch for Enox here. And also draws the seaside really there. Everything is going wrong here for Enoch.
In other slightly better news, if he connivings here, he can flip the turtle. So because he's currently at 8 quest counters off of all the mills. So there is something there, especially since a lot of the damage has been attacked so far.
Yeah.
Ben hasn't tried to shoot you to death yet.
Yeah. I mean, that's the concern, right? If you're conniving here, it's fine. You can flip the gamble, but then what?
Yeah, it's a lot of buying time, and it's also sort of an over-reliance, maybe. Because you're thinking that my opponent probably won't have Smoke Bomb, because the swings are what's causing him all the grief right now.
Yeah, like traditionally, no fractal players don't really run Smoke Bomb in their deck because there's no much utility for it. So probably a good assumption that okay, my opponent won't have Smoke Bomb here. Here, really considering maybe to flip the Gamble this turn.
Yeah, I think though it's probably just a pass because there's nothing that you have to do at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, he faces tests it all. He's like, I guess it's just a pass.
Yeah, because what do you do at this point? You're trying to stall a game, potentially hope for a Mustang or something to get rid of the Lantern.
Yeah, I don't know. I personally would be like you. I would just personally pass. Also considering time, I guess.
Yeah. So management quite important, especially since you're gonna be forced to drag out this game if you are continuing to play this game.
Thinking of his win con. I guess the other win con right now is that he can try to survive and then eventually reach the Mustang, remove the Lantern, and go for the Polar Death win con. Because here Glenn is pretty deep into their decks right now.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay, I see. So he's going to, instead of use conniving, he's going to sacrifice his pelagic.
Oh,
So it comes back to the graveyard
it's
as
a
the Fate
floating.
Stone,
Yep.
and then he mills 2, which will get the.
Pain.
Well, you can't ask for everything.
Pain.
So here is where he flips the turtle,
Yep.
and hopefully that will stand against. Oh, okay, he's actually gonna clear. Is that clearing the board? It's punching face. I think it's punching face. Yeah.
Painting face and pass here, showing him that I am not afraid. I am gonna swing with my turtle. Come at me.
Yeah, so I believe the line here is that now he's going to sit behind his safeguard amulet so that he doesn't die off of spells, and then
He's quite confident.
potentially go to level 2 and level 3.
Yeah, he's quite confident in the sense that the Gambu won't die. Like, okay, the scenario is that if there are multiple Frost on Palace, I'll be afraid. But there's only one. One is not really scary. The Gambu probably won't die, so he's probably okay to just punch with it. But the upside is that he's on the ticking top. Glenn just needs to punch 4 with his allies. That's gonna be 14 damage right here, and just 5 damage, which is not hard at all for Glenn at this point.
Yeah, just okay. So 9 damage on there. If Glenn is able to draw a burst and a refracting, well, I didn't see either of those, so I don't think so. But those 2 cards in combination should be the end of the game, basically, at this point. Swinging for the 4, just not needing to think too much on that point. Dissonant?
Right here, just gonna see his future. Yeah, that is 1, 2, 3. Wait,
That's
is
a Zhang Xiao off the top. That's a Shimmering.
3, 4, 6. Is it 7 fractals?
Yeah, 7 fractals on the board.
So cast something on the stack. Shoot you to death?
Potentially.
Yeah, So we are gonna see the third Frost Sword right here. Enoch doesn't like that news.
Yeah, well, at this point, when your opponent is tapping 3 fractals, you're not really happy about it.
Yeah. Just gonna try to dig even further. Probably gonna draw the damage. Is that another Sangzhou?
Yeah, he drew the Zhang Xiao because from there, Zhang Xiao is gonna draw his damage spells.
Well,
and the damage
I
spells
mean-
are gonna be able to kill even through the
I mean,
safeguard.
that play wins the game so far. Let's keep doing it, right? Let's Sangzhou again.
So there's a Cerulean hand. The Cerulean has to. Okay, well.
Yep.
If he negated with the Cerulean, there was a world where he buys time here. He probably felt defeated already at that point, honestly.
Yeah, a Thunder is drawn, but I think Glenn won't risk playing the Thunder right now because he knew that. I mean, all of us will assume that it is the Safeguard Amulet underneath the Quicksilver Grill here.
Did he not draw the Shimmering?
No, I don't see any of those cards at all. No reaction spells to deal damage. Nothing.
Man, did I even see a Shimmering Refraction as unstable? Oh dear, the fractals.
It's
Anyway.
fine. They're like great. Like you get a pass. Like they
Yeah.
all look the same to me sometimes. You know, like sometimes I say Jeremiah and Jeremy, the same name, right? Wait,
Okay,
it is the second. Yeah, never
That
mind.
was
You're
the
not blind.
Shimmering. Okay, okay.
Yeah, you are not
I guess,
blind.
yeah, he just needs to double check everything.
Good.
Good thing to be sure of, just in case your opponent has something.
Yeah, Safeguard here.
Yeah, of course. You must reveal what's underneath your Quicksilver Grill during the cleanup of a game. It is part of the game rules. You aren't allowed to hide whatever tech you might have been putting there.
I see. But yeah, that is part of the rule here. We are going to go to game 3 here. Do you think more the same or kind of different?
Yeah, I don't think much is really gonna change.
Mhm.
I believe I see, actually taking out his Expel the Departed.
It's like maybe
Yeah,
start to discover, maybe destroying the Refractor isn't good enough.
yeah, he's just sitting there, as in he's taking them out of the deck, back into the side. So he might be just planning on going back into the standard race plan, rather than trying to slow down Glenn, which is respectable as well. We saw in the early games that really, Dragon Will's game, that he wasn't really slowed down, but just his opponent ran with the game and ran all the way into the end.
Yeah, that's my problem with this so-called hate cards of Fractors, where these removal cards are, okay, obviously, right, you remove the Fractor, great, but what if they get out of hand, like Glenn's situation? Then at that point, right, your Expert Departed doesn't do anything. You are going 1 down to make them go 1 Fractor down while they still have 5 Fractors. So the only point where Expert Departed, or even the most notable one, these Scatter Assets are good, is when you play it when they are low a fractal. So we're talking about like 2 fractals, 3 fractals. Those stop there from their Sangjiaos, and those are the one that matters the most, right? Compared to having multiple of these copies. Because realistically speaking, you're not going to play 3 departed 1 turn. That's not going to happen. So I think my logic is that I wouldn't run too many of these copies. Neither will I run any because like it hurts my deck composition. I need to draw it early, like 60 out of 2 to 3. Will you actually draw it in the first hand? Like that's the question we ask ourselves every time, right? And like he's going first. I don't think you really care about Glenn like opening as many fractals as possible. Like if he opens 3 fractals, so be it. It is what it is, right?
Yeah, I suppose the consideration there might have just been if my opponent goes first and opens the correct number of fractals, I
Yeah.
can still expel it, which
Ooh.
actually could have happened in
Yeah.
the last game with the 2 fractals. If you expelled one of them, the
Yep.
Quicksilver play wouldn't even have happened.
Yep, that was still one scenario. And Enoch didn't draw. Did he draw the expected? We don't remember this.
Yeah, he had if he turned one bovine and expelled there, then the game maybe would have played out very differently.
Yeah, I mean that's why it matters like your decision making. Like maybe he's too afraid to go hands down, but that's where we talk about high level players. They realize that this play, despite making me hands down, is really strong. So we are going to go to Enoch going first here.
Oh look, there's the Mustang.
Mustang comes in where nothing is there, but this time at least Enoch is happy to see like okay, I have answer to London. This time it's fine, but the rest of the hand not looking great. Huh.
Yeah, it's fine. There's a bovine start, so you're not really upset.
Yep.
You probably just want to bovine and then hold up most of your Mustang because you now know he's playing Lantern. And
Yep.
then just have the bovine there, force your opponent to respect it,
So,
and see what happens.
Here's a question for you, Damien. How many fractals are we going to see played this turn?
Oh,
Turn one.
obviously it's 3.
I say 1.
I see a dissonance.
I say 1. 1?
Uh,
Oh,
God, I think I see. I think I see 2. There's a rain. There's a dissonance.
is that rain?
Uh,
Okay, that's a rain. Okay,
yeah.
two.
So
Still
yeah.
working on my caster curse. Can't really get it right like you.
Well, it's fine. We got it somewhere in the middle. There's 2.
Yeah, but I think 2 is still a good number because he can go for the Quicksilver grill play. Glenn is shaking his head though. Not, oh no, we can't because he needs 3.
Yeah, the dissonant doesn't
yeah,
tap.
this doesn't tap. Well, so much for that.
Yeah, still having the dissonant is a good start because you're able to set it. You're able to glimpse there. Maybe take advantage of the fact that your opponent is almost 100% going to level to 1 there.
Yeah. Oh, he's shaking his head. It's not looking good. But outside there, he is gonna be able to actually go for the backup charge next turn, I believe, and then recollect, go for the bovine swing, go for a lot of different lines here.
Yeah, it depends on how Enoch feels about this matchup as the Gambu, because if he plays into backup here, it means he's willing to take the mill plan a bit slower. But most Squadron decks will really want to go to level 1 immediately because you can recover that influence slowly with floating memory anyway.
Yeah, exactly. But here's a quote from someone I heard. Gambu is nothing but just a fractal rain. What do you think of this quote?
Well, I mean, you can't just say that it is a fractal of rain because yeah, it comes down and it mills you a card.
Yeah.
You can't tap it unlike fractal rain, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, besides
It's
the point.
that the mills are a line of consistency that your opponent isn't really able to. Your opponent can plan for, you can plan for.
Yep.
And from that, your deck building changes. There is
Yep.
an impending doom that you also have to be aware of.
Yep.
Any additional mills mean that clock goes faster. You
Yep.
can't just say, oh, my opponent's a fractal of rain, so I just need to play as if he has one.
Yeah.
That is a big turtle, and you need to be able to look at it properly, especially if that turtle is coming at you because your opponent has 2 fractals of rain.
It looks like Glenn just plays the certain fractal. I think he actually only has 1 fractal head.
Yeah, so sitting here, he just managed 1 and then showing him the
Like,
material deck.
yeah, I mean, yeah, only these 2 are the new ones, so we are going to recollect this turn.
Mill 1.
See,
I
side
mean,
raid leader, that's really good. He can pay 2 for it
yeah, I
He
mean,
is gonna do
it
it.
is what it is. Just do it. Just
immediately. Yeah, such a good card. Like I think I discussed this a lot of time where in Grand Life Guide, drawing cards is basically like getting an extra resource more valuable than other card games.
Yeah.
So that's just one free draw, right? That seems like it's gonna be able to buff any element comes
no.
out, and Bolwan here I think is the prime target right now.
yeah, there's bovine on board. He can play another one from hand.
What's better than one Bolwan? 2-3 bone wine.
Oh god. This is going to be another rough game for Glenn, I believe. One fractal. I think I even missaw the fractal of rain. It's just one
Yeah, it's just
dissonant
one
fractal.
fractal. So I did call it right.
Ah dear. Well, let's just see where this goes, because he might draw the next few. He did stack a couple of fractals on the top, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so I think it is gonna be a bone wine. Maybe just gonna mill first to see what he actually mills, what's in the box. So yeah, glad to say.
Oh, he's milling Glenn.
Oh, great, again.
Yes, he stacked the fractals on top. Yeah.
Oh no, that's 2 fractal down. Yeah, glad did see 2 fractal, and like it noted like that's too right.
Oh dear.
Oh,
So now
no.
he's in another rough.
This,
Do
that's
you
really
recover
good.
from this?
This is really good play. I mean, you
Alright.
mill both of your opponent's components. It's fair that you mill both of yours.
Yeah, just sitting there. Awful meals on both sides.
Oh, that's really heads up already. No, like that play, we didn't even discuss about it. Like the fact that you can actually mill your opponent because your opponent look at the top 4, right? You know what your opponent looking for, and like if your opponent wants to draw it, what's worse than not drawing it? It's going to the grave.
Yeah, exactly. Those are cards that normally he wants there. Of course, you can sit there and go a bit of mind games, especially since
Yeah.
you're knowing that your opponent will give you a float, will give you 1 mil. But sitting there with the bovine, you just kind of have to take it.
Yeah, I mean that's a bit unfortunate on Glenn's side, but things are not looking any better right now.
Yeah, actually, I think Glenn stacked 3 on the top because he knew that
Huh?
his opponent was going to mill 1 off the Gambu. He wants
Yeah.
the 2 fractals. He really, really wanted the 2 fractals, but oh well. here we
Yeah,
are. He drew one.
Yep.
He still drew one. That's fine.
Alright,
He
alright.
can recover from this potentially.
okay, we're back. Are we back? It's only 1 fractal though.
Yeah, 1 fractal. There's a fracturize to the left side, so this can represent 3 fractals,
Mm-hmm.
especially because there's a frost one there. So it's not like he is completely fighting without anything.
Yep, we do see the frost. We do see the factorize as well. So technically speaking, if we want to count the fact that a factorize for the power cell and also the snow fractal, it is technically 3 fractals that Glenn has.
Yeah, 3 fractals already ready to go soon as he puts them down. But now just gonna use that frost one to contest the board back. This game is actually swaying quite evenly again.
Yep. I mean that's how strong Frostborn Paladin is, right? Like at one moment you could be behind at one moment, and then out of nowhere because you played the 3-4, swings it to the other ally, which is a 2-3. Your tempo just swings back all the way back to you, and you do have influence as well. He is gonna play the Fractal Snow here. Probably gonna pass here. I think he's gonna leave up 3 cards here for reactions. So back to Enoch here. What is he gonna do?
Yeah, just you seeing your opponent kind of mill off the fractals might give you some sort of security, but you have to know that you're still fighting a fractal deck. Everything is still just able to come crashing down when it ends. When. Alright, so 1 mil off the Fate Stone there, Tengu draw afterwards.
Yep, just clarifying what card is mill, what's not. That's a huge influence. I can't even count. How much is that?
Yeah, just about 8. Yeah, 8
8,
influence.
right? Yeah, 8. I think standard 8. That's just so much influence here. Ren as well, not doing too bad himself. Haven't even played down the Sangjao yet. He's yet to play it down. I think next time we could see a Sangjao potentially.
Yeah, so sitting here with the bovine milling yourself, that's about right.
Mhm.
Alright, 2 floats. Level 2 is on the table.
Yep.
Going to 5. So here is where you start planning for the future again.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting here paying 3. I'm not sure what 3 as well. But normally you'll be looking at how the game might be progressing, especially since your opponent had such a slow start. You aren't going to be able to clear that frost one off the table because you don't have one of your own, I believe. But you still need to be able to set up that turtle then if you want to go for it. So there's a world where you just go, yeah, Fractal of Rain
Fractal
imbue.
Rain. Yep. Just to make sure you have consistent mills here. Because next turn, right, if he really wants to, he can go level 2. Level 2 on enter gives 2 counter. And then mill 1 from the stone, mill 1 from the rain. That's basically 9 if he wants to. But I don't think he's in a hurry to do so.
Yeah, and it's still an option that you should be considering, of course, because the damage numbers on fractals are not small. Having a turtle there to constantly block damage means you get to effectively prevent so much damage.
Yep, land here, choosing not to play the Factorize, which he was considering, I think. He was considering to play down the Factorize.
Yeah, I believe there's a consideration for your opponent's negates there. If you wait until your turn, you can, yeah, draw like that and then fracturize afterwards if need be.
Yeah, safer play right here, not using the uh, stones right there. Not stones, sorry, the fractals right there. It is gonna be factorized. Now, Glenn, I would say miraculously, but skillfully just showed us that, well, despite all the bricks and despite all the problems, there is a way to get 3 fractals.
Yeah, this deck will get you 3 fractals, and then whether you are able to take advantage of that.
Yeah,
that is
and it's gonna show it. It's like, yeah, you can play Sangjiao, you can play 2, but I'm not gonna let you draw. Like please, like do something. So right now, Glenn, regardless of what Glenn does here, he is unable to draw. He can negate it, but that's not gonna help.
Yeah, so you see here, the Zhang Jiao, you probably just pay the, it's probably chose the most to draw and put a card from your deck into your memory.
Yep.
But I believe you just pay the 2 and take the recover 4. As unfortunate is that you don't get to draw 2 after spending so much effort to get the fractals. You kind of just have to take any effect you can get at this point.
Yeah, you want as many allies as you want at this point, so he is gonna basically choose to pay 2, gonna recover back to 0 back to basically both players not taking any sort of damage. This time Enoch here is hands down, 0 cards in hand. No, sorry, 1 card in hand, but technically might as well just say that there's no reaction at this point. Both one just goes down. The Sang Jiao's gonna hit a very nice
First
1
blood.
damage.
Thank you.
First blood.
So here we've kind of been reset into a more stable position.
Yeah.
It's not like Glenn is running away with the game, but he's still able to continue the game into what might be slightly much more scarier for Enoch, since 3 fractals just means Zhangjiao anytime. But Enoch also is still kind of on his game plan to just... Yeah, actually, I think he's... Oh,
Whoa,
okay.
the Claymore, he's gonna tell Glenn, look man, I'm gonna start hitting you even harder. And this Claymore actually can remove the Frost Sword if he reaches to. That's a Mustang, they're not helping here, but I don't think it matters. He is gonna continue to mill himself. So we are going to see, recollect. Wait, did he mill 3 already?
He milled 2 off the face stone and the...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
So he was at 5 going up to 7. That's why now he's 2 counters away.
Yep.
So a turtle is coming next turn. But here the Claymore just means I'm going to rush down this game.
Yep. Probably gonna have ways to also fill up the graveyard so that he can have 10 water. I believe there is a continuing plan. There is the...
That should be about 7 water in the grave right now. So
Yeah.
it's just 3 for this Claymore to go into phase.
I think it's just conniving plans here so that he can actually reach that number.
Potentially, yeah, actually. If you conniving plans that if you mill to water and the plants itself.
Hey, what are you doing? Why are you saying? Why are you suggesting that can happen?
No, it just mills 2 Mustang. That's all that happens.
Sir, sir, there's no way. Okay.
When have I ever cursed?
Okay,
you?
there we go.
See,
there we go.
I don't curse people. It never happened.
You better hire security when we walk out from this hall. I don't want players to come swarming to the casters for saying nonsense like this. But anyway, back to the game. We are going to see the Claymore swinging face? Frost Sword? Which one?
I have to use Frost. Yeah,
Yeah,
Frost
Frost
one,
Sword, yeah. And then losing durability counter. This weapon, is this like the highest attack weapon in the game?
Base. Highest base attack weapon in the
Highest
game.
base, right? Yeah.
If you want to talk about the highest attack weapon in the game, that goes to Erendite. But we're not going to see any Erendites here, no warriors in this matchup. At least the Tideholder Claymore, really interesting that it's kind of used to be a place where it just said, I don't have Icebound Slam, this is my Icebound Slam.
Can
at
you
home."
imagine a tamer? Imagine your entire role is to nurture animal holding a claymore to smack people. Think of
Yeah, well, sometimes you need to get rough with the animal.
We do not condone animal violence here.
Yes, but we condone shouting at your pets.
No, we
Good Dawn of Ashes cards.
No,
Fire Element.
we do not. Back to the game. Glenn is gonna be paying his fractals here for what I presume is gonna be its. Yep, it is gonna be more fractals. Yep, paying fractals for fractals, right?
Yeah, just more fractals constantly going up. We're seeing here again, he's still comfortable to stay at his level 0 self because there's not much pressure coming from Enoch's side.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is just a typical water mirror at this point. Like, look at both play, high influence, high resources, playing it slow and being very meticulous and careful with their game plan. But I would say Enoch basically has his game plan ready already. And like, he has a Mustang, right? So he's basically ready for any sort of like lantern shenanigans. But the issue is that Glenn just has the refuser.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of things that can and will go wrong if need be, but well, we just hope that everything is fine. We're sitting here on our mills. At this point, though, you're not too concerned about what comes out of the mill. You're just sitting there wanting to have the quest counters for your Gorgia. But you're sitting here thinking, what's the materialize? There's no way it's 2 here at this point. I think there's only 1 float. Yeah, just Quicksilver. Again, I'm still playing against Fractals. I still need to respect it properly. Quicksilver Grail,
Yep.
Safeguard Amulet, move on, let's see where it goes.
Yeah, I think Quicksilver is always the standard like answer to, okay, I'm not sure what is happening. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'm just going to Quicksilver Grill and hope for the best. He is going to refuse her.
Alright, Cleanse
Mhm.
off the top. Now where do the remaining mills go? So this is hard because you want your Fractal of Rain to mill yourself so that you can get more floating memory.
But
But at this point, you also kind of don't really need it.
I mean, that's a logic where usually we just go for, alright, let's just mill our opponent's win con. But Glenn spring water. I don't know if it's safe to help Glenn mill floatings.
Yeah, it depends on how much you view the Fractal deck as well. Well, he mills himself, gets a floating, so it's fine.
It's fine, yeah. We are going to see the big turtle flip, I believe.
Yeah, consuming 9 quest counters here, just going up to the turtle. Potentially a Fugue play right now.
Yeah, there's one thing like I noticed about Fugue is that it's kind of dangerous sometimes, right? You play the Fugue and then your turtle becomes from a 9 defense to a 3 defense.
Yeah, of course, with Spell Shroud, you just go, I know, you have to understand what your opponent has and doesn't have.
Exactly, yeah.
So, of course, there's not much that Fractals has. I don't think there's anything really Fractals has
nothing.
to combat Shedru beyond the occasional Snow Fairy if they do choose to play it.
Yeah.
But here is just going to Fugue it, representing 9. So, if there's any one ally in hand, of course we know that there's a Song of Frost on the other side.
We are going to go Mustang here, asking Glenn to respect this, or, you know, there goes the Lantern. He is going to go and factorize the Lantern here, trying to not use his Refuser here. Very heads up from Glenn here. And it just allows it. So, the Mustang needs to choose a new target, is it?
Yeah, the Mustang still needs to choose a target then, because
wait.
if you do it in response to the Mustang, he hasn't chosen a target yet. So once you fracturize it, he loses that as one of the legal targets. So now he has to choose a legal target, which in this case has to be the Quicksilver Grill.
Which means, wait, can he crack the Quicksilver Grill?
Yeah, so what probably will happen now is that he lets Mustang resolve. Mustang will target Quicksilver Grill.
And then in response, right? Oh wait, what's happening?
Oh, so I guess what's happened is that it was a timing clarification. Mustang's already come in and then asked him for the on-enter response, and Glenn responded on the on-enter.
Oh, okay. So the target is chosen, yeah.
Yeah, target has already been chosen. If the effect fizzles instead of having to choose a different target.
So a more appropriate timing would be like you suggested, where upon card activation, right?
Yeah.
I see.
So here, of course, just gonna untap. Nothing much really changed at this point.
Yeah, not here looking less comfortable right now. But it is like he just took 9 damage.
Yeah, and I think it also has to go through Enoch's brain as well, that at this point, I think the Polar Deaths and the Gambu health gain is completely off the table.
Yep, but he might not be able to like gain health from the Gambu or stuff like that. But I mean, that Gambu that's sitting menacingly with 3 nice stats, like he's able to just protect any sort of ally shenanigans. And I mean, Gambu is still 3 damage. I think 3 damage is still really, really good every turn if you choose to attack with it. So I think it's still sort of comfortable, but still not super comfortable. But Glenn on the other hand is feeling, I mean, he's feeling not comfortable at all. I would say he needs to deal with this Quicksilver Grill as soon as possible. If not, he won't be able to win the game.
Yeah, of course, sitting there continuing to draw off his Regalias. No level 1s in sight. Just waiting on something to come up.
Yep.
Although, if you draw enough damage spells, there's a point where you don't really need much.
It's 7 to champion here. He's gonna take it, and then he's just gonna Glenn's gonna recollect and see what he actually has. Because right now Glenn's hand is not helping him at all.
Yeah, because here, if he's
Yes.
able to burst, yeah, I don't think he has enough influence to burst and then say double shimmering, which would be end game, assuming, of course, Enoch doesn't have anything in response.
Yep, but he's just gonna play the one of the most iconic ally at this point. Kulas right here. Kulas is probably gonna swing for
Nah,
4.
never seen it.
What do you mean? You like Kulas?
Nah, I'm okay.
What? Ai.
So Gilda swinging it for 4, of course, is going to be another pressure point there. This is where it gets scary, because now if there is a burst asunder, shimmering is lethal.
Well, a lot of things are currently lethal line for Glenn right now because Gotcha being 19 HP is not gonna help her a lot here. Maybe considering it will go level 2 here just for the 22 HP buffer, but Glenn's there. Yeah, now back on the panel here, not able to actually represent lethal here. We thought that Enoch was probably gonna take the game, but now Glenn instead is pressuring with this Gildas.
Yeah, this is really a close game. Both sides having their own responses and answers to everything on the board. Here, just gonna go up to Gotcha level 2, probably just draw cards. Well,
Upon card activation, he is gonna force. I think Glenn is gonna force the safeguard being popped here from the Quicksilver Grill. Maybe.
I don't know if that's the best point to be doing it. If you force the safeguard here, okay. So if you force the safeguard here, it means that next turn you have to draw a Burst Asunder, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe Glenn recognized that he doesn't have much time. This is the best time to pop it, and maybe he also recognized that Enoch won't be able to kill him this turn, unless there's another fugue, right?
Yeah, another fugue would end it. Of course, it's whether, assuming Song of Frost, refusals, etc., the whole
And gonna
shebang.
milk Glenn here, gonna milk the Sangjiao here. I mean, that's good, but at least it's not Blood Asunder.
Alright, so we'll see if this might be the end of the game. 1, and then probably Seaside.
You just share a pass, like you can just scare your opponent with your influence, but
Yeah, but at this point you might as well force it out of him, whether you got a game end or not.
actually I just realized the Gildas is alive.
Sorry?
The Gildas is alive. Like
Yeah, the Gildas is still
you
alive.
can see with the Gildas. I mean, okay, to be fair, you still have the weapon. Wait, the weapon is 5 damage.
Yes, the weapon is 5. So you can play Seaside here and just say,
Swing.
do you have anything? Okay, on activation.
Activation. Might actually be game here.
Yeah, if he glimmerings,
Glimmer is this.
you then have a decision whether you pay 6 or you let this go. So yeah,
Let
he's
it
probably
go.
acting under assumption that Glenn has another one.
Or maybe just have the, what's it called again? The,
Oh, still thinking.
yeah, I'm still thinking about it.
Yeah, because if you're assuming that Glenn has another one, you just pay the 6. If you don't, it means that. Oh god, it means that
I mean-
this, he can only respond once either
Okay,
way.
I mean, here's the thing. If Glenn responds again, it means Glenn has no hand, no cards in hand. Means Glenn has no more responses. Then you just swing with the Claymore, right?
No, because the lantern that is turning off the water, so you have to pay 10 to
yeah,
swing the
yeah,
Claymore.
yeah. I forgot about that.
So yeah, you probably you probably just pay the 6 for the Seaside, and then hope there isn't like a refracting or shimmering or whatever.
No, it's just to let it go.
Yeah, if he lets it go, all right. Then for another Seaside, we try again.
We try again. 2 cards in hand. It has to be Refuser because if it's not Refuser,
Song. All right, Fractal of Snow.
Fractal of Snow here is
On
gonna
activation.
card activation. Oh wait, it's
You can't do that yet, Glenn. You're not a cleric.
Yeah, you're not a cleric, but
Alright,
yeah,
Frostbind.
just have pay 2. Yep, and then I think Glenn is just gonna concede here. Sing
Yeah,
2. Yep,
that's it. That's game.
that's game here. What an insane turn of events
Oh
here.
no, he had fast cures. If he just played the fast cures, he would have been safe.
Yeah, but Glenn, I mean, he
And the
chose
Song of Frost as well. Oh
he
no.
chose to pull it down for the Gildas there. I mean, that's the hard part about this game, right? Decision making is a bit difficult at this point where you're not really sure what's going to happen. I do think that Glenn at one point should have went for level 1 at one point. This is such a long game that I don't really remember when you can go for level 1, but at one point you probably should be considering level 1, right?
Yeah, it's really difficult because he's sitting there wanting to draw more. If you draw more, you get more options.
Yep.
And he's so desperately digging for every single kill spell in the deck. If he found one more kill spell, he probably had the game right then
Yeah,
and there.
I think he was digging for lethal. I think that's fine, but maybe I don't know. I was thinking like because it's Simmering Refracting, right? Technically speaking, if you level up to 1, you can always just put the Simmering Refracting on memory and then cast it to draw 1 back. So that's technically digging. But then again, it's such a tough call. And then like that came that Enoch just decided, you know what, I'm gonna keep punching and punching, and eventually punch through.
Yeah, of course. The Gamble there just stands. As long as you keep resisting, excuse me, as long as you keep resisting, you just slowly eventually get to a point where you just are able to pressure them out of a game.
And I think that's a very interesting showing of what Fuke does. Even if the Lantern is up, right, it doesn't actually turn off Fuke. Fuke still swaps the HP and, well, Gamble still smacks for 9. 9 is a lot of damage.
Yeah, in the end, he just represented too many things that Glenn had to
Yep.
shut down. But we'll be going to a break. I
Yep.
guess with how long that game goes, we'll be coming back to you really, really shortly.
Yeah.
See you in the next one.
Bye.
果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are still here with Ascent Kuala Lumpur. We have just finished 3 grueling rounds of Grand Archives. So tell me, how have the games been today?
God, it's been so much action actually. All of them are really close. Not a lot of blowout matches, which are always good to see. A lot of competition, a lot of back and forth. We've been seeing actually more of the decks that we are expecting to see, but in different ways and more of matching in different and more complicated matchups.
Yeah, I mean, lots of fractals so far.
Yeah, surprising.
2 Genbus, 2 fractals. So maybe the 2 decks that are kind of leading the pack here, and they were the most represented, though obviously one of them's Goja. So like it could be fire, could be wind, we don't know yet. But there are a lot so far. And I mean, so far, have you seen anything in the room? Notice anything from what the other players have been playing? And see anything interesting?
No, not really. I haven't really been walking around too much. I know there's a couple of freckles near the top. There's a couple of Gembus running around. Some of the REs haven't been having a fun time, but it's been going for most of them. Hopefully we'll get to see more and more decks as they come out and more different types of interesting and weird interactions as it go.
Yeah, and I mean, that last game was very, very close, especially there at the end where it just had to just go for it.
Yeah, it was maybe my opponent didn't put safeguard for one, but oh well, it happens and he's got it, so it is what it is sometimes.
Yeah, so we are just waiting for the pairings here. We can get you the next round, hopefully. Maybe not water, because we had the fire mirror. How about a wind deck?
A wind deck, yeah, sure. So be a wind serial mirror.
Not sure if that's exactly what I was hoping. Maybe like Wind Ari versus Seri, or maybe
Wind
like
Ari.
Wind Allies versus Seri.
I mean, another matchup that might be extremely difficult to play will be a Wind Luxem and Wind Tristan. That
yeah.
has a lot of points of interaction that requires proper execution. That is really difficult. And if our players can navigate it, it's a lot of action that will be fun to commentate over.
Until they get ensnared.
Well,
And then it's like, oh, I lose.
I mean, Luxem and Tristan both will run ensnare. But I think both of them don't really care about the ensnaring. They're
Oh,
fine
I thought
with
you
it.
were talking about the Seri.
No.
Yeah, we don't talk about Seri versus ensnaring. Queens,
Yeah,
so
when Serial comes, we'll talk about Serial when Serial comes.
if
If.
Seri comes. I mean, I would like to see one. At least one. But
Just
we'll
to
see.
show one.
Yeah, but Luxem, Wind Luxem, haven't seen any so far, but it is a deck that did very well recently, so I definitely expect some people to be on it.
Yeah, Winlux, I don't know. I think everyone just saw Bob, look at Bob, and everyone went back to fire. But Win is still a strong deck that I think only really has a difficult matchup into Bob. But
Yeah.
other than that, it will be fun to see if they can show and whether they can come out and show off their stuff here.
I think Wind Luxem's very well positioned. It's good against Genbu. It's good against Fractals. Its worst matchup, probably just Fire Luxem, to be
Yeah,
honest.
exactly.
Because it just doesn't have the Luxem count to keep up. But we'll see if any Wind Luxems show up. Tristan is...
Yeah, it's as we just talked before, it sadly underperformed during Nationals.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll come up this time. There's a bunch of fractals. We've seen a bunch of fractals already, so that was the matchup that they were poised to try and conquer. So maybe they're here this time.
Yeah, maybe. But then I feel like a lot of the people who want to play Wind Assassin probably just move to Wind Luxem instead. Because I think it just has a better matchup spread. It's just a bit more reliable when Tristan can just be... The deck is weird because it has these different sides to it. And if you just don't find one half of the deck, the deck falls apart. Like if you don't find your mastermind schemes, your Shadow Strikes don't do damage. If you don't find your Shadow Strikes, you don't do damage. If you don't find your Dungeon Guide, it's so hard to level up to 3. So there's just a lot of... The deck feels clunky in a way, which is why I think oftentimes I'll watch a Tristan game and it's like, what's happening? Like nothing really happens if they don't draw well. But if they do draw well, they have lots of potential and they have lots of versatility, which is the main thing about Tristan.
Yeah, of course. There's so much cycling that half the deck is basically cycling. And you still wonder why their decks still feel kind of bricky at times.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you're going to play like 4 Scout the Line, 4 Fairy Whispers, and you still can't find the card you need.
Yeah, I mean, it's just we should get Bob on Win Tristan.
I don't think it works if he's not on Luxem.
I mean, we'll never know because have we really seen him debut really bigly on any deck?
I mean,
that
he's
isn't
played
so?
other decks before, but not in a tournament like that was streamed, as far as I know. So then, ooh, Fire Lorraine.
Win Serio.
So
It's here.
we got exactly what we asked for. 2 decks we haven't seen yet, and we got the Win Seiryu. So guess that's a caster's curse right there. I think everyone's gonna. I don't know if everyone's excited to see Win Seiryu. Like the deck.
I think this matchup should be one that is more worth getting excited for. Because unlike decks which are just trying to slow down and then find a lethal in between the Serio line, the Fire Lorraine actually has threats that come at the same speed as the Wind Seiryu. So both need to respect each other properly and both need to be able to play into their outs extremely well.
Do you think we might see Rending Flames on Seiryu to try and kill it?
That would be rather epic.
I mean, if there's any deck that can do one big hit that will kill the Seiryu, it's a Fire Lorraine that has like 7 fire cards in grave with a fire momentum with some extra bells and whistles. So the deck is looking pretty normal. But yeah, like let's get straight into the game. Like let's no more yapping. Let's see the action. I'm gonna bring out that beautiful custom art Wind Spirit from the SP2. So really big here is of course the fact that the Seiryu player gets to go first, and they really, really, really want to go first.
What do you mean? Really big here is that finally I have a hometown representative from Singapore playing on the stage. Didn't show up in nets. I need to be able to cast my own people for once.
Okay, so he's never seen Winds of Destiny in his life. Winds of Destiny does allow you to play it for free if you have enough. If you have enough Fate Stones, but notably, we did not open with the Fate Stone. Besieged Fate Stone not coming out here. Is he actually playing? I assume he's playing Besieged.
Yeah,
of course you are. You have to be.
Yeah, 4 Besiege Face Stone, 4 Dungeon Guide, Besiege the no Besiege the Winds.
Oh, no Besiege. So only on the 4 DGs and the 4 Winds, only in the 4 Besiege Face Stone. That's interesting. Usually I see the full suite of 12 or similar.
I mean, of course, we have to like half admit probably was extremely difficult for him to find Besiege the Winds.
Yeah, that is true. That's true. So Clumsy Apprentice here, the inferior art of Clumsy Apprentice. Gonna do some damage. We're just gonna dump some guys on field. I see there's a momentum and a hone and a reduce. So not much. We're actually swinging 2 into this with Flame Rune. Do you think he was trying to play around possible favorable wins?
No, well, it might be favorable wins, but I think he's also more valuing the keeping his allies around. Because the more allies there are that stick on the board, the more he just constantly continues to apply pressure. He sacrifices 1 more damage he could have done right now, but he's getting 1 damage back next turn because the Clumsy would have died off of that.
Yeah, so we're going to go straight level 1 here. It's going to bring out that fabled Azurite Fate Stone, which is, so if you guys have never seen Wind Seiryu Gosha, the idea is basically you're kind of like Rai. You just want to level up, 0 float. You don't play any of that. You just level, 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 and you keep getting these quest counters from banishing cards from your memory, which eventually lets you bring out the Seiryu, which is a big guy who does a ton of damage and gets you Arcane Blasts, and it lets you empower, so you can actually play the Arcane Blast for a reasonable amount. Actually, does play Reclaim. Wow, that's interesting. So, yeah, I mean, the idea is you just turbo. You turbo to 3. You, even if you have no cards in hand, you get to bring out Incandescent Reliquary, and with Incandescent Reliquary, you can start to refill your hand, because you will definitely have less influence than your opponent, unless they're on Fractal, maybe.
Yeah, but of course, right now, there's not much turbo going on, just a kind of stable one-on-one plays.
Yeah, actually
the
pretty
dragon
slow here.
Yeah, the dragon
No
actually is
GG.
showing off most of its key features. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Oh, no, I mean, actually, notably, we do see there that he does have the Sun-Blessed Gazelle.
Yeah, it's a Luxem animal that's been an interesting inclusion in some Seiryu decks. Not seen much play, but I suppose it's the sort of fallback for you to rely on when you're fighting against fire, aggro, or wind allies in that sense.
Yeah, and the thing about it is it the only Luxem card in the main board? I believe so. Because obviously this deck doesn't really want to play Luxem cards, because let's just be real here, the Luxem cards are not very good.
Yeah, of course, not for Tamer. But admittedly, there's a red hair on Fresh side. Not much going on after that.
Yeah,
so
but there's no ally.
yeah, I think he's just played it. Yeah, the hand is full of attacks. So at this point, he's just aiming to play it down so that he can level up. But Was
Yeah,
red hair the
actually,
best one?
that's pretty dire. Not, I mean, could have played. No, he actually can't play the Tempered Seal because there's no weapon on field either. So I think the red hair was literally the only thing he could play here. Unless
Yeah,
you
is that
reduce the ash to the cake.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, if you stop it from getting suppressed, that's not bad.
Yeah, of course. But now we're just seeing Maki D Daniel, of course, having to really navigate this difficult hand. Because if when you're playing a turbo deck but you don't have your turbo pieces, it's really hard to properly navigate where you want to allocate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we have windmill.
Yeah, windmill, Asen, classic combo, but you can't have both right now.
I think he already has an Asen in hand, so could go for the clear of the board here. Don't really have to deal with the red hair at this current moment because obviously
Yeah.
there's no unique allies, and if there were, he would have played it last turn.
So here, windmill assassin coming down. Is the Asen there?
Yes, he does have an Asen in hand
Okay.
already, so we can go for this. Oh, there's the Beseech Fatestone. So now he has finally drawn one of his 8 Beseeches in the deck.
Yeah, but choosing, of course, to just clear the board instead, showing a bit more respect towards the damage that Fire Rain can deal. So, of course, just going to play that windmill. Does the Asen come down?
I imagine you gotta play the Asen. It's just so much value. And I mean, you could choose not to attack and just leave it as an intercept. Because you do have to worry about the potential for a big attack card. There's only one fire card in grave, so rending is not an issue, but your opponent has has a lot of cards in hand. They can choose to go for a creative shock, dump a float, level up, and then suddenly maybe you get rended and maybe die here.
Yeah, you have to think about that, especially since your opponent just held up a bunch of cards after playing red hair.
Yeah, especially with a Forge Light Blade, potential rending damage up to 10, which with the Flame Rune, that's 12 damage, 16. If they just fight 3 more damage, they can actually get there. So I think maybe choosing to leave the Asen alive might be the play here. Leave it awake as a possible intercept. Yeah, there's nothing in the hand, no fast speed ping that can remove this windmill. So
Alright.
yeah, okay, we're just gonna kill the Flame Rune. Let's just get rid of it now. Less allies on board, then the less issue we have. The Asen's gonna be harder and harder to kill. Red Hair obviously still not doing anything. We're gonna get that banish on the end phase. Ooh, we lost the Beseech Fatestone.
Yeah.
You definitely wanted to keep that. Reduce the Ash coming down here. Gonna probably target the cake. I don't see anything else it could possibly be.
Yeah,
Targeting.
so reduce on the cake. Is he setting up for rending already?
I mean,
I think there's a world you just go Forge Light rending. That's
10.
yeah. If you have a rogue,
It's not enough.
do you? Yeah, his influence is too high for Rococo as well. Well.
Blazing Throw maybe could do
Oh
it.
yes,
If
blazing.
we do
Throw.
rending into... Actually, I think he had Blazing... Yeah, I think he has Blazing Throw. I think that left card... Yeah, he has Blazing Throw. Oh, he also drew Arthur, which means he could Arthur and then also swing with the red hair here. But if he can... 2 cards in hand, though, against a wind player, you gotta be worried, right?
I mean, yeah, but of course you know what one of them is because it's the Asen that bounced back the windmill engineer.
Yeah, that's
So
correct.
if you are so unlucky that your opponent just went, oh, thanks, Veiling Breeze off the top. Well,
Yeah,
I think this is fire aggro right here. You have to take this risk. You go in and just say, my opponent is not drawing Veiling Breeze off the top. I am not that unlucky.
So obviously, if you just go for the rending here, that's just 10 damage up board, and then we get... We still need to find a way to do an extra 5. Blazing Throw only does 4, so we're
yes.
actually still 1 off unless we have... No, I think that's... Actually, no, we also have Hone by Fire. We could Hone by Fire our Forge Light Blade, which would put it up to 5.
Yeah, I think
No, 4.
he's 1 influence off doing all that, I believe.
And this is why usually Hone, you want to play the Hone during the Recollection phase so that you can essentially get... Oh, yeah, so okay, we're going to play the slower game. We're going to just set up the Arthur, probably take out the Asen with the red hair here. Easy, 1-for-1, 4 damage. Oh, faces the plays. Okay. Oh, no, that was Arthur, right. So then is this going to go face? Ooh, discarding the the Hone by Fire, which is surprising to me.
Yeah,
Definitely
I
felt
think
like
it's a second one. That's why he's fine doing
Ooh.
that.
that's definitely a possibility. Yeah, okay, so just like hitting everything face. We're not even gonna try and remove this Asen. Let's see. Oh, wait, he's just okay.
Blazing
We're gonna
through-
blazing through the Asen. Got it.
All right, yeah. So classic cards, perhaps a bit more unfamiliarity because some of these are an aggro, and we haven't seen an aggro sort of meta in a very long time. Blazing Throw allowing you to sacrifice that weapon, dealing at that final push. But of course, notably, 4 damage can kill a lot of annoying intercept allies. Frostmourne Paladin, Asen there being one of them. Guan Yu, some cases when you used to play in Arisana, it's a lot of value, but you have to sacrifice a whole weapon for it.
Yeah, if we don't draw, it seems like there is not a level up card in hand, which means we're just stuck here.
Oof, that Beseeching Fatestone Banish was devastating.
That was very Trotter, but kind of a bit late for that one.
Yeah, I mean, Trotter at this point is already 2 buff counters, so you the red has a 3/3, right?
The red hair is a 3/3,
Yeah,
and then
so you
Arthur is
can-
not immortal.
You
I
can
believe.
clear the red hair using the windmill, but where do you go after that? You just kind of have to hope that nothing much else is following.
We have a second Asen, but at this point, a Rending, since we did lose the weapon, the amount of damage that we can do with the Rending is not as high, and it's looking at it, there's not another big hitter weapon. There's no Impact Hammer, so you'd have to bring out like Sword of Seeking,
Yeah.
and then try and Rending for 8, which would still not be enough if both allies do get cleared.
Yeah, I think here, if you clear the red hair, 2, 4 for 14, so you can only deal 8 with the rending, especially because you can't hone right now. So if-
Actually, do you even bother killing the red hair? Because if you kill the Arthur, then the red hair can't swing unless you expect they maybe have another unique ally, which he doesn't at this moment.
yeah, in the fire list, generically there isn't much red allies beyond the Xiao and the Arthur. Yeah, and this list doesn't run anything else either, so you probably are hoping on that.
Yeah, so we could go Windmill here, we could Trotter it, or we could Asen, and then, or did he ship the other Asen down? So yeah, I think we're gonna go for a Trotter here. One of the rare moments where Trotter actually does give 2 buff counters.
Yeah, it's quite standout in the Wind of Serio deck now because it's the sort of alternate plan that allows you pressure along the way up.
You're gonna get that extra draw. This is the main thing about the Azurite Fatestone that makes it so strong, is the ability to just give you an extra card every single turn, essentially.
Yeah, constantly banishing to give quest counters and allowing you to really filter through the deck, go through what cards you might not need, and then be able to go and get whatever you need.
Of course, you do have the downsides where sometimes you do banish your Beseech Fatestones or your Dungeon Guides, but it's just an extra risk you have to take. But what's better, being able to control your banish or just having an extra card every single turn?
Exactly. So here, it becomes again another very difficult point where you're just 1 card off being able to do everything you want. Although now Rending isn't really killing, this Fiery Momentum killing.
Rending is going to do 8 damage, so he needs to find 2 more. That Vermilion Decree is not going to do it. Wow.
Oh, is this
Tempered
a
Steel.
Fiery Momentum
Higher
play?
Fire Momentum 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus it's 2 base 2. That's 11. That's enough.
Oh yeah, this is just...
Yeah, that's just enough. He has
Yeah.
8. That's going to be 10 plus the Sword of Seeking. That's 11. That's it, unless he's got something.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see a Veiling Breeze in his
Yeah,
hand.
there's no Veiling.
There's no Veiling in the deck. No, there's 2 Veiling. Sorry, I'm spreading misinformation.
And we can't flip the Seiryu yet, so we don't have the potential Taunter, so
He has an Innovate Agility in hand, so this game
Oh.
isn't completely over.
there's an Innervate Agility for those who don't know. Innervate Agility. Oh, no, wait, but this Sword of Seeking, it has Stealth. Or it has True Sight, so the Innervate Agility would actually not work here. So
But does it recover you out of the range?
it'll heal you 5, which will put you down to 7. And
You are
take
still
11.
exactly
Yes,
lethal.
you're still dead. No, actually, no, it's 11, right? So,
Yeah, so 5 you go down. Oh, no, you're
so you live with
off.
1.
Oh, come on.
But we do have 9 quest counters already, so that means we level up next turn, and then now we can already flip the Seiryu. And then we can try, if we survive somehow, we can level up to 3 for free.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a pretty big potential swing here.
Yeah, I mean, there's still potential ways to go out of it because Fiery Momentum, I believe I saw a second one. So if he doesn't really answer this properly, a second Fiery in addition to a Materialization of a Smoke Bomb still kills next turn.
Yeah, so getting down here, the red hair cannot swing because there's no unique ally. So yeah, I actually think we've kind of made it out of the tunnel and are now on the other side. We just level up to 2 here. We get the draw card. We will banish 2, which will give us the remaining quest counters we need. We can flip Seiryu and just hold it as a blocker because obviously you cannot really risk losing your intercept / taunt at this point because you are just gonna die. If to any random attack card, a Rending Flames here would kill you. So I think that's probably going to be the line. If you want, you could even kill the red hair just to try and remove potential outs. Yeah, we're just going to flip our Dragon Spell Shroud Taunt.
Yep,
Now let's see.
Flipping it out, just putting it outside of the sleeve. Just going, ooh.
Choose a Shroud on your guy. Okay, here's the thing. Oh my god, he's attacking.
If you attack...
Does he have enough to play an Arcane Blast here? He does have the Arcane card that gives you an Empower, but with only 1 Arcane Blast, I don't think,
No,
especially level.
I think that's enough because he's level 2. He needs 9. Oh, not quite. Is there a harness in hand?
Yes, there's a Harness Lightning in hand, so he could get an Empower 3, but then you'd have to pay 2 cards. So it's kind of the same thing. Yeah, I don't think it's enough right now, but I wonder if he's going to Dungeon Guide to 3 and then heal 3, actually.
Dungeon to... I mean, even if you do that, you have to know that that isn't enough to run away from Fiery Momentum, let alone Rending.
Yeah, and then if he has enough cards here, he could play Dungeon Guide and then Gazelle. No, he doesn't have enough. Oh, well, that is going to do it. That's going to be a Byaku's command, so it's going to do here 5 damage. I assume this was on the swing. Yeah, so we're going to take 5. And then we are going to swing again for another 5. Now we just need to swing with the allies on board, and that's enough.
Yeah. Well,
so we're also going to get the Empower as well. So that's going to be Empower 2 plus 2, so 4, so 6, 5. Okay, and we're also going to Harness, which is also going to give even more damage. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Fire Aggro, unfortunately, not really able to close that gap. Although so close, just 2 meager points of damage.
Just barely off. I think really the big thing was the fact that the red hair was sitting there for 2 turns, not being able to swing. It was a really big... If that was just like a lurking assailant instead, imagine the difference.
Yeah, no, I think the main difference was that Reduce might not have been super warranted. Because if he just went up using the 2 cards from the red hair, then he would have Home by Fire there and Fiery Momentum, and that should have been game, but... Oh.
Yeah, if you're going to play the Reduce, you might as well wait for a potential Suppress. Because then if they try and suppress the cake with like a Baby Green, then you can reduce it, because at least they've already spent their Baby Green, they already targeted the cake, and then now you can deny them a draw. But they're just doing it kind of for no reason. Was probably not necessary. And then, yeah, because of that, we couldn't play the Hone by Fire on our Recollection phase, which would actually have made the Rending hit. I'm pretty sure would have been enough to kill.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was a... I mean, that was a pretty explosive game. The Innervate Agility coming in extremely clutch. Even if the stealth didn't really do anything, it did just stop you from dying. The heal 5 coming in clutch. So let's see, in the sideboard, I'm seeing not much. The thing about Seiryu is nobody really expects it.
Yeah.
So nobody really sides anything for it. I want to highlight Restorative Flame.
Oh, wow, okay.
So that is banish up to 3 fire cards and then heal 2 for every fire card you banish. So that's maybe you want a little bit of extra healing, perhaps. Flame Sweep is a way of getting around the Seiryu. So instead of trying to kill through the Seiryu taunt, you could just cleave and then kill them. So if they've got them low enough, it's a possibility. And then of course we have Safeguard Amulet, the classic. Actually in the sideboard, which maybe tells you how he feels about the Fractal matchup, if he's willing to keep the Safeguard Amulet in the side.
Yeah, I think at most Safeguard is probably an afterthought, because most of the time when you're playing fire aggro, you're generally materializing weapons or leveling up in order to progress the game and get to the end. Very rarely do you see a aggressive deck just calm down, materialize safeguard, recollect those things, and then see where you can go from here. But yeah, on the Seiryu side, not much going on here either.
I mean, Dream Fairy's pretty big.
Yeah,
Way of getting rid of Arthur's.
this is probably the Veiling Breeze is the one that's going to be going in.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You need to have some defensive power here. So Veiling Breeze and the maybe Stifling Trap could also maybe come in, but not that useful against fire. But definitely that Dream Fairy to out the Immortal Arthur, or really any ally for that matter. Gonna go first here. Pretty much always want to go first. Gonna draw up our first 7. What's the damage?
All right, so we'll open up.
There's an Arthur.
There's an Arthur, the good, fantastic turn 1 play. That's probably what's gonna come down. I see a Flame Rune. There's a Xiao Chao there as well. So really gonna get a lot of value if Arthur comes down first. I believe that's a Sword Saint in the middle.
Ooh, yeah, so Sword Saint of Everflame, a card I was really looking forward to when when A and B came out. What it lets you do is you can banish it from your grave, you can pay 2, banish it from your grave, and you can give +2 to any fire ally or weapon. Has to be a fire weapon, which is why we have to play Forge Light Blade here. So
Yeah.
we're gonna just play out Red Hair into, maybe that wasn't Arthur. Actually, I think that was a Flame Rune, and I just thought the cape kind of looked like Arthur. So once again, we were having a Red Hair start without a unique, but you did see a Xiao Chao, yes?
Yeah, I believe there was a Xiao Chao. There's like that clear skies background that is very uncommon in fire cards.
Yeah, so hopefully, I mean, I'm probably just going to keep these 2 on board, then try and establish a Xiao Chao in the turn after, because there's no reason to try and play her now when the Red Hair, if she does get removed, she gets potentially Stifling Trapped, then suddenly now your Red Hair is kind of useless. We do have the Dream Fairy, though. Are we going to Dream Fairy this Red Hair?
The thing is, I think you do. You just do it straight away because you're getting rid of a potential threat, and that's 3 damage off the board that you don't need to think about anymore, whether it's coming, whether it's not coming at all. But you also need to remember that what is activating it is probably in his hand, and that is way scarier than what the Red Hair actually is. But of course, still choosing a Dream Fairy. Actually doing the
Wow.
Flame Rune Swordsman. So
Monkey D. Daniel here saying you don't have a unique ally. He saw it last game. You just play the Red Hair as a bluff, essentially, or I guess in preempt of eventually drawing one.
actually, yeah, it's not completely wrong either, because if you know your opponent, if you want to play around your opponent having Arthur, he would have played Arthur first instead of Red Hair.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, that's a big thing. Is why would you not play turn 1 Arthur if you had turn 1 Arthur, unless you were worried about the Dream Fairy? So we are gonna bring out that Xiao Chao, which is going to allow us to attack with the Red Hair. I don't think there's a Stifling to get rid of this. Unfortunately, Xiao Chao stealth is kind of difficult for you to deal with. Oh, that's a Demolition too. So you could use this Demolition to destroy the Dream Fairy, which would let you re-unlock the Flame Rune that has been essentially frozen by the Dream Fairy.
Yeah, I don't think you're too prioritized on this. Flame Rune Swordsman, it is what it is. I'll let it go. I'm pretty sure he's probably going to discard it later on anyway.
Yeah, I mean, to the Red Hair, it's an easy discard. We're going to play that. Oh, we're just going to play the Everflame now.
Yeah, give him something else he has to think about.
Yeah, and this is it's a very ringleader type card where it's like, kill it, and you give me something that has a graveyard effect, or you leave it on field and I just swing with you for 3 every single turn.
Yeah, notably though, the Seiryu has been having such a hard time because it's not had the Fate Stones. There's no level up, there's nothing really going on. They've just been forced to play into the generic win package and see where that takes them.
Yeah, speaking of which, where's the Besieged Fate Stone? Where's the Dungeon Guy? I'm not seeing the level up cards that are kind of the unique feature of this deck, being able to play essentially 12 main phase level up cards.
Yeah, I suppose not having Besiege suddenly jumbles up the deck and you're not able to draw any of them at all.
Yeah, and you really want to hit level 1 here so you can start getting that Azurite scaling, and you can hopefully start getting your extra cards at the end phase, which does let you play more. Thinking here about what to add off of the Fairy Whispers. It's a tough choice. Seems like might actually be considering bottom 3. Oh wow, top 3.
Yeah, if you, I suppose because there's no besiege in sight, you can't really just say I'll gamble on whatever comes. So you have to go in for whatever's all reliable.
Gonna get our okay. So the innervate is gone. That's a bit unfortunate, but at the same time, you didn't really want to innervate back down to 0 anyway.
Notably, Veiling Breeze in hand, so there is some security there. I do think you probably Ascent this Dream Fairy at this point, because it's not really protecting anything that significant.
You could. Does he have enough cards to Ascent Dream Fairy, then Dream Fairy the Xiao Xiao, which would then make the red hair not be able to attack again?
Yeah, and you can clear the Sword Scene as well.
Sword State only has two health here, so maybe we go for that, or we just kill it with the Ascent, or do we leave the Ascent up? Maybe considering Trotter as well.
Yeah, there's so much he has to consider, because even if he wasn't experienced, that last game where his opponent just went in for the big swing, he has to now know that there are big swings coming. Although whether he is aware of how big the range can get is another matter.
The big thing is that he only has 1 fire card in grave, which he also can't really use because it has to get banished for the level up. So not really that worried about the rending or the fire momentum at this moment. No creative shock potential during the main phase. We're gonna swing 1 on the. Oh, are we gonna Trotter? Or we're gonna Dream Fairy again? Yeah, I think we're gonna. Oh, we're gonna Windmill. Yes, we're gonna Windmill here. It's gonna take out the Everflame.
Not sure about this reserve though, because he just kind of showed it my Veiling Breeze.
Yeah, you could have held the Veiling. You could have put the Veiling down on the Ascent and then imbued something else, just so you don't announce to your opponent that you do have a Veiling Breeze. So this is big. I mean, we do have this Xiao Xiao that doesn't really have that much damage threat. So I wonder if Frash can find a way to kill him now, which would be the best time. We have to do 12 damage.
If you level up without using the floating memory, can you get another fire into the graveyard and then rending with the sword? No, there's
No,
way
because
too many
Sword
cards.
State would banish itself as well.
Yeah,
So
so if you level up here with the floating, you go for the Forge Light. Potentially Hone Rending.
1, 2, 3, 6 cards, 7 cards in hand after the draw. So yeah, Hone Rending could be a potential line to win the game here. I'm gonna draw up. Does he have? He does have Hone, but I don't see a Rending. I think there was a momentum in there, but that is not gonna be enough with only 2 fire cards in grave at this moment. We do have the Demolition. That's not really 3 cost, 3 damage. Not exactly the highest rate we could find here.
Yeah, this hand is just so close to having everything, but it's always missing just one piece or one card.
Yeah, and then of course you can't expect to find everything you need in all of these games. I mean, the Xiao Xiao is just gonna. Are we gonna kill Windmill? No, we're going Faces the Place. Actually, another thing. Have you ever seen anyone die from getting their Forge Light blade suppressed over and over again? Because I have seen someone lose from getting like triple suppressed on a Forge Light and they just killed themselves.
I
But
mean, Regalia materialization is very short. Regalia suppression rather is in very short supply now, and being able to constantly do that is a feat in and of itself.
I mean, this is the deck that would do it. You play Baby Green, you play Winds of Destiny, you play. I don't think he's on Zephyr. Yeah, I haven't seen a Zephyr this game. Yes, there's no Zephyr, but we do have 8 other suppressors that we could potentially use. So it is something you could maybe find a line where you Baby Green this, and then you just extra 4 damage, and then you swing with your allies. And I think there is a world where that could happen.
Yeah, but God, there's so many things you have to do. Another Sword Sing being clogged up in his hand right now.
Yeah, so we're going to just play out the Strapping Conscript, another card we haven't seen in a while. She is a 2-cost 3/1. But she's only 3 if you are level 2, I believe. So
yeah, it's 3/2 if you're level 2.
yeah, so it's essentially a 2-cost 2/1.
Yeah.
Very easy to kill, which is the annoying thing. The Windmill easily clears it. Oh my god, we're gonna Vermilion Decree just to kill an Ascent Protector. That does not feel good.
Yeah, so Vermilion Decree, clear the Ascent, deal 3 to face. You make your opponent even more on the back foot, especially because he hasn't really shown you any sort of speed up or any turbo. So I guess you kind of go, yeah, I'll just do this and then see what happens.
Our momentum is now at 5 damage. With the Fortitude Blade, it would be 7, so it would be enough to kill next turn. Or we could also consider trying to go for Sword Saint. But let's see, we can clear out the Strapping Conscript. We definitely have enough fire cards now to start dealing our big hitter attack cards.
Yeah, there's so much here that you need to be able to calculate for, especially because I can sense there's maybe a bit of unfamiliarity with the fire range that might make him more paranoid and play into safer lines than he has to.
Yeah, I mean, Fire Lorraine not particularly common anymore. It used to be very common, but has definitely seen a lot less play. I wonder if we just try and level. The thing, we haven't found our dungeon guide or our Beseech Face Stone again, which is very unfortunate. We're going to go for the Tengu here, which we cannot even pop because we don't have enough cards. Okay, Veiling Breeze is good.
Yeah, I think at this point it's probably just a Tangu and then pray for Veiling to save you angle.
Yeah, so we're going to go just kill the Strapping Conscript. It's an easy kill. And then 3 down. What would be... Is he just going to pop the Tengu here? Might just pop the
Yeah.
Tengu, yeah.
You just set up for your level 2 and you set up enough win cards so that your Veiling is able to protect you from an undisclosed amount of damage.
Yeah, so seems like... Thinking about it...
Oh, Dream Fairy.
Oh, yeah, the Dream Fairy is back to the hand. But do you really want to use this on Chow Chow? She doesn't seem like the highest value card to hit with a Dream Fairy here. Okay, so we're going to do it. We're just going to remove the ally, remove all the damage we can get on the board. Then we can hold up the Veiling Breeze and then also use the Tengu here to put even more cards down. So we're going to lose the Series Command, which is actually not that bad because you want to have at least one Arcane card in your Banish so that when you do your next Series Command, you can do a Generate Double Empower, which would let you play the Arcane Blast for free.
Yeah, so interesting now at 8 influence requires a lot of careful piloting of how you get to navigate this damage, because at this point you know your opponent has Veiling Breeze. So putting a big all-in through one Veiling Breeze might be enough, but little do you know there's a second Veiling Breeze. So, yeah, is there a way to go through both of these? Assuming he puts down 2 in cards, that's for 8. You'd have to rending for 2? No, for 3. 3, I can't, yeah, for 3 damage.
Well, in order to rending over the Veiling Breeze, you would have to rending plus the weapon would have to be over the Veiling Breeze amount to begin with, because you would not get the double.
So right now it's 5. If the Veiling is for 2, this kills. But of course he has to know that this isn't quite enough
Yeah,
yet.
I mean, the Tengu is on field. The implied Tengu. We do have Demolition and Vermilion Decree, which gives us some fast speed cards. We're going to play out the Hone by Fire here, so are committing. One of the things about Hone is that it's very liable to getting blown out by suppresses, because you're just like, oh, I spend all my cards, and I spend my turn, I spend my resources buffing up this weapon, then it gets suppressed. And then the weapon comes back and does 4 damage back to you. So I can definitely see a world where it's a bit risky. Oh, are we going to Veiling now? Oh, wait, that's 2 cards down.
2.
Does he have the suppress, actually?
I didn't see a baby green. Was there one?
Oh, it's Reclaim. Okay.
Right, Reclaim. Unfamiliar with new card. But yeah, Reclaiming here, I assume, yeah, the Windmill Engineer. I guess it builds... Oh, the Dream Fairy, my bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
gonna go in the Dream Fairy. Then we're gonna play the Veiling Breeze here, so we could try and chain... I don't think he has enough cards to play both. Yeah, he can't play Vermilion and Demolition right now, because just doesn't have enough cards. Only has 5 cards in hand. That's not enough. So his Veiling is going to keep us alive. Curious that he spent this here instead of waiting for the attack.
Yeah, because actually here rending kills, but there's no rending in hand, so oh well. Familiar Decree.
Imbued.
So going to shoot for 3 and 2 on the ally.
That's
And
going to put us. So the Veiling Reveal is going to be, I think, for 4 here.
for 5.
Oh, for 5. Okay, I
Yeah.
thought there was a Gazelle. He must have kept the Gazelle in hand to increase the total amount of damage we will be blocking. We're going to remove this Reclaim, +1. Hopefully we don't hit the other Veiling Breeze.
Yep, so here the banish is difficult. Ooh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, everyone's taking my spotlight now.
Oh, another Gazelle. That's exactly what we needed, actually.
Oh, yep, almost forgot to pull out the level 2.
Are we going Quest Counter, or are we going... Actually, no, he
drew a
went, yeah, he
card,
went
yeah.
Quest Counter, yeah, so... Wait, yeah, okay, he's going for the draw here. He needs to find Dungeon Guide, but there is no Dungeon Guide. It's 2 Gazelles.
Yeah, so is that Innovate Agility in hand? Because otherwise he's completely screwed.
Yeah, and actually, if Rash wants to try and play around the Innervate, he could bring out the Sword of Seeking again and then use that instead. The Rending, it would be 8 damage, so even if you heal 5, it would be off.
3, 1.
Oh no, it'd be 8. It would be 8, so he'd go 11. Yeah, so it'd be enough. So if you want to play around that in particular, you also just saw the Veiling Breeze get banished, so...
Notably, there is a baby green in hand.
Ooh.
So
Is there? No, it's a Trotter, I believe. Is that a big...
yeah, it's the one behind. Well, he shuffled everything now, so I can't tell you where it is. But I think I saw it. Paying 3 for Tangu here. Not sure, because that isn't really advancing much. I guess you have to banish something because you're digging for whatever comes. Oh, the wrong. A bit late.
Yeah, the order here was a little... Yeah, he's going to work out the Sword of Seeking. I'm not playing around here. Not going to let you innervate.
So recollect.
Looking at it, yeah, I think this might be a little bit over.
Sure.
Don't see any other defensive card that could potentially get us out of this.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he does have the baby green, so
does-
maybe.
Does he have the fire attack in hand?
He did have, let's see, does he? Ooh, it seems like maybe no. There's a Xiao Chao, there is a Hasty, there's a Demolition. Yeah, he actually doesn't have an attack card.
Yeah, so I guess you can just throw damage and see if it kills, but he does have enough damage to end the game, but he of course doesn't know his opponent doesn't really have anything.
Are we gonna baby green this?
No, Sword Saint. So
Oh, we definitely baby green this now.
yes.
Oh, this is the freest baby green of all time, and look, he's gonna take 4 damage when it comes back. If we get there, I suppose.
Yeah.
That
oh,
also used up the Lorraine swing already, so that is another big loss here. So we cannot just pivot to attacking with their Sword of Seeking instead.
Yeah, because once your attacks are really in the intent, the weapon when it gets it leaves the intent, right? Yeah. So
Yep.
there's nothing else in the intent. The attack just fizzles.
Yeah, and then what do we do now, Arthur? Immortal Arthur?
I think you kind of have to just Immortal Arthur and hope your opponent doesn't have like the Byakko Seiryu 1-2
Oh,
or swing.
okay. I mean,
Sure.
defensible. We need to get somewhere. So unfortunately, we're gonna come back. And actually, you know what? You legit might be dead here. If he has Byakko's command, you are actually just dead.
Yep.
We're gonna get 2 or 3 banish here, which would put us to 8 quest counters, and then we can get the remaining ones we need from the Guoxia level 2 on enter effect, which gives us another 3. So we are now at the easy amount that we can flip our big dragon and end this game. The Dungeon Guide just rotting in the hand.
Yeah, I don't think there's a command at least, so the game goes on.
We have Gazelle, though, which would do a taunt plus heal. Wait, does he heal? Gazelle doesn't heal, right?
No, Gazelle doesn't heal. It's
draws you cards.
Yeah, it draws a card. It gains HP based on the difference in influence.
Yes, you're going to have 2 taunts. If he chooses not to attack with the Seiryu, he could have potentially 2 taunts on field, which is not bad.
Yeah, of course, sitting here, I don't even think you need the Seiryu to end the game. Even if he rendings and clears the Seiryu, your remaining hand should be able to go through his life total relatively easy.
Yeah, so we're thinking long and hard about how we want to do this. The problem with the Gazelles, you have to have an influence of 3 or less, which actually, because we took some off turns, we are not quite there. But I mean, it's still a taunt. Maybe you're okay with that.
Yeah, exactly. 4 into that would be a 1/4, I believe. Or is it gain the influence? Or is it the difference?
It is the highest influence. So he currently has 6 influence, so he would be +6. So a 7 HP taunt Gazelle. Not bad.
Oh, God.
Oh, you know what you could do, actually? You could play the Gazelle. Oh, we don't have another Fates now. I was thinking we could play the Winds of Destiny to suppress the Gazelle, and then it's going to come back twice, and then you're going to be below influence. But unfortunately, we don't have another Fate Stone. We're just going to Dream Fairy the Arthur away. Oh, this poor Arthur. All these unique allies is there, getting ping-ponged back and forth here. Dream Fairy is a good card, I hear.
Yeah, I suppose it was good that he did swing with it rather than give it immortality.
Ooh, maybe he's thinking about the Gazelle. He's reconsidering a thing. I mean, the 7 HP taunt is pretty good.
I mean, he's got 3 planning to reserve, though. Gazelle notably a 2. Though that, yeah, it's probably just a look to consider.
I think it's okay to just commit the Gazelle here, because next turn you get to go Reliquary if you want to refill your hand anyway. So we're going to swing first.
Take 1. I think you have to know that Smoke Bomb is a thing that they play. There's no way that you just go, yeah, I'm just going to set up a taunt and be fine.
Well, that's why you have the Dragon too, so you could potentially have 2 taunts. But let's see how greedy Monkey D. Daniel here is going to be. If you just hold on the 2 taunts, I think next turn you're probably fine. Of course, you do still have the... You do have the ability to die to the Blazing Throws and the Vermilion Decrease, which we have already been seeing here. 2 down, Trotter. Oh, no, okay, Gazelle. Okay,
Yeah,
so we're
yeah.
going to play the Gazelle here. And then now we just hold on the taunt. We get an extra draw here if we want. No, I'm not talking about the Gazelle, I'm talking about the Azurite Fate Stone. Yeah, so we're going to use the Azurite Fate Stone here. We're going to get our extra draw first, and then we are going to flip it on the turn instead. Do we have enough to... Did we get enough cards to play Winds of Destiny? No. Oh, he draws Besiege Fate Stone. I mean, you love to see it, right? Oh, okay, there's the Smoke Bomb. But we do have double taunt, so this is not going to be enough to get through it. But let's see if Frash has some effect. Actually, we also have the Guoja effect, so you can't even Smoke Bomb the Seiryu. So we're just going to let it go on the Gazelle, though.
This might be dangerous. He just let the Smoke Bomb resolve.
Yes, but he has the Seiryu. He just has to let it flip.
If you just swing with enough damage without an attack card, it can... the moment you flip, if you're already in the 10, if you flip there, your taunt isn't...
Yeah, so he has to do it now in response to the Smoke Bomb. So I think maybe there's a little bit of a timing issue here. So yeah, like if you just go for it now, he can actually just straight throw the attack card.
Attack cards are different because you can respond
Oh,
on
yes,
the
you're right,
activation.
right. So he has to just swing with the sword on its own.
Yeah, and somehow kill from there.
And then hone.
You're going to need a lot of hones for that.
Okay, there's the momentum, so we do get the opportunity here to flip if so be it.
If you momentum here, you take 4 from the dragon, you're at...
You probably don't even retaliate because you just need to hold the taunt, yes?
Is this rising momentum not enough? Oh, it's not enough. Okay.
Momentum would be currently for 7. If you use the sword, it's potentially 8 or 9. So it's not enough to kill this area yet. With the Arthur after it, it would put it at 11. So you'd need 1 more ally to... What? Oh, we're not flipping this area? Oh.
Was maybe there was some communication stuff.
You should have been able, in response to the attack card before attack declaration officially has been declared, in response just to the activation of the attack card, you can flip, which would then put a taunt on field. So I definitely think that there was a bit of maybe a miscommunication about the timings and the opportunities around when you're allowed to flip your card, unless it's just something we weren't seeing. But yeah, I mean, that just goes to show fire the
it might have been a bit of nose, especially on stream. He's just looking at it and then thinking, oh, if he's already drawn the card for this move on, can I still flip? But the timing's over. But then he doesn't check if there's another timing before the activation of the card, so he's just accepted it.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
it's again, it's so much difficulty with understanding timings, and if you're really unfamiliar with how all of these really rush decks work, you might not be very familiar with where you can respond and what stops what.
Yeah, so I guess as a little primer, the thing about attack cards is they are a card you have to activate. So when you activate the attack card, technically you haven't actually attacked yet. You do have to still rest your champion, but you don't have the weapons, you don't have the targets. Before all of that, you still get to do something. But if you just swing with a weapon, swing with an ally that has no on attacks or anything, if you just do that, then there's no space. At that point, the attack's already going through, and you have to do something in the damage calculation phase or during the interception phase. So retaliation phase, there's lots of phases to combat, but essentially the thing about attack cards is they're a little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah, well, come on, where's the Fate Stone? There's
No,
beseeching
wait, no,
Fate-
there's on
Is
the
there?
left, I believe. There's that innervate. That's innervate. Never mind.
Innervate,
Oh my god, we drew Dungeon Guide too late, and then we haven't drawn a Fate Stone. So, are we gonna go Trotter?
Trotter Ascent? That is...
I mean, he went first. He wouldn't have enough cards to play that. He
Ah,
at least
yeah.
has the Veiling. Maybe Trotter and then reclaim the Trotter.
Oh, boy.
Not a great start. Yeah, okay, no, it's Baby Green on nothing.
All right, down and then...
And just reclaim it now.
Sure.
Gonna just take the reclaim early just to not risk potential fast speed ping. Makes sense. Just like the people who will play Windmill and then reclaim it against water, they'll reclaim before you even get a chance to materialize.
Yep, so now on Thresh's side, that's got one creative Sword Saint.
Chow
Now
Chow.
it's missing a lot of attack cards every time.
Yeah, but he does the Creative Shock at least. This time, Creative Shock, a really big card. Can we dump a float? I don't think he has a float in hand to begin with, but we can always draw one.
I mean, he's just gonna draw Arthur and the
red hair.
Yeah, no, not red hair. He's just gonna draw the float right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Arthur and float.
Arthur
Easy.
float. Oh, of course.
Yeah. So pay 3 here, deciding among all of the cards, which is I don't know, because you want to keep cards. Of course, you said red hair.
I mean,
Yeah, Xiao Xiao being discarded is fine. So Sword Saint, swing for 3. The race is on.
it's a lot of damage. We're going to use the reclaim level up here, and then we are going to bring out our Azurite Fate Stone. Hey, you have to show your material deck. Oh, I assume he's probably saying it's the same.
Yeah, though of course if they're okay with shortcuts, though it's good to do the due diligence. Just going through it, both players are running low on time. You'll have to go.
Yeah, this is just, we're not finding our level up cards again and again and again. We're just going to Fairy Whispers a second time. Might have to consider trying to kill this Sword Saint with a Trotter.
That is a 2 on 3 or 2 on top if I've ever seen.
No, that
it.
was, that was
Oh, he already has a
unfortunate.
Sure, Dream Fairy showing that off. Do you Sword Saint?
I mean, I think you probably do Dream Fairy, the Sword Saint, and then next
Yeah.
turn you get the Ascent, the Dream Fairy. So, not a great start for sure. I mean, this is the Beseech deck, and I haven't seen a single unethical level up yet this whole game.
Yeah, leveling up outside of your turns really unethical, but some decks just abuse it.
Yeah, but apparently not. Apparently you can abuse it.
Yeah, completely fair gaming.
Maybe you should play Beseech. You know, maybe you need 4 more of them in the deck so that you can
Yeah.
actually guarantee that you'll see one.
All right, so red hair. I have to assume that Xiao Qiao follows this.
Yes, that is most likely going to be the play here. There's the Xiao Qiao. So next turn we can go Asen and then try and Dream Fairy the Xiao Qiao so that the red hair gets shut off. We're gonna throw the Hasty here. Hasty's pretty good, but not that good when you don't have that much float.
Yeah, it's the scrappy point of the matchup again, where you're just kind of putting things down and seeing what sticks.
We do notably have 3 fire cards in grave, which means we do see the momentum, we see the hone. We can actually just do nothing here, pass, level up, hone on the Forge Light Blade, and then go for a possible momentum. There's many ways of making it to the finish line here. We're gonna go level up to 2. We're gonna lose Baby Green. Kinda wanted to keep that because
What's that veiling? All right, so choosing to draw actually.
hey, draws the veiling here.
Really a whole bunch of nothing much going on. Just trying to go up, I suppose, and run away from the damage in the manual way.
Or perhaps just trying to dig for that dungeon guide, but
Yeah, I suppose at this point, if you just set down 4 cards, yeah, and this will grant you your banish for your 4th quest counter, and leveling up to 3 will get you all the way to the 10 that you need. So if you are happy with just kind of taking the banishes as and when they come, it's mostly okay.
so we're gonna get our extra draw here. Did he? Yeah, so he kept the veiling in hand, and he draws an extra card. So now he definitely has enough to survive for this turn, unless it is. I mean, I can't see a world where veiling does not keep you alive here. We don't have the Sword Saint engraved because it was returned to hand. We're gonna bring out the Forge Light Blade, deal another 4 damage to ourselves.
Is that lethal?
Through veiling, I don't think so. Depending on how many win cards there are, which I assume there's 4 at least. I think it's not enough with veiling.
Yeah, so it's 2. Forge Light is 2. Hone will give you up to 4. 4 with the rending is 3, 7. Then you blocks 4, so it's still only for 6 damage.
Yeah, and if you go for momentum here, you would be momentuming for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we're just gonna swing with Chow Chow first. Then we're gonna throw the momentum. He has another momentum as well, so next turn we can do it again. So this is gonna be for 7 plus 4, 11. Pretty stout. We have to veiling, otherwise we are. Actually, wait, 11? It's not even technically enough for right now, but might as well get it out of the way.
Yeah, you're going to go up anyway, so you might as well go out on the healthiest terms possible.
The issue here is if we level up, yeah, so we're gonna go 7, then we get to add 3. So yeah, we do have the taunt next turn. We still have the Ascent, so we still have the intercept. So you could potentially have 2. We also get the Goja level 2 lineage release, so we don't need to worry about smoke bombs getting rid of our Seiryu taunt. Yes, you're gonna pass here.
Yeah, so just gonna level up, pretty standard, and unfortunately unable to recover 3, but still having that 3 more HP, and a dragon is extremely grateful.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often you see them recover 3. Seiryu requiring 10 usually necessitates that your Goja 3 gives you the quest counters, but there are some games that are a little bit slow where you have enough time to actually just stack quest counters by just banishing stuff naturally.
Yeah, so notably he has to play extremely safe because the hand has really not much going on there.
The Baby Green is big. Baby Green definitely can stop a big weapon swing. Ooh, I mean, okay, I think it's fine to attack with the Ascent since your Seiryu will have taunt, and you have the ability to stop the smoke bomb with Goja level 2 lineage release. Then we get to hold up this Baby Green, which does allow us to stop a weapon from being used with an attack. But
Yeah.
let's see. I mean, okay, so we gotta make sure that we're doing this right. Okay, the smoke bomb is coming out now, so I hope we realize that we cannot use the smoke bomb on the Seiryu.
Recollect, draw. This is alright.
Okay, so we're just gonna.
Has he learned from the last game though? If he doesn't know that he can flip in response to the fire.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that's how it works, though, you think you would just flip the Seiryu in advance instead. So I wonder if he has some kind of plan. I mean, you have to do 10 life here, so the momentum will do currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 plus 2 plus 2, so that's 10 exactly.
Yeah, so momentum kills, rending kills, momentum it is.
Okay, momentum is the choice here. Have we learned how this works? I wonder if Rash realizes that the smoke bomb is not gonna work on the Seiryu here. So it's gonna be it's gonna be actually no, I think that's 5. So it's gonna no it's 6. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 exact lethal, unless we baby green the Forge Light Blade. So okay, we are flipping. This is in response to the attack before weapons and targets have been declared. So now he's going to.
So yeah, you probably still crack it anyway because you have to force it at some point.
Alternatively, if you just swing at Seiryu, you are not even close. Wait.
Resolve.
Wait. Oh, wait, really?
Okay, so it resolved, but we're still trying to deny lethal using the baby green, which.
I think he still can win though, because this is gonna do 8 damage.
Yeah, he has an ally in hand, so that's
He just
enough.
needs to play any 2 cost. If he has a strapping conscript, he also has the Xiao Chao on field. He just needs any ally that's 2 cost, and he can still win the game here.
Yeah, so
So it's gonna be
Oh, no.
it's gonna be 8 damage.
yep. 8
Yeah,
damage.
just any ally does it. Xiao Chao for 1. Do we have an ally? You gotta have the strapping conscript, right?
Yeah, I've seen that card too many times running too many demo decks.
Oh. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
I think why didn't we release?
I think it really comes down a lot to his unfamiliarity with the knowledge and perhaps how some of the cards work.
Yeah, the thing is,
Because
even if you release there too, you also deny the draw of the smoke bomb because the whole smoke bomb effect gets negated, which means now he doesn't have enough cards to play that last ally. So yeah, just a lot of, I think, unfamiliarity with the areas where you have opportunity, which is why it is one of the more complicated parts of the game, is like knowing when you can do something, and it's something people make mistakes in all the time, but that's why we play the game and we learn and we improve. So yeah, guys, study up, look at the rules, check. I'm sure someone has made a guide on the entire combat phase at some point out there, just so we can make it a little bit clear. But yeah, that's the game. Unfortunately, Seiryu not making it.
Well, yeah, Seiryu not making it. It is what it is. Seiryu, the moment you pick up the deck, you go, I'm leaving it to fate, whatever happens.
And let's be real here, didn't draw a single level up card. I mean, okay, he drew a Beseech and he drew a Dungeon Guide, but it was
At level
in
3.
opportune moments, right? So, or they got banished, so I feel bad because obviously the whole deck is designed to just level up really quickly, and you
Yeah.
couldn't do that.
No, I mean, of course, like he chose the deck here that goes up to level 3, and he chose to play very well despite not having all of these. But of course, a bit of unfamiliarity here, not having the correct cards, and just not being able to execute his game plan just led to a lot of awkwardness, and that awkwardness eventually gave Fresh the time in order to find the lethal.
Yeah, that's very, very true. So yeah, that is our round. So we do have, I think, about 15-minute break before the next one. Actually, no, I think it's lunch break, is it not? Yes,
We
it's
can
lunch
eat.
break. So we are going to have a longer break here. It's going to be probably about an hour or so. So yeah, that's a round. This is round 4. So we have another 5 more. It's actually, the day has been going really fast. I don't feel really tired at all yet.
Yeah, just because every matchup has been very engaging. Every matchup has gone into the very uncharted, unscripted untheorized point rather of every single matchup. It's really difficult to pilot, and we've seen a lot of interesting plays come everywhere.
Yeah, so if you want to see more exciting, close games, you guys can go have lunch or do whatever, brush your teeth, and then come back in an hour, and we will continue with the last 5 rounds of the day. So we are doing 9 rounds today, and then another 4 more of Swiss, and then we move on to our top cut. So yeah, that is all for us for now. Don't go anywhere. Well, you can go somewhere for an hour, but just come back. Make sure you come back. See ya.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に 高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い 失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い 高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い 失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる 高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べと
Hello, everyone. We are back with round 5
Yep,
of
round
Ascent,
5.
Kuala Lumpur.
Yep.
We have finished our lunch break. Our bellies are full,
Yep.
and we are full of energy
Yep,
to
this-
continue.
Yeah, this time we'll have more energy, more excitement to bring because we have, in my opinion, right now, one of the best players in terms of records right now. Correct, back to back, like what, Ascent first place and then like previously Ascent second place or fourth place, something like that.
Fourth place, I think.
Fourth place, yeah. So we have, in my opinion, one of the best players right now. Gonna be just gathering, smiling here, waiting for his opponent, I think. I think they are just resolving some minor issue before we start the game, but I mean, I know what Chorus is playing. Do you have any idea what Chorus is playing?
Well, I have heard some things along the grapevine that Korax is back to his roots, playing an old friend, the friend that made him the highest ELO player in the world. He is playing Nico, but some things are different. So why don't you tell us a bit about what has changed about this deck?
All right, so literally word to word, last week he said, Gamble's not bad. It's just like Nico. I told him, bad. I tried the deck. I told him, it's like Nico, but it's not Nico. It's like defensively weaker. Then he just said, oh, then just play Nico. What do you mean just play Nico? So it is Gamble, but with a twist. In the sense that your level 2 is going to be Nico line. We are going to see it, hopefully see it, maybe not going to see it. And the deck composition is actually exactly like Gembu, but the biggest difference is literally just one card, Storm of Thorns.
So, but you still play Finale.
You play with Finale, Storm of Thorns. I think in terms of win, because think of it this way, if we're talking about deck composition, Field is this Finale. And I think that's literally the biggest difference. Other than that, there's not much difference.
Pelagic, you probably replace.
Pelagic probably replace, yeah. Like, there are some cards we take in and take out. But generally speaking, it is 80% Gembu. Okay, the biggest difference would be Gembu is rarely flipped, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gembu is literally like what I'll quote the man. Oh, it is just a fractal rain that mills you and I one card. But yeah, I don't want to spoil too much of the viewers there because we haven't even seen the game yet. We're talking so much about it. But I mean, I think the deck is very flexible. It's defensively better in terms of what it can do compared to the normal Gembus. But in the end of the day, it is still a mill deck. You can accidentally mill some key cards. We have seen that a lot today, right? We have seen people milling their Field, their Solarians, their everything, their Frostborn. Like, in the end of the day, it is still a water deck.
Yeah, I've been watching the games and the mills have not been good. They have been pretty stinky.
Brutal.
So we are gonna go first here. We definitely want to see that. You know, I hope he gets to actually flip the Genbu. Like, you know, it's not the plan, but it'd be funny if it just happened anyway.
Yep.
Especially in a mirror, actually. Oh my God, it's Captain Archer. It's Captain Archer. Let's
Wait,
go.
is that? Oh yeah, that's the Wind Archer, right?
Yeah, I saw Diana. So this is a. I don't know. I guess I just call it Captain Archer build, but you know.
Yeah. So for those that didn't know, it's basically utilizing the Captain Archer ally that basically says that class bonus. You can look at top 6, I believe, and
Top
then call
6.
1/3 cost reserve cost ally.
Yeah, any wind ally.
Wind ally, yeah, any wind ally.
I actually don't remember if it's wind or normal. I think it's wind. It has to be a wind ally.
It has
So
to be
wind
wind.
ally, anything 3 cost or lower.
Yeah, I remember it doesn't have any trade restriction. This specifically wind.
Yeah.
If not, we have called a Sangjiao.
And the thing about it is they
Yep.
come in with, they are ranged. So,
Yeah.
or they come in distance. So that means
Yeah.
that you get to play these allies that have like a ton
Yep.
of power.
Yep.
Because they, you know, even though they're weenies normally, they become monsters the
Yeah.
moment they get that distance. It's just that you don't have to deal with the hassle of having to
Yep.
play a backstep on them or having to play a skirting step on them.
Yep.
So yeah, this deck is basically, it's allies, but it's just a different flavor and it's a spicy flavor. It's not just like, oh, I'm playing Xander and I'm playing Lorraine or playing the same deck. But
you play an ally that plays an ally. I think that sounds really good. And I think there's something really rare in Granaka right now. A card that
Yeah.
spawns multiple cards in one card. It's a common theme in terms of other card games. But in Granaka, I think it's pretty unique.
yeah, there's not a lot of things that just take other things.
Yeah, correct.
Like I'm thinking maybe like King Slime can like bring back things.
Yeah. But that's a bit unique, right? So we are going to see a very, very standard play, I would say. Backup charge into Fracturize. So, yeah, as you can see in the hand, most of it is just the normal water cards, but there is Reveling Finale right there. Probably going to see the Bone Wine or the... Yeah, it's going to be a Bone Wine here. I was going to say that he'll maybe develop the Seaside Ringleader, but probably not. Correct me if I'm wrong. That ally right there is a 2/3, right?
That is yes, that's trained sharpshooter. She's one of the just the generic no effect 3 cost 2. Except now she does have an effect because she can get the distant against other decks. I mean, she currently I believe it's a class bonus, so it only really matters if a skirting step here could come out.
Yeah, Corsair forcing an answer out and Chun just giving it away.
Okay, so clearing the ally, that's good. And now we have the classic ringleader conundrum. Are we gonna kill the ringleader and let him have a free +1?
Yeah, so the good thing here is that if you kill it this turn, it won't be used next turn because Quaritz is basically hands down. So that's the good thing. The bad news is that's a 2/2 ally. This is very, very annoying.
Yeah, 2/2 allies, you think, oh, you know, it's like it's easy to kill, but the fact that it has that graveyard effect, oh, it's not gonna bring. That's your sharpshooters are all gone, unfortunately. Well,
Yep, well, it is what it is, but we are gonna move on with it. We are Gildas. I mean, everything looks alright here. Nothing too crazy.
All right, let's see what kind of person he is. Is Chun gonna kill the ringleader? I feel like he's not.
Gildas, it is gonna face.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about it.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be face.
It was face. I mean, 6 damage. If we drop the Captain Archer next turn into probably concealed marksman, suddenly that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. But as we mentioned here, Chorus does run the kind of like the Nico stuff a bit, which is a bit more defensive. But we're both playing the Mew. That is that.
Oh, that's a Yunjo Cavalry,
Ah.
who is one of the main targets you want to hit.
Yep.
He's basically a 3-cost 2/3
Yep,
with
yep.
no text, but if you have a horse, he has some effect. I mean, like, if you have
Yeah.
a horse on field. But the main thing is he has ranged.
Yep.
So,
that's
you know,
the main part. Basically, this whole deck revolves around the Captain Archer calling out range units to get a bunch of damage. And we are going to see here another poke here from the C-set ringleader. A very common play that Chorus like to do, just remove as much as possible. It is going to go to the bone wine.
Okay, Cow has hit the field. Quark's nodding here. I always love watching Quark. He's such a fun guy to watch on stream because he's very expressive.
Yeah, very expressive with his plays here, very expressive with his opponent's plays as well. Very interesting fellow to play. Even sometimes a bit trolly, but we love Corax. But yeah, we're gonna go reclaim here.
This is absolutely negate fodder, though that Cerulean is not the best just because it's not going to banish it. But okay, so we're still gonna go for it.
He's gonna do it so that the Gildas does fall. It's just gonna draw Chorus at one card. Noticing here that Chorus actually goes, ooh, so that's not something that you want to be in the grave right now. Notice here that Chorus just actually goes hands down. Very rare, I think, as a water player. Understanding that against the ally matchup, probably you need to like remove the allies as much as possible, as hard as possible. Even though you use a lot of resource, right? Like you need to get it off to the board because Chorus is 6 damage taken right now. He's just like literally 13 damage away from lethal, which is very, very dangerous, especially range. Range has a lot of, as the term applies, range, a lot of high damage. So I don't see Captain Archer, right?
Yeah, I mean, just like in CNATs,
Yeah.
Captain Archer barely ever came down, so it was kind of like we're gassing up the Captain Archer and like never actually gets played. So we have Gildas number 2 here, another big G, balanced.
Yeah, and Troy just says smiling there. Wow, fantastic.
Wow, China is really just like, I don't care, I am hitting face.
Yeah, pass, simple. I mean, like, Chun's place is just ally, smack, ally, smack. Very simple, very effective, in fact.
Oh, concealed marksman going here. I guess you're okay with losing it because you really want to play it off the Captain Archer anyway. So if you drew this, it's not the best card to have in your hand.
Yep, but it's not the worst thing to me. I think the worst thing to me is literally Captain Archer right now, which is the bread and butter of the deck. Correct here, taking his time on this, looking at his graveyard there.
Actually, now I'm looking at it. I wonder if he is playing Captain Archer because I see Gildas and Train Sharpshooter. That's a lot of normal cards. And Captain Archer is an imbue 4, so he might actually not be playing Captain Archer.
I mean, we'll be hyping it so much. At this point, let's just assume he has.
I mean, you're not going to be playing Ranger. I mean, imbue 4.
Okay, hear it. The best thing advice I can give you, even if he's not playing Captain Archer, we just have to assume that Captain Archer.
Yeah, because the thing about playing Captain Archer is you never draw the Captain Archer, so
so
no one will know.
I mean, it's fine.
I mean, this is getting a bit overwhelming. Chun has to win the game real soon because when you see 3 allies on board, one of which is a bovine and the other one is a buff Frostwarn, you do not want to see that. Draws Pelagic, which is another classic. We love to draw Pelagic.
Yeah, we let to draw Pelagic, we let to draw Seaside Ringleader. It's not the end of the world. Chun here probably going for Diana level 2, materializing the gun? Question mark?
Could be level 1, could be just, okay, we're going for Emerald Pistol. There's another card we haven't seen very often. So the main thing about this one is it materializes a bullet on, I mean, it's kind of a bad gun, but then the fact that it just brings a bullet, it's kind of like going up to level 2 without having to spend 2.
It's like playing Lorraine, right? For level 1?
Yeah, exactly. So now we got to bring out the Wind Piercer. There's another big
strong bullet.
haymaker. Now the thing is, do we have maybe like a Song of Frost? And I don't see one.
Oh, this reclaims. I'm not reclaiming anything.
This is a lot of damage, though. This is gonna assuming he hits it, because we did see Henry in CNATs hit the crazy Morgan off the top.
Yeah, but we are gonna see a Factorize here. I think, and because of how the mechanic works loaded, this is really, really sad. So it does go to the Factorize. I think does the bullet go vanish?
The bullet stays because I'm assuming he Factorized it on
the load. Yep, exactly.
So the bullet just gets the same field. So next turn we can bring out a different gun, which probably trained the pistol, the one that gets a +1 when it comes on field, or maybe like a blast shot pump if you want to. Let me try clear some of this board. So we're gonna go. I mean, there was a purse in hand, but I don't know. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna play the purse because it's kind of the only thing we have. We have a skirting step, so if Quarks does not have a negate, we can try and keep the purse alive. Then we get a suppress. We also have the fractal now that we have that Emerald Pistol. I think a lot of people, if you get Fracturized, you kind of forget. Because it's not in your head that you're going to have a Fractal on field, so you just don't really remember it.
Yeah, I mean, this time they have a really, really big characterized token right there.
Losing that Galewind Scout there. That's another one of the
Yeah.
big hits we want to get off the Captain Archer. I mean, you got to be playing Captain Archer. There's no way of playing all these range units if you don't play Captain Archer.
Korra is now dictating the tempo of the game. I mean, he just goes into the terraforming right now. So even though if Chun plays the allies next time, like Captain Archer, it is going to be very hard to use them to attack on the same time because terraforming right now is active.
I wonder if we're gonna see the Mustang on the bullet.
I mean, okay, that bullet is really scary though.
It's 3 damage.
Yeah, it's a very scary bullet. When I first saw that bullet when I was playing against like some locals, I was like, what do you mean it's 3 damage? Yeah, 3 damage, take it. Then I'm like, oh, then it goes back to my deck. What? Yeah, then I get it out again. Like, that bullet is really, really good. Renewable, right? So
Yes.
it's really, really useful. It's very strong. And you're playing a win deck, so it's very unlikely you'll miss it.
Okay, Chun here thinking about whether he wants to deploy this skirting step or maybe the reclaim. Okay, going to go for the reclaim. I think he wants to level up to 2 here.
Yep.
Does Quarax have a negate?
I mean, surely, right?
Okay, counting. Oh, is this a Song of Frost? He might actually be Song of Frost.
Wait,
in
is
here.
this Ravaging Finale?
I mean, this is in response to the
Oh, no.
reclaim. Okay, okay, he's digging. He's digging.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. You love to see Lost in Thought drawing more than 1.
Yeah.
Did not draw a negate, but he drew another Lost in Thought, so we could go again. Look, he's smiling. He's like, ah. All right, so we are going to add this purse back to our hand,
Yep.
which means we have a decent ally for next turn. But we also have the float now, which means we could level up to 2.
Yep.
Bring out another bullet, another gun.
Yep. I mean, not the end of the world, but Korrak's influence is really, really big. And remember, this is without the Scepter Illumina. This is just milling cards and playing Lost in Thoughts. Like, the thing about it is that people often forget that Lost in Thoughts is just a very powerful card that allows you to just draw a lot if you actually hit the floating, which Gambu actually hits a lot of floating.
Yeah, and Quarks here is going to choose to keep this Paladin
Yep.
awake so
Yep.
that we have the intercept, which means it's going to force Chun to have to go for a blast shot pump if he wants to get around. Actually, I don't even think I see a blast shot pump.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey, mirror, so we can try and stop any imbues. Also stops her vitalizing cleanse.
quite important in the game plan that Water has in terms of healing. It is one of the a few like really good recovery cards that Water actually has access to. So not a bad play at all. I think it's pretty heads up. But for Chun here, his board is
He has just drawn one of the cards that we didn't see in the previous Captain Archers. This is the one that gives... I actually don't remember her name. Yeah, the Reconnaissance Scout. She is a fast activation that gives you... She's kind of like a favorable
Another
wins.
one.
She's kind of like a favorable wins.
favorable wins,
So,
right?
you know, but she also gives distance. That's why she's a really nice card. Goes fast activation. She is her selfish range, so you can hit her off a Captain Archer and you don't feel mad about it.
Yep.
And she's kind of favorable wins.
I mean, good card. Why not? Chun here, decision here. I think Chun is in a very rough spot here. Is that Captain Archer in hand?
I don't know. I don't see a Captain Archer. Yeah, no, that's Purse. Really, Purse again.
First again.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. In this situation, the Paladin is really stonewalling our ability to do anything. We gotta get rid of her. And the Bovines... Actually, you know what? Genbu might actually flip. We're at 6.
6. Yeah.
Next
Gambu-
turn, we mill 1, and then we get the Bovine. That's a second mill. And we have a Pelagic, actually, so we can go... we can go Pelagic.
Yep.
We can hit 9. We can flip this turn.
I think it's doing it because once the Gambu flips, right, the Frost Paladin can actually start swinging because right now you have a better protection card. Oh, no, Nico.
No, don't do it. I want to see the Genbu flip.
Yeah, about the Gambu flip. Upon card activation, so vanishing. So interesting mechanic. The Pelagic Fate still gets the flip because you are still on. What's the name again? You're still on Guacha level 1, so you do get the flip.
Now the problem is you cannot flip the Fate Stone anymore because that is a Guaja class or a Guaja bonus. So you cannot, unless you can find a way to do it in response to the level 2 activation.
Well, there is a way. I mean, technically a way if like let's say you have like 9 counter when you go Nico, you can flip it. But like you already flip it before that. But the point is that we're actually going to Nico right now. Probably gonna go for the Wing Con at this point.
Actually, looking at it, I think he already has 2 floating, so he can go for the finale here if you would like to. Though, I mean, with the amount of damage on board, you swing with everything on field, except for the Paladin, because you want to play safe, and that's 2 Ooh, Veil Dash coming
Yep.
out here. So Veil Dash is going to give us a prevention effect as well as distant. So now we have distant on both Purse and our Diana. So if we level up to Diana too, we would actually have distant.
Interesting. We are going this imbue 3 here. Is that imbue 3?
No, that's imbue. It's like Veiling Breeze.
Oh, the Veiling Breeze.
So
Oh,
it's
okay.
like a Veiling Breeze type effect. So you reveal. So we're gonna mill our two. Please remember to put the distance on these two allies. They are in fact distant. We're gonna mill a Frackle of Rain. I mean,
Yep.
at this point, it's gonna be pretty hard to actually. I don't think he can go for the mill out at this
Yeah,
point.
I don't think you can because this time he has the reduced damage, right? So anything taken will be reduced by 3 distance. Probably just a pass.
I'm try and force the Purse at least.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Purse does have that was, I believe, 3 revealed. So
Oh.
or wait, are we targeting mirror or are we targeting the bullet?
Might be the bullet.
Gonna
Oh,
go
the
for
mirror.
the mirror. Does that tell me he might have a possible revitalize?
Yep.
Oh, there to go.
He's just gonna do it straight away.
I mean, no cards in Chun's hand, so we are perfectly fine with that.
Well, man, this shows everything.
8. Heal 8, feel great. We
Yep.
also get a card for our trouble. So, I mean, Revitalizing Cleanse, incredibly strong card.
Yeah. Well, back to Chun's. Not all Chun's of effort that's gone right there, and that's not even the end of it. The end of it, that's not even the end of it. Chun still has to deal with the Terraforming, the Frostron, the allies on the board. This is looking tougher and tougher each round.
Yeah, and I feel like we are reaching the point where it's basically impossible to win. I think Chun
Yep.
probably should scoop here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but you don't know how long the next 2 games will last. If you want to give yourself the most
Yeah.
time to try and crawl your way back, you gotta make the hard choice and just
Yep.
concede when you see that you have no chance. I mean,
Yeah,
there's too much.
I
on
understand
board.
the idea and the frustration of, oh, I want to keep playing to see maybe there's chance, right? But I think sometimes you just need to understand your position so that you can see, okay, I don't think I can take this win anymore. Maybe it's just best to go next and try again. Because like this game, I would say Chun didn't really have the best of hand. Didn't see the archer.
Didn't see Captain Archer.
Yeah, you see the archer. There's no reaction to basically react to Corey's hands down. Because Corey's actually played a lot of hands down moment. And if Chun managed to draw any sort of reaction, maybe to protect his allies, maybe it's a very different game. So we wouldn't know. I think Chun is still considering options here, but I don't see how, because like the problem is that you have to deal with 2 2/2s, a bold mine or 1/2, 2 1/2s and 2 2/2s with a 3/4 ally that is protecting your face. So really hard. Very
And the
difficult order.
Terraform was
Yeah,
popped as
Terraform-
well.
Yeah, Terraform is popped, so you can't really do it. Because Corex is probably gonna bring out the Lash next turn to get the Lash counter and then keep it going and then go for Revenue Finale. That would definitely be basically 4 + 6. That's gonna be 10 damage plus all the other damage that he has. So it's probably just gonna be game here.
Question: Does he play the shield, the Vapor Jet shield? Ooh, okay, we're suppressing.
Suppressing.
I wonder what he's got planned here. Can he find a way to do? I mean, Nico has 25 life, 23 damage with no allies that
Yep.
can swing. It seems a bit ambitious, I would say.
I think it's really rough here. I mean, in the end of the day, there is also the the Terraforming, so it's very hard for me to imagine a way in terms of trying to find leader here. He is gonna just rest wait.
Ooh, you forgot,
Terraforming,
you
yeah,
have
I
to
forgot
Terraform
Terraforming.
here. You have to pay for it.
Yep. I think that's why Terraforming is so powerful, right? It limits your opponent's play. It makes them just being able to choose between attacking or playing cards this turn.
Yeah, the one downside with Terraforming is obviously the fact that it needs to be activated in the Recollection. Ooh,
Oh, Dilu.
Dilu on top. So we do have a horse, which means the Yunjo Cavalry equestrian effect may actually come up for once.
The bow and the horse.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it happens. Sometimes you get the Yunjo Cavalry equestrian on ender. Like, hey, I have a trotter.
Yep.
Like, hey, I have Dilu on field or something. So
Well, we'll see how it goes. I do think that we haven't seen the full potential of Chun's deck yet, so I am looking forward for game 2. I know it's like not really trying to. We're not trying to play it down, but it is looking more and more like unlikely that Chun will get a win here. This is really difficult right now. I mean, that's the thing about allies deck, right? They're quite reliant on the ally, and we've seen it like maybe analyze back, right? On turn 1 onwards, Cross has just been removing his ally every turn. Chun also has the double Gildas, but that's not enough.
That's the thing about allies. Every single turn an ally lives, it gets so much value. And look at that.
Yeah.
The Frost Warren gets suppressed, comes
Yeah.
back, and we draw an extra card. So this Frost Warren's like insane value.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's really tough to just beat this particular deck. Like, once Water has so much board control, so much influence, so much everything, it just gets out of control. It just does whatever it wants. Like, Eric can do whatever he wants right now. Like, put it out Mirror now, so you can't Winning Breeze, and you can't play the Winning Breeze version of for ranged, right? That's something we mentioned about it. So it's just really tough there. So,
Yeah. The mirror here is going to be really difficult to deal with. If we do find a Captain Archer, we cannot use her because of the imbue, assuming... Oh my god.
oh,
Well, he already has the one in his hand.
I
He doesn't
mean-
need more than one of this.
I mean,
Gonna
yeah.
try and take out the purse here. Does he have... I mean, he has the refracting missiles, so you can just refracting missiles to kill her. Playing the long game here, very slow and steady, wins the race.
I mean,
wonder
yeah, probably just 2-1, 2-1, 3, and then just Raven Finale.
Trying
Right.
to swing for another 3 here. Oh,
Paul
Paul
Hawk.
Oh, we're in Paul Hawk, apparently.
I don't know why Paul is there, but ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed now a Paul gamer. All right.
We're just going to hold the Paladin again.
yeah,
I mean,
let's do it. Let's finale him.
if he finale here, it would be 4-6. Finale 6.
Yep, 6. With the lash. Oh no, he didn't have.
Oh, the
it.
lash down.
Oh no, he
He
didn't have
brought
it.
out... What did he bring out, actually? I should remember. Oh, he brought Mirror, right.
Yeah.
Paladin.
that's Ross
Oh, yeah,
Paladin.
you can just play another Paladin, sure. Into Lost in Thought.
Yep. It's just gonna. I guess he's just playing it really safe here.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason for you to rush here. I love that he has 6 quest counters and 2 lash counters. You know? He's like, that's definitely not going to get confusing.
Yeah.
So we are going to go back to Chun's turn here, and I really don't see how he's getting past all this. This is the problem. When you don't clear the allies on board, they get value every single turn.
Yep.
I want you to think about it this way, right? You could heavy swing someone for 6, or you could have an ally that
Yeah.
sits on field for 5 turns and
Yep.
swings for 2 every single turn. That's 10 damage. So
Yep.
clearing allies is really important. The problem is when the ally is something like Seaside Ringleader or Bovine that has an extra added effect, it gets really complicated.
Yeah, it becomes really tough whether you want to remove it or not remove it. Like, it's a typical type of like ally where, let's say for example, an ally that on death it will draw one. The kind of things that, for example, it doesn't exist yet, but when it does, that's really a very scary ally. Like, this kind of allies usually technically have so much tempo that your opponent doesn't want to remove it. It's just to do poke damage each turn after turn after turn. And we see like this entire ally board has been here since turn 2?
Since literally the start of the game,
Yeah.
he has not cleared any of these allies. So I want you to think about the Ringleader has done what? Swung 4 or 5 times already at this point?
I don't know. It has swung so much damage towards the bot and the face that at this point it's just really sad. I think we are going to game 2 here, understanding that, all right, there's no way for me to win this. We're just going to move on.
Yeah, that's absolutely true there. The mirror was popped in the recollection phase, which would stop any imbues. So the Captain Archer was truly dead. We still haven't seen it, so we actually don't know if it's like the Schrodinger's Captain Archer.
I think we can have a soft confirmation. We do see the Captain Archer right here being showed here.
Okay, Captain Archer is in the deck because
Yep.
based on the UI, the card is definitely in the deck. But like we've said, Captain Archer, she has actually a secret hidden keyword, which is that you just can never draw her.
I mean, that's like most of the time. Like, for example, Mustang. Where's Mustang when Lantern's there?
You
Like-
only draw the Mustang when
Right, yeah.
they don't have anything to destroy.
So like I think that's the downside of this kind of decks. Like, it's super reliant on one card. Like over Sangzhao. Already Sangzhao when you have 3, 6, 7 fractals. I think that's the nature of certain decks and why certain decks have different power level when they have a certain key card and without it. And why certain people prefer to play certain decks which doesn't really necessarily rely on one card. Like, yeah, like for example, like Dungeon Guide. Dungeon Guide is super important in level 3 decks, but that doesn't mean the end of the world, right? You can still play your game plan without Dungeon Guide. There are multiple ways to do it. So that's just a good example between consistency and inconsistent decks. At least that's my take.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't know if this is like superstition,
Yep.
but I do notice that when you put in like random tech cards into your deck, You always draw them in the matchups where you don't need them. Like if you put a random two, let's say you put a two of Morgan because you want to worry about Luxem.
Yeah.
You're gonna draw it in the matchups where you don't need her, which is just like why.
Is it my superstition is a bit different because when I play competitive card games, I like to play a lot of one-offs.
Yeah,
And I actually draw them when it matters the most. And like, you know, the funny part, I draw them on stream most of the time.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're saying the
Has to
one
be on
of
stream. It has to be on stream.
has to be on stream.
Because, you see, think of this. If you think of the card's feeling, it has feelings too, right? So it's like, I want to be at the most view. I want to be the star of the show. So you're going to play with that random one-off. It's going to pop out at that moment.
Okay.
It has to be a
noted.
high rarity card. So in this case, it has to be a CSR or something like that.
Yeah, so you bring out the C of a random one of CSR.
Yep, exactly.
Like a Lancelot or something.
I don't know, something, man. This is not actual advice, ladies and gentlemen at home. This is...
Or you have like the one of CSR Blanche in your deck.
I am
and
not...
you just happen to draw it.
Just for clarity's sake, I am not responsible for any performances, bad or good. If you guys actually listen to my advice, it's just a personal experience, maybe. Everyone has their own experience.
Think about it this way. What if your whole deck is just 61 of cards, huh?
You know what's the fun fact about that? I brought something like that for tournaments. So for context, that particular game has a Highlander deck.
Yeah, like a format.
Yeah, so not format. The actual deck is a Highlander deck.
Like it's the deck requires you to play. Okay.
So take an example. What if one day Grand Archive has a champion that says, review the top 5 of your cards. If they're all different names, you gain effects. Something like that. Yeah. So if Grand Archive has something like that, that's what I would prefer to call it a Highlander deck. I mean, I'm just putting out there. You know, if the developers are listening, Highlander decks are pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
it's very fun to have a deck that has those kinds of strict restrictions.
Yeah.
Because it really makes you think about the the most efficient way for it to make it function without being horribly inconsistent.
Yeah.
So yeah, especially if you don't have multiple elements unlocked, do you even have 60 good cards you want to put in your deck?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting because when people talk about things like that, it's maybe like the other formats, like for example, draft. Draft is a format where it tests your skill in deck building because you need to realize that, okay, what cards works with certain cards in terms of synergy and what cards are obviously more powerful than others. So there is that kind of like understanding of power level, understanding synergy. So I think that's like a skill level that people need to learn eventually when playing Grand Archive because Grand Archive is really interesting. I've seen people perform very well with certain decks because they just love their deck because they understand the composition of the deck. They understand that, okay, I lose at this point or I win at this certain point or because I run a certain combo, this certain deck is very popular right now, can't really stop me. So for example, like last Nat's Gamble is very popular, Luxem is very popular because they understand that against Win Allies, they are kind of favored. So that's the difference in good players and bad players, not bad players, but less experienced players. So we are going to see Chun drawing 7 here for the turn.
Can we actually draw Captain Archer?
Maybe, maybe not.
Captain Archer!
Okay. But we need to be level 1 for it. It is indeed class bonus.
Yeah, but she will come out at some point, eventually.
Eventually. Maybe.
Maybe. Maybe we're going to reach the... You know what? He's going to imbue 4 Captain Archer is going to get negated.
No. The worst thing, if it comes in the field, the top 6 is 0 targets.
There were a lot of normal cards. Obviously, there were a lot of normal cards in the deck, so it's actually kind of possible.
I think we're just going to play same play.
Seems like train's exact same play.
Yep, train, sharp.
Ooh, you know what? I see that card in the hand. I saw the one that banishes 6 cards from your graveyard. That is a Cleansing Reunion, yes.
Cleansing Reunion?
So that card is pretty interesting.
Imbue 2.
It's an Imbue 2. Well, it's a Banish 3 on Rip. It's a fast V2 cost Banish 3. If you Imbue 2, Banish 6. The one thing is, the player who is playing the card is the one who gets to decide. The player who is being made to banish is the one who decides what to throw. So if they have more than 6 cards, then they can choose to banish the cards are less useful. But in this case, Korax only has 2 cards in grave.
Just banish all of them.
Yeah, but you probably want to wait for there to be at least like 5 or 6 so that you get the maximum value out of it.
Yeah, you want to build the amount of graveyard that your opponent has, so you want to be a bit more patient with it. Here, I think if possible, you probably go for. Oh no! Wow, Twinkle.
Ooh, early, very early.
Very early. Even Korax plays a interesting.
So I imagine Chun is gonna just try and kill the bovine here. Now he has 2 class bonus flows that he can't use, and then he will hopefully Korax will end up milling another 1 or 2 cards next turn, and then that Cleansing Union is gonna come out and do insane work here.
I don't think the bone is surviving this turn because Korax is basically kind of locked up from his place right now. I did see like Evocation and maybe Lost Thoughts. There's a Frost song, but a Song of Frost. But like, the problem is that right now you are under the really Trinkets effect, so it's a bit hard to remove it.
Ooh, I think he might be playing out the Galewind Scout here. Or a Purse, maybe. Galewind Scout is the choice. So she's a ringleader that has range 3. So the main thing, she's the bet. He's looking at it. He doesn't even know what this card is. But yeah, the Galewind Scout is one of the cards you really want to hit off of your Captain Archer because she is 5 power when she does have it. So we're going to kill the Bovine, and then we're going to swing 2. And then we have 3 cards in hand, which means we can posture for that Cleansing Reunion. Of course, we have to be wary of potential negates, but Quarks is not going to use his float until later.
Yep, he is in a lot of toss to pay 2 for it.
We're going to level. Oh, actually, I wonder, is he going to cleanse here? Ooh, this is extremely tempting.
Oh, he might.
He only has 1 card in hand, is that right?
If I'm Chun, I would do it because like Quarks is not aware that cleansing exists in Chun's deck.
I mean, this is lost in thought for nothing because none of these float. These are all class bonus float.
I think you do it now because he's just gonna let it go.
Yeah. Okay. I actually understand why, because what's gonna happen here? He's gonna level up to 1. He's gonna mill, and then now you cleansing now after we mill. So now everything is really dead.
Yeah. I think he's actually nodding his head now. Both play a mill. He's like, sure.
Can we hit a reclaim?
Everything is going well for Chun. Chun is just looking at what is mill there, evocation. He just didn't let it go.
Wow, he's chilling. Okay, the big concern here is Paladins. So if you play the Paladin here, he can respond with the Cleansing Reunion. The problem is if there's a negate, then suddenly now all of our float is saved.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only 2 in there. Maybe he's trying to be greedy. It's like, no, I can get like 3 or 4.
Maybe he's just valuing.
Oh, okay, now see this exactly. He has the Cleansing Reunion now, or he has the Cerulean Decree, which means that if we try and go for the cleanse here,
I think Chorus is calling it to a Chorus like, you have something, right?
Yeah, because he thought about it.
Yeah, and now Chorus reaction right there. Chorus like,
wait,
okay, nah.
Did he not view this?
I mean, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter in the end, but
yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's really unfortunate. I actually think he should have done it on the recollection phase. You eat 2 float and 2 other water cards in grave, shuts off some of the graveyard stuff.
Yep. I mean, I do think that the other issue is that there's not much there besides floating. If there was a Seaside Ringleader, maybe I would do it like instantly. But yeah, I mean, that's a bit unfortunate on Chun's side. But again, Quora is just drawing the right cards at the right time. Okay, we do see the GCR here not going to level 1 immediately. Interesting.
Yeah, he has the Captain Archer. And he might not be able to imbue. No, he has a lot of win cards. I mean, right now, the main thing is he's got the board. He has 2 allies that have stuck for a while. He also has that Veiled Dash.
Yep.
Draws another Yunjo Cavalry. I mean, these are all just beefy allies. We can just do some damage. Korax has 1 float because he banished 2 from the 2 bovines got banished.
Yep.
He needs to find a paladin real soon.
Yep. The issue now is that because of the trinket, right? Korax can't actually hands-on and have reactions all the time, because the issue now is that Chun will basically just say, hey, I have a trinket, you can't really respond to my allies, and you can't respond to to protect your allies. So it's like a really, really backward situation for Korax. Korax going to the GCR here. We're milling here.
Okay, he hit a float.
I think you really want to Frostborn Paladin here to kind of have some damage.
Oh, and he draws it for a turn. The Caster Curse or the Caster Blessing, perhaps?
I guess. I mean, this is what I believe in. So sometimes some players are just very talented.
Yeah, and luck is part of being good is being lucky, right?
I mean, it is talent, right? You need to have certain talent to play a game, so
I wonder if he's got anything else going on, because you ideally want to at least clear more than one of these allies.
Yeah, probably just get rid of them.
Surprisingly, going for the Galewind Scout here, it does only have 2 life, so you'd think he would commit to the 3 life allies, but he's worried perhaps about the Veiled Dash.
That thing is 5 damage, dude. There's no way.
I mean, it's only 5 damage if he ranges it.
I mean, with this, right?
That's the second one. I think he was probably worried about Skirting Step. Because Skirting Step would get... Actually, no. So the Yunjo and the Trained Sharpshooter would live. But even if you Skirting Stepped the Galewind Scout, it would still die because it only has 2 life. So we're going to now go for the... Okay, he's just letting it go. Now this is the part where it gets really hard. Imagine now if that Cleansing Reunion. Banished all that float. I'm just saying. And wow, he has cleared the entire board in a single turn.
I mean, 2 Frostform Paladin, 1 Invocation. Yes, really, really clean here. But Trinity now probably going for the level 1 to play
Now.
the Archer.
Imagine.
Hmm?
Level up to 1.
Yep,
Captain Archer.
yep.
Hit another Galewind Scout or like something that has 5. Will do 5 power or 5 damage.
Uh-huh.
And the Captain Archer swings for 1.
Uh-huh.
That's 6. Puts him at 14. He just needs to find 5 more. He's getting pretty close.
I mean, there's that 1 card, right? That one that Rage plus 3. So if you just have that, it's probably enough.
Alternatively, you just kill the Paladins. That's also not bad. I mean, at this point, if you kill both these Paladins, he only has 2 left in the deck. I think he might have milled one actually earlier too. So if you just get rid of these Paladins, it's like maybe you just start winning the board.
I think you do kill the Paladin if you're able to afford to, because right now, as long as the Paladins get removed, you do have the board again.
Currently with 1, 2, he has, I think, I'm not sure if he has enough to play Captain Archer into Dream Fairy. You need to have
Nah, to do
9
that,
cards in hand.
yeah, you need to have 9 influence. He does
He has
only
8, I think, or 7?
8 or 7, yeah.
So we could go Dream Fairy plus another 3 cost 2/3.
You technically can. I don't know, maybe.
No, he only has 7. Yeah, so I think we just go for the Captain Archer and hope that it hits something pretty good.
I mean, you Archer first to see what happens, I think.
And then you play the Archer, and then hold up the Reclaim.
Sounds good.
Oh, he also has the Reconnaissance Scout there, so he's got a lot of allies. That's the big benefit here. Ooh, choosing. I think he might be going for the Dream Fairy.
Yeah.
Dream Fairy gonna come and get rid of 1 Paladin, and then he's just gonna swing 1. He's gonna take his time, get rid of 1 Paladin, and next turn we can get rid of the other one now. One thing is that swinging with the Dream Fairy here was actually a little bit of a risk, a small one, because we did see that Parks is playing Glacial Evocation.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it would still die either way,
Yeah,
but
still
that's
die.
just one thing to consider, is when you see someone who's playing Glacial Evocation, sometimes maybe just don't swing.
Yeah, maybe just don't rest the units. But yeah, we are going to see both maybe. Oh, there we.
Okay, all right. You know, insult to injury, we already missed our chance to
Yep.
use a really well-timed
Yes.
Cleansing Reunion, and we're going to lose the other ones too.
Just reminding opponents, oh, what could have been.
A Refracting Missiles here would actually not kill the Dream Fairy, luckily, because we don't have enough.
Yep, we don't have a single fractal right here, which is not uncommon for this deck. Was I think the only fractal you have is probably Fractal Rain.
Yeah, no Polar Depths, right? So
Yep, no Polar Depths here.
now imagine if the Sapphire Fatestone was a Fatestone Fractal, no?
No.
You know, actually, why doesn't it have Reservable? It's a water thing that sits on field at mills. It should have Reservable.
I mean, okay, I think we shouldn't fly too close to the sun.
Staggering strike. Are we gonna reclaim this Dream Fairy? I mean, you know that it's gonna get negated, but you maybe just force him to put the cards down.
You probably do, but then again, Cross is holding on that 1 card that has been the bane of Chun's existence. The Cerulean Decree is still in hand.
The one thing is, at least if he's Cerulean Decrees, it's not gonna get banished
Yeah.
at least. So,
We are going to see Frost of Paladin replayed again. Oh no!
oh, that's a Stallion. Aquia Stallion coming out.
Yep.
This is a card that saw a lot of play. Well, by a lot, I mean one deck was playing this. So one of the
Genbu.
Genbus that made it decently.
I mean, like I said, it is still Genbu in the end of the day.
it's a 3-cost 3/4.
Yep.
What else has a 3-cost 3/4 stat line? Frostborn Paladin.
I mean, yeah, we joke about it. This basically a horse version of Frost of Paladin.
I mean, she doesn't draw, but you don't need to have a float in order to make it a 3-cost 3/4. So, I mean, it's like side grade. You lose some versatility here, or you gain versatility, but you lose the draw power from Paladin. So, Paladin's probably still better, but
Yeah, I mean, it's just a simple horse. I mean, it is a horse. Like, I don't think.
I mean, if a horse's only flaw is its inability to swim, then this beast may be flawless.
I mean, this is a very weird horse. Like, normal horses don't strive on water. This horse strives on 4 cards.
Yeah, this horse swims. Like, apparently, this horse is. I mean, it doesn't look like it's swimming to me. It seems like it's just
Yeah.
walking on the water. But
I don't know, man. I mean, horse do be horsing around. But anyway, we are gonna go. You go for gun this turn, no, right?
could go Wind Piercer and
Oh.
then next turn go for gun. So no, the issue is the Tire Frame. If it gets popped here, we have to
Oh,
find a
no.
way to get rid of these allies. Like these are really hard to kill for HP. Oh, Dream Fairy number 2.
I mean, I think we do it.
Are we Dream
Archer?
Ferrying the Stallion or the Paladin? I mean, Paladin has the intercept, but Stallion doesn't. I mean, if you Dream Ferry the Paladin, what if he kills the Dream Ferry and then plays the Paladin again and gets another draw? It feels pretty bad on your end. Actually, did not pop the Tire Frame either.
Yep.
3 cards in hand with Viridian on field means that he cannot play anything.
Yep, he is gonna do it, and Chorus not gonna be able to respond here.
And cannot kill the Aqueous Stallion because it only has 3 cards in hand. Man, this Captain Archer is never gonna hit the field.
I mean, yeah, we've been hyping it up, and he finally drew it. But man, he's just holding us hostage, not playing it down the entire game here. And Chorus is gonna go for conniving plans here. But still gonna mill. Oh.
Now, one thing is it's very he's doing this in end phase, but there's a Viridian Protective Trinket, so he actually cannot play it. So I mean, he just do it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think he probably planned to do it like during his turn, but
Maybe he was hoping to mill some floats so he could level up or bring something out that costs.
Yep.
Now, the one thing I've noticed is that I think it would be quite good to bring out a Nullifying Lantern at this point because it would stop the Aqueous Stallion from getting the stats. But I'm not sure if Chun has the Nullifying Lantern. So there's a Nullifying... Actually, no, there's a Nullifying Lantern in Quirix's deck. I don't know if there's one in Chun's deck. So it's actually interesting to see Nullifying in a water mill deck. But when you consider the fact that it's not actually aiming to hit Genbu, it actually makes sense.
Yep.
We're going to both mill one. Oh, no. We have to hit another Reclaim. Quirax choosing correctly to mill first before drawing. His hand is looking mighty thick right here. Still has the Tire Frame as well.
Really big hands here. So the thing is that Frost Appellant is out of the option. We can't actually play it down. There isn't a staggering strike to... There's no second strike to remove the Dream Fairy. Probably just a Terrafin.
I mean, Terrapin might as well be Frostwing Paladin.
It's a different kind of Frost Paladin.
You know, this thing should have intercept, should it not? It's a turtle.
Yeah.
It's there to block.
I mean, a turtle can do whatever it wants. It wants to be a blocker. It wants to be an attacker. It can do anything. But I think Chorus is probably considering... Yeah, I think Terrafin or either the Seaside Ringleader is good enough. Yep, Seaside Ringleader.
Big concern here is you are at 10. Now, the Tire Frame is doing a lot to keep you alive here. And because we are able to clear the board every turn, it's hard for Chun to come back from this. He needs to find a way to get rid of this horse.
Yeah,
or try and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, the horse is getting out of hand, but I think we have finally seen that one card we've been hyping up since the start of this round. We might actually see it this time. So probably just going to turn us as gun and then do it, man. Play the Archer.
Well, he's going to have 7 cards in hand after the draw here.
Yep.
Which means Captain Archer, he can pay for 1 negate. But Quarks is holding, 8 cards at this point in time. So very, very real possibility of double negate at this point.
Yeah, but a bit harder here with the Trinket active. So probably, I don't know about like 2 negates.
Well, there we go. He's definitely going to pop that Tire Frame.
Yep. No, the Tire Ring is not popular.
Yeah,
so
this is not good.
So we are probably going to see Archer, I think, this turn. Finally.
I don't know if we can play Archer because the Tire Frame means we play the Archer, but then we don't get to swing with anything. So might go Bullet and just try and kill the Stallion, but that would cost a lot, and you're going to run into a Song of Frost. Oh, this is a really tough spot. I think Quarix is definitely running away with it. Let's see if Chun can hit that Hail Mary 360 no-scope and find a way to win this game. Yeah, the Song of Frost is being pulled up to the front here. So even if we try and go... Try and kill something with this pistol, I don't think it's going to be enough.
I mean, I do think that getting rid of the Stallion is probably the best play right now because as long as you get rid of it, that Drift Fairy is going to swing every turn, like 1 damage. Eventually, you will win the game. I don't know when, but eventually. And Chorus is running out of allies. So Frost here.
Ooh, the free play Song of Frost as well. So he wants to hold up even more things. Ooh, he has that Primordial Ritual. I wonder if he wants to maybe ritual the Ringleader to get some extra draw.
He can do it during his turn again. Doesn't need to do it. Oh.
We're going to go for the Conniving Plans instead. We're going to get some more millage.
Paying 4 for it. That's not bad.
I mean, 1 float is pretty good. You know, he is not giving himself quest counters.
Yep.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello? Give
Oh.
yourself the quest counters.
I mean, we do have judges standing by there, so we should be fine.
You gotta give yourself the. You might actually flip the Genbu, you know. Oh my god. Okay, now Mirror's out. We're never gonna get the Captain Archer off.
I mean, we missed our opportunity. We were hyping up the Archer the entire time, and then again, Archer fails to materialize in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit unfortunate. The thing about water is has really strong allies, very hard to kill allies. So if they are able to get any amount of advantage in
Yep.
the game, it's very likely that we will not be able to get there. We're going to he's going to remember the quest counter.
Yep. Well,
Use
he
a
is.
skirting step as well. He also hits a float because he's very skilled.
Yeah, this is gonna be 2 to 3. That's 5 damage right there. Yes, 5 away. Wait, is the
Finale?
20? Oh, 19. Yeah.
Maybe we could just go for a ravishing here.
Maybe.
This deck has a lot of damage prevention effects,
Yep.
but he does have negates, so and he has the mirror actually. So the only damage prevention effect that really you'd have to worry about is maybe skirting step.
Yep. I think Finale here is fine if he has it.
Putting down he's gonna put down the Cerulean Decree for
Terrapin.
Terrapin. And he can still threaten the finale. I believe he has another float in there as well, so
Oh well.
swing for another 2 here. Oh, this is getting dicey. Has another Cerulean, has a title lock as well.
Well, looking at Corey's hand here, he basically tells truth. I don't care about the trinket. I have enough influence to play through the text. Go ahead. Like, I mean, that just shows you how strong water is, right? As long as water keeps having its resources, keep going, it will always have enough resource to tell your opponent, hey, look at my hand. It's really big. Our Chun's side, Chun's win con is getting further and further away.
I mean, he lost the ability to play the most important card in the deck, so just going to show why this Captain Archer build sometimes can falter a bit.
Yeah, it does have some weaknesses. Weaknesses number 1, you had to have it in your hand. Weakness number 2, class bonus, and I think the weakness number 3 right now, it is depending on the build. So 1 mirror does stop your entire game plan.
And Mirror is a very common card in this meta because Wind is so common, and it
Yep.
also sometimes hits water decks that play imbue cards or
Luxem. Luxem is...
Luxem too. Luxem is very common.
Huh?
I'm gonna go for a Wind Piercer. We're just gonna throw out the Mirror here. Sorry, I know you have the Captain Archer. You don't get to play it. I mean, you could play it if you want to be like a 4-cost 1 power ally.
I mean, if you really want it, but like I think Chun will just kindly decline it.
Draws into the Zephyr. Not really gonna do anything.
No, this hand is looking worse and worse by the game. And he is pretty low here, 16 damage taken already this game. You're just nod and say, okay, you're gonna load. And I'm just gonna stop that phase.
Oh no, he you know.
Yep. I mean, Song of Frost, really good card.
Yeah, and I think the really big part about the strength of Song of Frost is the fact that because of its class bonus effect,
Yeah.
you can play it for free. Even through Viridian,
Yep.
it's still 0 cost because based on it's kind of like PEMDAS, you know. There's like an order of when you add and decrease.
Yeah.
Since Song of Frost is a card that actually just makes you remove the cost completely. No matter what addition you put on the cost, it's still always going to become 0.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strength of Song of Frost as well. Song of Frost basically removes all triggers as well on the stack. So a lot of things that just get stopped. Like, for example, if you are playing Luxem, you want to do the Illuminating Strike into the, what's it called?
Like reverse.
Combo. Yep. All of them just disappeared because of Song of Frost. So
that's pretty good.
so Song of Frost is a pretty strong card.
Ooh. I think he's just like, okay, I lost. I think he might have just scooped here because he's just like,
yeah. He's like, I can play the game. It's fine.
I really gotta wonder what this game would have been like if he played that cleansing reunion when Quarks had no cards in hand, because it would have hit 2 floats, which would have stopped that Lost in Thought from being able to stop 2 floats, and not having all that float would mean those paladins would have been a lot harder to play. So obviously everything's hindsight, but it's just curious to see how different things could have played in that situation.
I think like this game and other games we've seen today, it's just a show of understanding the tempo and what needs to be done to win the game. Like, the thing is that a lot of players have, in my opinion at least, a lot of players played well today, but Certain minor stuff could be done better. Maybe if you understood the tempo much more better, you have made the play. I mean, it all comes down to experience, right? Everyone is trying to improve. Everyone is trying to be better each day with this game. So I think for Chun, it's a really a good experience. Learning experience for Chun, but for Corex here, a strong displays of what he's actually playing. Back to his roots, playing the Deco deck. I mean, did I expect this? Did anyone expect this kind
I mean,
of?
according to him, I spoke with him earlier today. He said he just pilled his team on this deck, and they didn't even bother testing it. They're like, you know what? Let's just play Nico. Why not?
I mean, if when you are with one of the best like players around the like if your playing group with everyone is like really good, and like you're one of the best players or player groups in the world right now for Kuala Archive, I think that shows the confidence level you have to pilot like untested decks. I mean, to be fair, I won't call it untested because like, I mean it's the same deck.
It's
you know?
like you just cut off like a fifth of Nico, and then
Yeah.
you glued it to a Genmu deck, right? So it's pretty similar.
Yeah, it's almost similar in that aspect. The only difference is that it works differently to some extent. Like I said, if you just treat the stone as a card that just mills cards every turn, it's practically the same, right?
Yeah, and then I remember my team, we were also trying to make this deck work at first.
Yeah.
And in the end, they decided, oh, it was just so clunky having like the Guardian class bonus plus the Tamer class bonus. And because the thing about Sylvie Nico is it's a lot of times you don't even go up the Nico, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, the main thing actually we didn't even see in that game, Storm of Thorns, a really huge card in this meta specifically because there is a card that does a bunch of pings of damage, which is...
Yeah, I do hear that basically we have EU nets going on right now as we speak. So we are having two major tournaments, one of it being the Ascent right here. We all will be here for 2 days, today and tomorrow. And also Nats EU will determine who will go to Worlds as well. Any hopes, any friends that you want to reach that's in EU right now?
I think everyone I know in Asia at least is here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't really know many people who went to EU Nats because I think most of the people in Asia have chosen to go to OCE Nats instead.
Yeah,
this is nearer.
Yeah, it's nearer, and then like everyone's like, hey, it's Malaysia. I mean, it's a great place to visit. I'm gonna shield my country a bit. Like we have a great transport station. We have great food. Everything, come visit us. But speaking of that, we will be back later. We are gonna go for a short break, so don't.
Yeah, don't close the stream to go watch. You just have two monitors.
Yep, just have two
dual
monitors.
wield. Watch both streams at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll go to break. I think it's actually not much. Maybe like a 10-minute break.
Yeah,
and
10 minutes. Yeah.
This is round 5, so there's only 6, 7, 8, 9, 4 rounds left of day 1 before we get to find out who is making it. Of course, in order to hit day 2, you need to hit that 18-point threshold. So we'll see who has the gumption to actually get there in the end. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit.
なったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭
are back here in Ascent, Kuala Lumpur. Here we are going to be starting round 6 soon. Our next opponent here will be a very, very interesting opponent for local people and maybe the international GA scene as well.
Yeah, of course, we have to succeed this year. This is your Ascent, so we'll let you pick your home ground to go and fight over it.
Yeah.
Tell us, who we got today?
So we got our really beloved, the face of Malaysia, I would like to call him, Con. We're going to be on stream and his hashtag HDBLY, just to tell you that it literally means how to be like you, because everyone wants to be like Jeremiah. And this trend just spawned in our community. It's like an eternal thing, and I want to because it's KL home ground, I think it is really suitable to bring it up right now, up close. And I do think that he is right now in a really good score. One loss in the entire game right now. We're currently doing round 6, so I believe it's 5 win, 1 loss.
Yeah, of course. Entering round 6 with still 1 loss, very comfortable. Just needs two more to get into day 2. Whatever the performance after that, we just wish all of them best of luck and see who gets to make it to the next day.
Yeah, I do have an idea what he's playing, but I'm not sure how much he's changed, because the last time I spoke to him, he was playing Gambu. It's complimenting about it, pretty stressed out. Don't know what deck to play, because the problem is that in this meta right now it's very wide, right? You have a lot of choices, a lot of variety. So he was just saying what should I play? Then more would just say just Gambu, right? It's very versatile as long as you have the right cards and you have a really good decision making, understanding what's the tempo right now of the game state. I mean, it's a very strong deck to actually lose, I think.
Yeah, a lot of people have actually been playing Gambu. I mean, I can't speak for myself. My team just half converted to Gambu in the span of 2 nights. We saw one of them previously. Now I think there's quite a lot of them. Not sure how many of them are still up there or what are the deck ratios, but I can tell there's still quite a lot of water singing around the top.
Yeah, I do think that right now, I didn't really scout it. I'm not sure. But from what I heard, whispers from players, there are Fractus. Fractus is still very active. Gambu has been a tear in the current format. And I've been hearing Win Ari being more than what people actually think.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, it's I suppose we were expecting Win Ari to be a bit rough in this matchup, especially since there was so many Fractal Diao, so many Guocha as well.
Exactly right.
But I guess they made it their way. If you can play through it, you can survive through all the hells, you get to the end and just Cosmic Ball.
If anything we learned from Nats last season is anything they take the win. Again, no one expected that kind of ratio distribution for the top 8 for Luxem. That said, no one expected the onslaught of even Win Ally. Maybe Win Ally is predictable, but that many Win Ally on day 2 was also insane. And right now we're seeing KL Ascent is taking another turn where Gambu out of nowhere becomes a very popular deck. Even players like Aaron was playing it, and then we saw it on stream game 1, and we've been hearing whispers about it, most of the top tables are also water players, be it Gambu or Fractal.
Yeah, there's so many Sapphire Fate Stones running around, all doing the mills, all doing the floats, all doing the RNG gambling things, but in the end they're here, so something's right.
I won't call it gambling, I'll call it being a believer. It's about having faith, right?
Yeah, I believe that I will get the right thing. That's called gambling.
No. We need to educate. We need to educate this. It's not gambling. We don't do that here. We just believe, and if you believe high enough, it will materialize. It will manifest.
All right. Well, I'll see where your belief is in, as your local man will be fighting Yu Chung,
Yeah.
who is from Taiwan. Both from 4-1, so both doing extremely well. We'll see here what is the opening.
Yeah, Con will show you why he's considered as one of the faces of Malaysia with his signature branding, how to be like him, and we're going to see why he is like that. And we're going to see Yu Chang here going for a spray of fire here. Probably going to be a very interesting... Oh, is that Visa? I see some components of Visa assassin cards.
Yeah, maybe. There's a couple of senses. Yeah, there's the career right there. So this probably looks like Xander, highly volatile matchup. See where it goes. How much of Con's Gambu is more tagged into anti-aggro?
Not a lot. From what I remember, okay, the one thing is that our Lucas has a lot aggro. So basically, he has experience versus Fiza. I'm not too sure how much his deck is tagged into aggro, but there is one particular matchup he's been spamming a lot, playing against, which is particularly Fiza. Because we have a few players that wanted to play the game, and we told them, and they were saying hey, is there a very strong aggro that we can play? And we just directed them to Fiza. I do think Fiza, despite being an quote-unquote aggressive deck, it is quite versatile in its game plan. It has many ways to deal damage. Your source of damage could be from anywhere. Could be cards, like you have enough cards in the graveyard for fire. You have enough prep counter. You have enough ally going wide. It has a lot of unique win con in my opinion.
Yeah, of course, very strong showing here. Of course, if there was any doubt that this was any other fire deck, I think that has been quelled by the Quasi Courier being the first one down on the field. 1-2 stealth, really annoying to remove. Let's see. Of course, Guaja is going to come out.
Oh, Chilling Touch, interesting. I don't think a lot of people actually run Chilling Touch.
Yeah, Chilling Touch, I think it's just sort of faded off since now there's other floats that you can run, especially since you're going to be on the Tamer path the whole way.
Yep, exactly. So we are going to see. I think Conman's play here is mostly going to be based on a lot on the Gambu flipping, because his list, from what I remember, is really all into the Gambu, meaning he's trying to accelerate the Gambu's flip as soon as possible. So just they're just clarifying please mill one because of the Gambu's effect.
Yeah, so Con milling one, there's slight language barrier over there, didn't get the mill over. Gildas, not great.
Not a great meal for Yu-Chang, but not great either for Conman. He does mill the Froststorm Paladin. But that's going to take out the Quasi, I believe.
No, it's stealth.
Oh, stealth, right. Yeah, my bad, yeah. So it's just going to go face here.
Yeah, so swinging there for 2. Gildas actually being a horrendous mill, because with Faisal, you want fire in your graveyard as much as possible. And for things like Rending or your other fire, perhaps some Kindle if you do run it nowadays.
Oh, we are going to go into the Vermilion Decree here. Interesting.
So yeah, Vermilion Decree seems to be, 3 and 2 damage. Clear the board off a little bit. Seeing here that there is an Arthur, there's a Planter, and I believe another Vermilion. So a lot of options here. The ally plan is still fully online.
I must wonder though, the decision to do it after damage taker is quite interesting. But we are going to see Serene Decree being played here. It is going to get negated. Comment is going to draw into 1 memory. And basically, I mean, that just shows how powerful Serene Decree is right now, right? With a lot of players opting to basically hands down more often. We see Correx hands down very quite often last game. Maybe that's why Serene Decree now is really popular.
Yeah, of course. Now, you're probably trying to get that gameplay in at the end. Maybe he was expecting Con to do something there, but well, just gonna take the turn in stride. Although he didn't get the board clear, he still has this plan going on. Poison Dagger for the materialization. Means probably a level 1 next turn.
Yep, so this is the common setup for the Fiza deck, where they will probably play the dagger like you mentioned, and now we're going to set up as many source of damage, because when Poison Dagger is activated, it deals 1 damage to an ally, a unit, and that unit will get +1 damage every time it takes damage. So we're going to see 2 Kohazi here. That is really strong here for next turn, because in combination, when he goes to level 1, they're going to have the class bonus effect, and I personally think that Kohazi's class bonus effect on him is really scary in combination of the Poison Dagger.
Yeah, there's a lot of difficulty here, especially since right now it's a bit awkward since the Quasi Courier isn't able to draw or filter right now. Of course, they are processing everything properly, making sure there's no missed ends. Both milling for the Gembu and then getting the quest. Nothing of note. These mills have been quite yucky again.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best kind of mill, but I mean, no less, it is still a mill. So Con here going for a simple touch here for 2 damage here. Not looking great as well. Oh, reprogram. It's going to be a -1.
Yeah, so here he's probably trying to bait another negate while he can, but just reduce a bit of the damage and set the float up for the level 1, because if there's any sign that level 1 is coming next, this is definitely it.
Yep, I think the level 1 sign is coming here. Yu-Chang is probably going to be going for spending for blood here, I think, with 2 Quasi Courier on the field. That represents with the dagger 2 for 8 damage.
Yeah, it's just so much damage that's potentially happening next turn.
Yeah, Con here needs to be really careful here. But there is, of course, the Terrafring here. So might not be the end of the world.
Yeah, Terrafring on the board.
Oh, not even going to give it a chance. He's going to factorize it right now.
Sure, yeah, just reducing that damage. There was potentially 4 there, although the Terrafring might have put another consideration on there for how much damage would have been dealt. In the end, he's just fracturizing it, choose not to think about it.
Yeah, I do think that it's not really a really weak play. In fact, I think it's something that people have been debating. Like okay, I give it a fractal, but at least I don't die from the poison dagger because the board does look really scary, right?
Yeah, of course, that 2 damage on the board. If he draws and discards fire, it can become 4, and poison dagger makes it become 8. There's a lot there.
That is 8 damage from just 2 cards without even putting anything hands down. Maybe with the Tavern you have to put 4 cards, but that is besides the point. So Yu Chang here now has to look for alternative weapons. I mean, he does have, in my opinion, another scary card. Arthur is still really, really scary.
Yeah, I revealed it earlier off the decree, but here the Terraframe has just been popped, so
Yep.
obviously he probably won't be looking to go too far in. Still needs to be able to hold some stuff and think on his place. Arthur not bad though, potentially an immortality play or next turn play.
Yep, you're going to pay 2 with the Terraframe tax. So probably going to go for the on hit.
Yep, finally now an assassin actually going to get the on hit for the courier, so he's able to deal the damage, draw and discard.
Yeah, what is a really, really strong mechanic where not only are you able to cycle in deeper to your deck, you're also able to deal damage, which is all showing us the Heated Vengeance, a really strong card in combination of all the self-damage card that Fire has.
Yeah, seeing here Heated Vengeance probably signals an Impact Hammer in the material deck somewhere. But still a very solid card by itself if you are able to ping yourself for 1 damage somehow.
Yeah. You're just going to go on the onslaught. He's just going to keep going with the aggression here. Even though Terroring is active, he's just going to keep on attacking on here, try to maybe cash out on the on-hit damage as much as possible.
Yeah, he's finally able to build out all this fire. Actually discarding the Arthur
Arthur,
that you're talking about.
interesting.
So here, I suppose he's still trying to go for some other forms of damage, but potentially more spell-based now.
What you actually think that if instead of attacking, we go for Arthur Immortality?
There was a potential there, but it means that you're spending a turn just setting up Arthur and not really doing anything there. Of course, Pfizer doesn't want to let the Gambu deck just keep going on and on, because eventually they'll get a lot of value. But sitting here, I think the amount of damage isn't quite proportional to how long the game has gone at this point.
Yep. I do think that after setting up Arthur, that's not that bad because you're able to just any ally you play next turn will basically get the damage bonus, and you can just pass there. You don't really need to go ham with the quasi couriers because like next turn it will just be more damage with the Arthur there. That's my personal take with it. But of course, Yu Chang here seems to be going for a more aggressive take. So we are going to see a Dagu being propped here, I believe.
Yeah, just paying 3 for it, checking on any responses.
Yep.
Alright, recollects, draw. Noting, of course, comment actually just puts a little token on the deck. Just a reminder to do the mill every single turn. It's good to have these kinds of checks every time.
Yeah, very, very good reminder for players to always check your cards, your triggers, because missing them is not as simple as like, we're done. No, it's not as simple as that. We are actually going to get penalty if you miss your trigger. So please do not miss your mandatory triggers. We are going to see your Frost on penalty right now. I mean, it's just as simple as draw 1. Frost on Paladin being the #1 enemy of Fiza. Do you agree?
Kind of. There's a lot of problems with Frostbound Paladin being there, but of course it's not the end of the world. Two might be a bit difficult to deal with, but 1, you can still get around that, especially if you are able to line up enough damage on a smoke bomb or something similar.
Yep. Kanye actually has the C-side ringleader for next turn. He's able to build influence and also buff out the animals that will be played next turn. Maybe just going to be a simple pass here. 5 cards in hand is a very strong showing in terms of reactions, I believe.
Yeah, of course. This deck is still built more conventionally into the Gambu, unlike what we just saw last round. So it is more built to have what it can from its limited cards.
Is that Evocation?
No, that is the Swooping Talent. Is it Swooping Talents? Yeah, it's Swooping Talents, right?
Swooping Talents?
Yeah, it's from the Omnidex reward for the whatever season. Yeah, Swooping Talents.
Wow.
So it is one of the anti-ally cards, but also has an additional effect at level 2. Of course, we're not level 2 yet, so here it's just used to deal 2 damage to a stealth unit. I was not aware this was a card that he was playing. I suppose with enough Pfizer experience, you have to start getting scared of all these as well.
I mean, I do think that one thing about Grand Archive that's evolving right now is that a lot of new players want to play the game. I was talking to someone, and someone actually brought up a very interesting point where he felt that the floor of the game is really high, meaning to enter this game, it's not actually easy to play. So a lot of players, I mean, the logical explanation is that if you want someone to start playing the game, I think playing an aggressive ally deck is the way. And with the number of attendance we have today, 400 players, it is no surprise that maybe that's the consideration that, okay, there are going to be a lot of players just playing allies, aggressive decks. So maybe playing cards like this, Swooping Talents, is not a bad call at all.
Yeah, it's probably used there to snipe. Well, probably Korea was just one of the
Yeah,
things
one of
they
them,
got.
right? Yeah.
I think the main thing that it wanted to snipe was something like a Dream Fairy.
Yeah,
because no
exactly.
fairy. Those are really value targets that
Yeah.
sometimes aren't really good to have.
Yeah, speaking of Snow Fairy, that's the one thing scary about the Gabu deck, right? Like, we talk about how strong Gabu is and how fast it can flip, but we never talk about the fact that a lot of them actually took out the level 3, so they don't have the level 2 latest release. They do have weaknesses against the Snow Fairy and the Dream Fairy. But we see here Yuchang is going to go for the hammer here, then go into Planet Explosion, removing the Frost Paladin here with a decent influence, not a lot. 6 is alright, a respectable amount, but there is a fractal there, so there are a lot of plays Yuchang can consider.
Yeah, he's actually not committed too much to the board yet. So still keeping up a healthy influence. So expect this to change kind of soon.
Yep.
Notably, there is a lot of Norm in his hand.
A lot of non. I mean, that is not normal if you want me to be real with you. But I do think that usually for FISA players, they will tend to go more aggressive when they draw their Rococo because they want to be less influenced, right?
Yeah, wanting to aim for less influence. And here he's facing another choice whether... I assume you don't really
no.
give too much care or concern to this 1 damage.
I think maybe the decree needs to go. I don't think the decree is helping in the sense. Like, normally, I would say, okay, decree is amazing, but look at the hand. You really want to keep moving decree with a handful of norms?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but at the same time, you could just start discarding your norms so you find your fires instead.
Oh, he is going to discard the Blaze Bearer.
Yep, dealing 1 damage off the Quasi's on-hit ability. Unfortunately, this hand isn't really presenting much, so he's just kind of standing there looking for something. The Gildas is there, but can he balance?
No, there's no balance, right? Because there's only 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, the influence is slightly off.
Yep, you're just about to... Well, technically, no, there isn't a way for you to play a card down. Like, that's the difference between Gildas in a normal deck and Gildas in Fractal. This is like a tangent, but this is why Gildas in the Fractal deck is very popular because you can balance it, right? There are a lot of free cards. There are also Fractals to pay the cost. And we see here, Yuchang here actually struggling to balance here. 3 cards on hand and 2 in the memory. Not really ideal for Gildas. I think Gildas is going to take a 1 damage swing here. Going back to Con.
Yeah, if you were Con, I think you'd be really happy about that. Seeing your opponent play a Gildas and not balance it, that just signals that your opponent is really struggling for damage or anything to do at this point.
Con is quite far behind on quest counters. He didn't draw Bone Wine. He didn't draw the conniving plans. So he is a bit on the slower end here. Maybe he's considering to even go to level 2. Oh, wow.
Oh, it's still going. So is there a Wicked Stab? That is a very rarely seen card now.
That is so rare. What is that you can tell me about?
Yeah, so it's just a attack for 3. Yeah, it's 1 attack for 3 as long as it is a human you're attacking.
So it's 1 cost 3 damage?
Yeah, 1 cost 3 damage. Very respectable amount with the Impact Hammer going in for 5.
Actually, that's not bad.
Yeah, so just putting in damage, putting in work, forcing Con to have to somehow answer this amount of damage or stabilize in some way. But now he's on 4 life left.
Yeah, really dangerous right now. Con maybe had to consider leveling up here to preserve some HP, and even consider the fact that if he levels here, he can get 2 quest counters, which then leads to the Gambu Stones effect, the Fate Stone effect, which mills each of them 1, going to 7, so he just need to mill 2 more cards. Maybe that's a consideration you could go for, or maybe, just maybe, he can try and go for the Safeguard Amulet, maybe, because there are a lot of like random 1 damage source ping from fire, but I don't know. I don't think it's that prevalent depending on what. because Yu Chang has shown us something really different, I think, compared to other Fiza deck, which is his list runs a lot of combat damage cards. I think it's mostly combat.
Yeah, there's a few tech cards that you very rarely see now, and
Mhm.
those are more. These are being played in Yu Sheng's deck, and a lot of them have some sort of payoff, but they aren't really aiming to be the best play. They're just aiming to make a lot of plays and constantly put pressure on.
Yep.
Con.
It's just different sorts of damage, combat damage, damage that's non-combat, stuff like that. It's just pressuring Con a lot here. Con only here has a C-set really, unlike the other gamble plays we've seen with their Bone Wine, Terrafin, Frostsworn. A bit tough for Con right now.
Yeah, no cleanse, no second frost one. All of this is just kind of going into a weird direction. Not sure if alright, float, we'll take it, and they mill the Arthur off the side, so he's got to be slightly more happy about that.
Yep, it is gonna go to the C-set ringleader distance as well.
Yeah.
So
So actually using the level 2 to draw instead of gaining the quest counter. Of course, he's still quite a bit away, so that probably makes more sense for him.
there is the Bone Wine instant.
Bovine. I guess you could swing the Bovine, but you aren't really... Actually, yeah, you probably just play the Bovine to clear off the Gildas, and then hope that there isn't really much going on after that.
Yep. Probably Bone Wine and C-set ringleader into the Gildas and then pass, right?
Yeah, so we're sitting here on the level 2, so 7 HP there. There's actually not much that his opponent has to get through, so he needs to properly balance between holding up defenses and playing out cards to force his opponent into an awkward spot.
Oh, interesting. He might go for Terrafin here instead.
Yeah, 4 cards down, potentially using the seaside as well as the on-enter in order to get the big terrapin that we're more commonly used to in Sylvie.
Yep.
But here, yeah, just calling it out. Probably just wants to set up a board so that he can clear off the opponent's threats and also represent threats of his own.
We see a complimenting the card he just drew. Not really sure what is it. It's unclear to us, but seems to be an impactful card. He's been hovering it for a while.
I think it's Chilling Touch.
Ooh.
Yeah. So swinging for 2. Chilling Touch here, kind of awkward. You can Chilling Touch your opponent, but it isn't really going to change much, because if you don't banish, say, the right card or something like that, you're still looking down potentially a rending
He
or
made the
something scary.
Twinkets. That's really dangerous.
Okay, so Viridian Trinket coming out now. His hand is 4, I believe, yeah. 4 cards in hand, not really able to respond much to that. So he has to do something here.
I think it's actually a preemptive to just preemptively go ahead and decree. But the problem is that even if decree, who do you -3 to? I personally would just say -3 to the champion and then draw 1. Because I think you're afraid of Rending Flames, right?
Yeah, of course, rending is scary. Yeah, it's what he's doing.
Yep.
I was going to say you can greedily do it on the Kohazi so he can't draw rending. He doesn't have it yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, just doing that is safer.
Preemptively, yeah, just to make sure that Viridian doesn't have any value. But now, Con is completely hands down. Nothing is in his hand. He will be able to do any reaction. It's all up to Yu Chang to find lethal if there's one.
Yeah, 5 cards in hand. Would have been nice to have that guild, as it's probably easier to balance at this point, but can't have everything we want. So it becomes extremely difficult to...
Still draw, that's the thing. Quasi Courier is going to allow him to dig further into his deck. Dealing one. I mean, it's time to give up that Vermilion. Wait, just reprogram.
Yeah, so like you said, now the decree is going away because he's constantly drawing Norm.
Yep. 5 damage. Like, he's very close, but yet very far.
So this 2 will bring him to 19. If he
19.
has a Cinder Geyser...
Or Blazing Throw.
Yeah.
Blazing Throw.
Yeah, Blazing Throw.
Yeah,
game.
next. I mean, well played from Yu Chang there, showing us why Fiza is such a scary deck, being able to just burst out of nowhere.
Yeah, I missed the Blazing Throw, but it's a commonality among a lot of Assassin decks. They just keep poking and poking, and then suddenly they have one big burst of damage, and you need to be ready for that every single time. Unfortunately, the mills weren't great, and there wasn't much setup, but he got it. He got there in the end. We made it to this point, and now Con has to figure out how to navigate the remaining 2 games in the face of this aggression.
Yeah, I do think that Cons was a bit unfortunate. If I'm being honest, his hand was looking very dry. There's not much going on. His builds were terrible. Pretty impressive that he lasted this long. Yucha, on the other hand, showing us that Fiza, despite being like, I believe Fiza has been here since a long, long time, right? It's a deck that's been around since. Am I wrong to say it's been here since the start of the meta game?
Yeah, it was being played a decent amount in Dawn of Ashes.
Yep.
I think my team, myself, also played a little bit of it with a Luxem package at the
Yep.
end. But ultimately, it's a deck that has been around for a long time because it still sees a lot of play as residual damage over turn and
Yep.
turn keeps piling up.
Yep.
And you need to be able to properly shut that down and not let the game drag out too long.
Yeah, as we say, the flexibility of this deck right here, Fiza, has been very, very strong because it had deal damage in a lot of variety of ways. It can deal damage via combat, via spells, via like burst. It has a lot of outs. And Con here, it might be considering to just put in the one common card, which is the Evocation, and also Staggering Strike. I think Staggering Strike is very important for you to deal with the Kohazi just now or any stealth units.
Yeah, there was so many, especially Pfizer is always very commonly seen to have a lot of stealth
Stealth, yep.
units. Staggering Strike helps to clear a bit of that. The Glacial Evocation will help as well along with the Slooping Talons.
Yep.
Though not sure how much he feels needs to go in. I guess things like his, I think I saw a Polar Depth stat. So those cards like that will probably be going out.
Yep, I think Polar Death is still one card that you don't really need it in this matchup.
Yeah.
So probably that will be going away. But I don't think both players have Lantern, which is very, very, very ironic where both players actually like don't really like Lantern. So we're gonna like basically see both of them like just gonna be fully hands-on on their effects, Rending Flames, Gamboo's effect. So it's gonna be really, really interesting matchup. I do think that Fiza is slight favorite. Am I wrong to say this?
Yeah, I mean, generically, you would say that any fire aggressive deck is slightly favored into Gamboo.
Yep.
But I don't think it is that lost of a matchup compared to some of the other matchups that you might know of in this set. But I don't know. It's still very difficult to navigate. Hopefully, he can draw slightly better into this one rather than the last one.
Yep, I think Con just needs to be able to hit a good amount of mills, a good amount of allies to compete with the bot, and hope that Yuchang doesn't go ham with it. Like the thing about Fiza, right? I think the worst nightmare, the worst thing, if your opponent Fiza, you can see is the best opening. Arthur into red hair.
Yeah, especially no Dream Fairies, no such
No Snow Fairy.
anti-removal thing. He does not have Snow Fairy. Oh dear. So there's gonna be a lot of allies that you need to hope don't come down in succession. But well, whether it's inevitable or whether he's had a good day, let's see how it goes.
Yep, we are going to see both players cutting before we move on to game 2 here. Still a decent amount of time, 35 minutes. Still really much a good spot for them to go for game 3 if they actually go to game 3. I mean, the games are pretty fast, right? We are fighting an aggressive deck versus a build deck. So let's see how it goes. I do think that, interestingly, Colin here, I mean, Fiza has been a deck where you really think Fiza is a really, really powerful deck despite everyone saying that, oh no, it's just an aggro deck.
I mean, I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence on that part because I also am one of the parties that isn't really super into Firezender. It's got a lot of tools, but all of them are relatively linear. They are kind of one-card combos on their own, and without all the individual pokes in between in the early game, most of your damage at the end doesn't really represent much. If you're properly able to materialize out a Lantern, especially things like Rending Flames aren't really any concern for you, and your opponent has to waste a turn for Reduced Ashes. So in terms of fire aggro decks, not the biggest fan, but it's still solid. There's still a lot of base and foundation behind it, and you need to know how to play properly into that.
Yep, speaking of that, we are going to see, I think Arthur is drawn from the top of the deck. We see Arthur, Rococo. I don't see the red hair.
Yeah, well, we can't have everything. Just get our little
Wait, is
slew
that
of
cap?
allies.
Is that in cap?
I think I missed it. But
Oh my god, he actually runs E-cap.
yeah, of course, Firezender, if you gotta have it. It is such a good card. It stops so much aggression. But here it's just gonna be the Arthur.
Not immortalize it.
No,
Interesting.
he's passing priority first before he resolves the on enter.
I see.
All right, so it goes off.
Interesting. Just gotta go for the Scenario Decree. The gate, I believe. Oh no. Is it -3?
No. So yeah, as cleared by the judges, we're going back. So he's already decreeing the activation. I guess afraid of maybe a follow-up ally, so just gonna do it to force him to put more down.
Yep, I guess that is the plan here. He is gonna immortalize here and pass. Well, the immortalize there is really, really scary because next turn, if Suchang plays any allies down, those allies get 1+ extra attack.
Yeah, of course, and this rush of damage that's gonna come on really quick is gonna be followed by the materialization of the poison dagger. So not a bright future this time for Con, but let's see how this goes. He probably has put in more anti-ally decks, so it's not like he's gonna be completely dead in the water against this.
Yeah, I mean, he has a point to prove right there. Oh, I don't mean that point, but it's fine. He will draw into something good, right? Is that Fractal Rain?
No,
Oh, no,
it's,
that's Primordial.
Yeah, just
I
doing our classic things. We need to make it exciting, you know.
I mean,
Mill your tech, draw your floats.
I mean, when I said he's the face of Malaysia, I didn't mean like this. I mean, come on, Colin. Show us that you... Show us some show, man. I know, but then again, that's like the problem with mill decks, right? So if you mill important cards, it's kind of unlucky.
Yeah, it is what it is. Here, Bovine showing us more important cards.
Oh no, not like this. Not like this.
Yeah.
Milling Silurian. Combining plans. Fractal Rain, and now the Stallion. All of them just gone.
Yeah, it's just being milled off, but that's the life and death when you play it. Of course, Yu Cheng doesn't need to live for that. He just sees that, it feels good about it, and then can look at his own plan with ease.
Yeah, we are going to... Oh, QSG here. Really fast QSG. Probably thinking of what happened last game. QSG into Dagger, I believe?
Yeah, we could... Yeah, it could be one of the possibilities. There is a world that this might be blinding off as well, yeah. Thank you, production. It's because there, see your opponent not really milling much, and with Xander, you're really able to represent so much damage so quickly. So if you find the opportune moment, just blinding up there, and your opponent is caught off guard, it can be over just right on that spot.
Yep, we are going to see reactions there. He is going to be primarily retrieving the Boo so that he can actually be able to probably better be... Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we got a seaside. We'll take it.
We'll take it. We'll take those.
Yeah, of
Considering
course.
what's happening right now, I think we will.
Yeah, notably with the second Cerulean has gone, so that's half of them already.
But this gives an opportunity for Yu Chang to strike fear into Con here, play down allies after allies probably, because now with Arthur being rested, all his allies will be receiving an additional damage here. We are going to see Hasty Messenger right now. The first one is going to swing in for 2 damage, I think, if he swings. Just clearing some stuff of the Gamble quest counters.
Yeah, just checking the correct amount because, of course, one has been... Oh, did they forget to tally? Yeah, they forgot to tally for the Primordial Ritual.
Yep, Primordial Ritual does give 1 quest counter because the fact that the face note does account for both players' turn, not just the current owner's turn.
Yeah.
Hasty Messenger just comes in for 1+1, so there's going to be 2 damage here.
Yeah, I believe so. The face note is milled twice really, hasn't it? Was it once? Yeah, so it should be...
Twice, yeah.
So, it should be F4, but oh well.
Hazi here is looking really, really scary as turn goes by here. Con is going to be taking damage after damage.
Yeah, Korea now coming in, just going to keep swinging, keep putting on that pressure.
Look at this board. This is so menacing. Like a 2-3, a 1-2, and another 1-2.
Yeah, and is when you look at it every time, it's like, what do I remove and how do I remove it cleanly? Because without any sort of solid damage that is able to remove any of them, it becomes extremely difficult to establish anything of your own.
Yep. So I do think that for Con right now, decision needs to be made to remove a specific ally, but which one to remove? And that's the problem with Water, right? They can't really deal with this kind of whiteboard.
Yeah, so here he needs to make a choice where you're sitting here only with 5 influence. If you choose to just Terrafring in anticipation of something like a Poison Dagger,
Uh-huh.
it just might not come because this is where your opponent gets to hold
I-
his Quicksilver Grill and constantly hold his protection over the Poison Dagger. But here he's just gonna level up to level 2.
Yep, just gonna sense the danger and say, okay, I'm just not gonna buy into it. Oh, he's gonna get 2 quest counters. He's gonna accelerate his gamble gameplay here. Builds 1 for both players. That is expected potion. Does build the Stallion, a very painful build for Con so far, but it's fine. 6 quest counter. There's 3 more ways to flip the gamble.
Yeah, so here 3 counters. Not
that-
sure what the future is on this side, but he's probably just doing that for additional life. Putting himself nearer to the gamble also is probably more at ease.
That's not looking good. Con doesn't drew any of the cards he did. So build cards, that's all reaction cards. And the worst part of it all, these reaction cards don't really help because he did floating. Like for example, Song of Frost, he actually did floating in order to have the the cheated cost. But I mean, he can pay 2 for it, but not looking good at all. Not looking good.
Yeah, of course. The now choosing for Poison Dagger to come out. Yep, it was Poison Dagger.
And we are gonna see Factorize, I think.
Yep, that it is. It is. You force your opponent to constantly think on it, but it is not a one-shot protection for everything. So
I think
yeah.
it's a Viridian.
So yeah, at this
Might be a
point,
Viridian.
if you materialize Viridian, your opponent is really rough,
no.
but you still want, more attack and more options here. So going up to level 1,
Mm-hmm.
because at this point it's not guaranteed to lights out.
Yep.
So it's probably not a necessity that you sit behind your Viridian and start pressuring him.
Yeah, I mean, this is just another heads up play from Yu Chang. I'll personally go the Viridian because I think, okay, his hand is like quite low, right? Maybe if a Viridian here, we can kind of end the game. But then again, going Fiza, going to Xander here means that you can proc the Kohazi class bonus. There's also the consideration for all the other class bonus cards that Fiza has. So, pretty good play here. Also, glimpsing too, I guess. He's able to just determine what card he can draw. 6 influence, I believe.
I think so.
7?
Yeah, I didn't catch that. It's going Arthur in first.
Yep.
So yeah, of course, probably going to be stacking this in Hasty first,
Yep.
then Korea.
Hasty into Korea. So you want to go Hasty, and then he's going to ditch one the Arthur. Arthur's not good at all right now, so he's going to take 2.
Yeah.
Really, really dangerous here, taking a lot of damage this turn.
Yeah, like we mentioned the last game, a lot of the damage comes from poking, and if you constantly allow these small, seemingly harmless pokes, every bit of damage later on becomes extremely detrimental.
Yeah, Yu Chang here has more than just pokes here. I think he's going to go to the Korea to discard the Xiao Qiao to just look into more options, look into more damage. This is looking really, really scary for Con.
Yeah, actually, notably, he has Fracturized and then kept the Fracturized Death for Song of Frost.
Yep.
So possibly already anticipating that the Radiant was going to come down. Just wanted to hold up something that was resistant to Viridian's ability.
We are going to see Xiao Qiao played down instead, and influence is 3. Rococo is active, I believe, if he plays Rococo distance.
Rococo...
3, right? True.
Yeah, his hand seems to be still 4, though. I'm not sure from the shuffling. So, of course, Korea's going to come in first. Let's just draw and discard, see what happens. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, not yet.
not
So, yeah, he'll need to thin down that hand a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because you need an influence of 4 when Rococo comes down. If you play Rococo here, you'll still be at 5.
Ooh, I see.
Alright, the discard for this Korea. Yeah, Korea actually constantly puts him in Yu Chung in difficult scenarios in these 2 games. Is that a lot of the times he's been drawing a good number of Norm or some fire card that he doesn't want to see. If you discard the Norm you really don't want, you're not going to get any of the damage effect.
Interesting.
But if you discard fire, that's just 1 damage in exchange for a card that you might find more use for later.
Choose to discuss the Rococo here.
Yeah, if he doesn't see the line in order to get that Rococo out, just throw it away. Then don't even think about it.
He can even materialize a weapon here by removing 3 fire cards if he really wants to.
Yeah, maybe if you do that, you're also turning off your ability to rending. Normally, you say it's good to do that if you say your opponent probably has a free turn and next turn will
Yep.
call out the lantern. But here, your opponent also really does not want lantern, so I think you don't need to be greedy and do that.
I mean, he does have to keep in hand, so probably passing here is also a very wise choice. We are going to see Call just pay 1, 2, 3. Babe, is this Gocha level 3? Wow. Going to Gocha level 3 right here.
Yeah, so 3 floating up to level 3. Potentially looking for 3 quest counters. So, just a little clarification. Those 3 were from the graveyard, right? Were they from elsewhere?
I believe 2 were from Graveyard.
Oh no, 1 was from the graveyard and the other 2 were from memory, I
Yep,
think.
yep,
That's
yep.
why the chilling touches were gone. But yeah, we're going to Guacha level 3. Just gonna put 3 from the level 3 ability and then mill 1 for the
really
4th.
Phil here not doing great here. We are going to see Ring Leader here being prop here.
So yeah, just pay 2, try to find something better. These mills have not been great to him. Hopefully the draws are better.
Conniving players a bit late here. After all said and done, where you have reached the gamble stage, you finally hit the conniving players. A bit unfortunate, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, not much else he can really do now. I think he just flips the turtle and then just say pass.
Well, that seems to be the plan here. But the turtle there also seems very dangerous. I think the turtle is a danger.
I mean, I guess, but you still have to force your opponent to swing into it regardless of what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the saving grace is that you can actually pay 3 for the turtle to get, what, how many is that? 6 HP. So it's not that bad.
Yeah, of course, 315, respectable amount. Don't know of any other card game that likes 315.
I mean, 15 is a lot. But, I mean, Suchek's board is also very scary, right? Arthurs on the board, Hasty, Korea, Sanchao, that whole squad there, that represents 2 to 8. And then with the Korea's effect, there's another 8 damage. There's another 1 damage. So it's just really, really, really scary right now.
Yeah, if you discuss with the career is 9, which would put him just 3 short. But of course, 3 is not a difficult number to circumvent in this case. Calling the trinket, so I guess he wants to turn off any Vermilion Decree since his influence is only 5. Yeah, 5, so there's not enough to activate Decree here. Still needs to properly play around the Gambu though.
Yeah. I think it is time to flip the gamble, maybe, just to be safe here.
No, what he's probably doing is that he wants to manage how much damage he takes, but not to the point that
no.
Gambu is extremely unsafe.
Yep, but that doesn't seem to be the case. He does flip the gamble just to protect himself.
Yeah, flipping it here. So, at this point, which target do you retaliate? Do you even retaliate?
I don't know. Whoa, not choosing to attack with Arthur first.
So, at this point, what Yushin probably really needs is say something like rending. Just go straight through the turtle and ignore the damage.
Alright, we just got word that there's just a rending in the deck apparently.
Yeah, well, I guess it's not worse rather than relying on those kind of big damages. And it's also a good thing to keep in mind that your opponent will always expect rending into cards like into decks like Firezender. So if you just don't run it, you don't need to think about it.
He is going to pop the Korea effect, going to discard 1 fire, do 1 damage to the champion. Korea is really close to dying as well, just a bit more damage. But Yu Chang here is he passing?
No,
just swinging.
he's swinging with a hasty.
Yep.
So I guess he's aware that right now he can't really hit through that that 9 health bracket plus 6 that is right in front of him. So he's just digging through his deck, hoping for more things that he can do.
Want to go red hair here.
Yeah, red hat here. So he's taking full advantage of the fact that he's still representing so much damage behind all these cards that filter. So can't retaliate any of these, because once he retaliates, he's opening the floodgates for so much more damage.
Yeah, just gonna dig deeper with the red hair here. I think Yu Chang is just carefully, just slowly dissecting what's happening with the Gambu here.
Yeah, so it becomes extremely difficult here. He's just gonna conniving, I guess, funnel
Ooh.
through a bit more of the deck and also possibly set up for a bigger swing.
Isn't there Viridian? Wait, isn't there Viridian?
Yeah, so you pay, the judge has given him the notifier, so he's paid 2 more for the conniving.
Ooh, I see.
All right, building 2 is that a yeah, young beast bonder. So of
Yep.
course 1 float, not too shabby.
Not
just
too
drawing strike.
shabby here at all. He is gonna pass back the turn to Con. Con is probably gonna go for the QSG. What and he put in? Huh.
I am not sure. Here's
Safeguard?
yeah, safeguard is one potential option, but you might also be looking for potentially something like a claymore, where after you've milled a little bit more, you can then just shove it out and start representing damage or even clearing board.
I guess before recollection, you can just pay 3 for the gamble if you really want to.
Yeah, of course, but here seems he's just recollected. Now he's in the process of slowly rebuilding his hand, so he needs to be extremely careful of every single play here. He can't willy-nilly summon out things that he doesn't have the time nor influence for.
Yep, here it is getting very, very tense here for both players. Time is also running lower and lower for both of them. It is still game 2. Might wonder if this actually comes into Con's victory. Do you think they have time to play game 3?
It's likely. It is actually very likely. If you Gamble can still keep going really, really fast if they just open like a double fractal opening.
Yep.
And just if he gets going really early, he can shut out a game and then swing back with things like fugue or damage really, really easily.
Yep. So we are going to go back to Yu Chang's turn here. Materializing the Quicksilver Grill and passing here. Yu Chang here is going out of his material deck here. We do see the level 2 Zender here. Can retrieve some Spartan Explosion, I believe. But yep, we are going to do Zender level 2 here.
Yeah, after so much floating has been discarded, at this point you might as well use it and get a bit more value back. So here, I have to imagine this is probably planted, coming
Yep.
back to hand.
A very simple 4 damage card here.
Yeah, especially because this is such a key card for Gembu. When he uses Fugue, he has to be able to answer a planted explosive, or this will kill after the stats have been swapped. Alternatively, just shoot this planted right now for 4 damage.
Yep, he's just got a pressure Con here. He might not be able to shoot through Gambu, but he'll be able to slowly pick him off one by one through this damage source like this, eventually winning the game. And Con is getting lower and lower right now. 18 damage taken. Just 7 more and the game is over.
Yeah, there's all these damages. Okay, so
Oh,
actually he's put Terrafring under there, so
Oh.
a good understanding of when you're supposed to use Terrafring.
Huh?
It's not that Terrafring has a trigger in which you choose to banish.
uh-huh.
It's that you can activate Terrafring at any point in the correct part of the recollection phase. So if you put it underneath, you can actually just instantaneously resolve it and instantaneously get the effect without any risk of it being removed.
Yeah, interesting to see the Terrafring really pop like that. I would believe that traditionally you wouldn't put Terrafring, like put Terrafring there and use it next turn. But I guess he's afraid of maybe some removers.
Yeah, potentially this reduced to ash. Almost all fights in this run reduced to ash. So naturally it's good that he's already being aware of what's coming out there. But here, Yushing just gonna do his same game plan, funnel through a bit more of his deck.
Yep, just gonna dig deeper, just gonna discard a fire card, just pick slow death, slow. But no, it's not gonna be a fire card, it's gonna be a norm card.
Yeah, Yushing needs to be extremely careful as well. This is a Terrafring, so it means that Kon can play slightly more properly around the amount of damage his opponent can play, since he can't swing as many times as he might want to.
Yeah, I think Yu Chang wants to like keep hands as much as possible because he does have the E-cap. So probably just gonna pass back to Con here. Be patient a bit. If I were Yu Chang, I'll be very patient here because you're sitting 22 HP, which is a very healthy life bound. And your opponent is just sitting there doing nothing with his turtle. Like he's just literally turtling. Like that situation looks really, really bad for Con. But I think Con has some way out. I don't think it's at the end of the world. But it does rely Con on having influence, which he's gonna do now. He's gonna try to build back his influence, going for the backup charger.
Yeah, so sitting here, backup charger just gonna build influence. Yeah, the Claymore might have been nice, but it doesn't end or close any point of the game here. And your opponent
Yep.
is too big of a board to use it properly to clear up. So just trying to find perhaps one card answers and one card draws. Because notably, if you are able to just Young Beast Bonder and then Fugue. I believe that is lethal. Of course, not enough cards in hand, but still.
Yep. I mean, that's the struggling team that Kuala right now has, which is he doesn't have enough influence to do all the plays that we mentioned here. He's going to factorize the 3-quid here just to make sure that it doesn't have any more effects during his turn, which is very, very annoying. Kuala wasn't able to play his cards at all, his reaction cards during his opponent's turn. Just going to finally get rid of it. I think he's just going to go to pass again. Back to you, Chuxton.
Yeah, so just simple plays, passing the turn back. No terraforming this time, so again needs to sit behind the turtle and really, really be able to just utilize the big body that it has. Alright, so here's where we mentioned last time, Blinding Orb is out. This is a huge warning sign to COD. You better be able to answer everything I play after this, because I'm going in.
Yep, this is probably the last turn for Yu Chang here going in here. But then again, even if Yu Chang goes in and fails to win the game, do you think Call can retake the position?
I don't think he's even going to retake the position. He's probably going to want to...
Oh, going to be Planet Explosion here.
Yeah, he's going to continue applying pressure. Again, another 4 damage. At this point, any 3 damage source is lethal.
Cards like even with Vermilion Decree just helps.
Yeah, Vermilion Decree, shooting for 2. If your Karate Courier is able to discard a fire, you win there.
Yep. He's going to recollect and then we see what's in the box.
Alright.
There's a Legion's release here. Just call checking out how actually it works in terms of interaction. I don't see damage source.
Yeah, Veteran Blaze, Burner. Yeah, nothing much in there. I mean, he's still able to keep digging. That, like, don't forget, there's still 3 allies that are able to draw cards and really apply pressure at all times. It is so difficult for Con to be able to keep up with how much Yu Chang has been able to constantly change the cards in his hand.
Yeah, we are going to see here the Quasi Courier here just going to take a swing here. Probably going to go for the draw, discard here. What this is the box? Nope.
Another Courier was there.
Might help. The other Courier might actually help.
Yeah, potentially.
Inching closer to death. What if the Courier actually like draws another Courier? Oh wait, Rokuko, right?
No.
No,
There's way too much influence.
Yeah.
There. So sitting here, if you swing with the Courier and find a kill spell, or just straight up find another Courier, I believe that's Curtains. Actually, no, it's not Curtains, because as we can see, unlike usually, we can see that there's still Song of Frost in hand. So there's still a lot of options for play for Con here.
4 cards here. Technically speaking, even a Blazing Throw works, right? Because you can still get the weapon from the material deck, like such as the Mercenary Blade. So Uchak has a lot of outs here.
Yeah, so Blazing Throw.
Oh.
Chooses to pass, nothing much going on.
Oh, just a Song of Frost here to not have the trigger.
Yeah, just Song of Frost there. Using the alternate cost is really difficult to justify, especially since you know your opponent is gonna keep applying pressure, and now swinging in with the Arthur. So this is where really Gamble is gonna become difficult to defend.
Yeah, because his hand is 2 down. We can't actually pay for the Gamble's cost.
Yeah, so swinging here, Red has 3, 6. Hasty and Xiao Chao should be able to clear that.
Oh, he's asking whether he can legally release here.
I don't believe so. It should be target activation or trigger, and then the combat doesn't target nor trigger. Yeah, so target activation or trigger that targets a Fate Stone. But when you're starting a combat, you aren't choosing a target for... you're not activating something and then choosing a target. So it doesn't really work here.
Yeah, I personally don't think it works as well. Probably because it's not targeting as well. So probably just gonna red hand, draw 1, discard 1.
Alright, yeah, I already got the card he wants to discard.
Oh, he drew to Vermilion, right?
Was it Vermilion?
Yeah, I think it's Vermilion. He drew to Vermilion.
Alright, if you drew to Vermilion, that should be game.
Just do the Vermilion.
Yeah, this is Vermilion. Just pay 3 and cast it manually. Do you respect the title cards are suddenly leaving White Brain? The title lock. If there is no title lock, and if there isn't, or rather, if Yucheng is willing to play into that, if there isn't, that's just it. It is completely lights out since Con isn't really able to answer properly.
I think what's trying to do with like what you say the tie lock. So he wants to bait Con to do something about it. If not, the Gabu dies here. So if Con saves the Gabu, he just loses here because the problem is that yep, I think Con just concedes here.
Yeah, because even if he had one more card to save the Gambu, the Hasty was able to swing for two. The Hasty won't be able to clear it, but here since Gambu dies, Hasty can swing in for two, which is lethal by itself already.
Yep, interesting game. Unfortunate for Con, he has been unable to take the game from here, but it just shows you how scary Fisa is in this current battle right now. With the addition of Red Hair, look, just one card, right? One new card, and this whole deck just becomes even more powerful than we ever know.
Yeah, really, there was a lot of aggressive playing out, and constantly it was just poke after poke after poke after poke. And unlike the last game where we saw Quarix playing, Con really wasn't able to get anything started, anything set up.
I mean, it's just a reflection of what the deck could be. The deck could sometimes be really strong, like what Quarix showed, that if you get the right builds, the right draws, you can really just keep your energy going, your influence hand, everything high. But if it's your luck like Con, unfortunately, where you build all your key cards, you don't build any floating, it's just really, really unfortunate in that sense.
Yeah, of course. In this case, how to not be like him, I'm not really sure. Just go over to the country across the pond and we can show you a better role model. But we will see, we are going to take a short break. The next round should be starting very, very shortly, but we'll see you guys when we are back.
Right, see you guys.
ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Things are heating up going into these last few rounds. Mono, tell me, how has the day been for you?
God, it's exhausting. Poor night's sleep will do that to you, but still lots of action-packed games, lots of stuff has happened. Surprisingly widespread of matches we've had so far. A lot of exciting things. Another exciting one coming up. Here, say we have a FTC champion, Merlin, still strong. 4-1-1 in round 6, heading into round 7.
And the thing about the Merlin is, I think there were, what, 6 or so? There were not a lot of them in the champion breakdown that we saw earlier. So one of the few Merlins that has made it this far. So far, they are doing well, but they are fighting against Fractals, which is a deck that Merlin really struggles against.
Yeah, famously, it's always saying Merlin is good against Fractals when they have Majestic Spirit out.
Yeah.
If they have Magic Spirit out.
When they, it's really easy to beat Fractals when you just open 4 Scatter Essence every game, right? So it's the same thing with Merlin. Just have Majestic Spirit out on field at turn 2.
Yeah, and if it's a deck that is pretty much on brand, that's your strategy, it's probably Merlin.
Yeah, I mean, that's always how Merlin's been. It's Incarnate Majesty or bust, or it's like you have to just get there. And the issue is we've reached the point where it is no longer easy to get there.
Yeah, there's so much negation and so much damage and pressure that you have to be wary of. Especially he's going to be fighting into fractals, the one of the boogeymen's of pressure and of negates. So let's see how he's really able to navigate through his early value turns and how he's really able to kind of get to the end to potentially that Majestic Spirit end that we've talked about.
Yeah, and this Merlin, it's classic. Lorraine into Merlin. No, none of this Kong Ming nonsense. We're not trying to play into the Harmonious Mantra to get healing. We are just trying to get to level 3, play some Pendragons, build up our influence, and then eventually bring out that Majestic Spirit using Incarnate Majesty. Now, Merlin has been a deck that has been strong basically since she's come out, and I think probably around like the Sylvie metas when she started to fall off a bit. Why do you think it is that Merlin has been struggling more and more as of late?
It's, I guess, because usually Merlin just kind of goes off unpunished. So if you have a Merlin that is constantly allowed to just do their creatives, discard their floats, eat their opponent's floats, and then continue going on, they're really able to snowball into a larger hand size that most people very rarely have in level 3. Once they do get their hand size in level 3, every single card is extremely disastrous to your opponent. Your Ascensions, your Pendragons, all of these are extremely scary cards that you need to respect properly. And if they have a huge hand size, means more of them are coming down, which means you need to play even more reserved around all of these. But now when you've got Slimes, you've got your Fractals, for a period as well, Luxem was also doing well against it because now they're able to just tell them, no, you're not able to resolve any of your things. So hopefully we'll see some of that back and forth. Like here, we're just opening.
Oh, the triple fractal start. So did not imbue the Fractal of Rain here, which definitely would tell me either he didn't have enough water cards to pull off the imbue, or it would have been awkward to imbue it, or maybe he is just the type of player who doesn't imbue the Fractal of Rain. There are some Fractal players that just never imbue it.
Yeah, of course. It's still perfectly respectable. If you don't want to take that gamble down the middle lane, you just sit tight, I'll play Fractals, and I'll just see what I get.
Yeah, and really the main thing about Fractals, you just want to hit that critical mass of Fractals, which gives you, of course, the massive Burst Asunder for insane damage. Also having the ability to negate that is basically unpayable, like a 6-7 cost negate. And that's how you know that Incarnate Majesty is never, ever coming out if they can just negate you.
Yeah, of course. It is really difficult. Maybe he can use some... Though this is a Lorraine build, so I'm assuming there's probably no charms and things like that. It would have to be a really, really desperate Hail Mary to maybe get there. But just going to be one hasty messenger coming down. Yeah, nothing new from Merlin.
Another thing I think we need to talk about with Merlin is, of course, the addition of Censor of Restful Fate. Really, really hurts his deck because this is kind of the whole thing of the deck. You play Creative Shock Float, you play Hasty Float, you play Float Cremate. And Censor kind of destroys that entire strategy. Suddenly now you have to all start putting in just really bad cards like Spurns or maybe like the Reduced to Ashes just so that our deck functions. And Merlin is already a very bricky deck because unfortunately half the deck is float and the other half of the deck is cards that dump float, or I guess a third of each, and then the last third is Crux cards. So sometimes you draw one third without the other third that you needs each other. You draw too much Crux, or you draw too much float without the cards that dump the float, or you draw the cards that dump the float, but you don't actually draw the float. It happens surprisingly often.
Yeah, it's tale as old as time as far as Merlin is concerned. But the deck hasn't really changed much, so even though we call it clunky, still there's a level of consistency that always comes with it. But here, Hao Chun Chang here actually playing his Gildas, going in for some early pressure on a low balance, so just going to clear off that Stalwart Shieldmate.
Yeah, so gonna get rid of that shield. I mean, of course, we have to remove it because it can't just sit there. Leaving it also leaves them open for a potential cremation ritual. So I think this is fine. Now, fortunately, we do have the Hasty, which means that if we do have a Flame Rune, we could try and contest the board by killing this Gildas, unless Hao Chun Chang has anything to say about it.
Yeah, of course, notably, Hao has been looking at a couple of these cards. They are all art, and from what I gather from some of the Taiwanese players is that they recognize more of the cards by the art, since their English isn't their first language. So naturally, when a card with an alternate art comes down, he needs some time to kind of process what that card is. So he might be already familiar with a lot of what this deck is doing, but he hasn't seen these versions of these cards before.
Wow, choosing to throw away the repelling Palm Blast, you'd think he would have thrown that reprogram to maybe try and hold the Palm Blast for those double Ascensions that are in the hand. Actually, another thing we need to talk about, Ascension, very, very, very bad into negates because of the fact that it does return the sword for cost, which means that if it gets negated, the sword is still going back to the material deck, which means next turn you need to spend your materialization to bring out another sword, which may not be in your best interest. So that's another reason why Merlin has been seeing less and less play. Incapacitate came out and it kind of made the deck really difficult to do your plan with the unconditional negate. And now we have the new quote-unquote unconditional negate in Glimmering, which is basically impossible to pay for.
Yeah, it's not a good sign as well. With 3 fractal opening start, the Glimmering Refusal is already extremely hard to pay for. But here, still no sensor in sight, so Altair can breathe a little bit easier with his 2 floatings in his graveyard. I suppose he probably wanted to keep the reprogram because he could set 2 down for it for leveling up to Merlin.
Yeah, and actually you're going to bring out that. I recognize that token. That token is from the Philippine Regionals from MRC. Actually, you got it for entering. It was a custom token they made. So I don't know if he was actually there or if he bought it from someone else. Okay, now we have 2 allies, and they're pretty good allies, I'll say. So, and you look at the hand. I don't think there's a DG either.
Yeah, it's looked quite. There's a
Double
kill
Fireball,
spell. Yeah.
double Ascension, Cremation.
If he makes it up, this hand is so terrifying. There's a Pendragon as well.
Yeah, and we're not even going to try and kill this Hasty. We just don't care. We need to pressure, make her life hard. And now that there's no float in the grave because of the Paladin, we don't need to worry about Merlin eating anything. She's going to be forced to either eat her own float in order to survive. And look at the damage. A Burst Asunder here would just kill.
Yeah, it's really, really leaning in. Gildas putting in so much work, 8 damage on the board. And the Frost one there to add on insult to injury is getting really, really stampede. Oh, your...
Unfortunate. They want to let you. You have to use a card. So yeah, no dungeon guide here is pretty bad. No. All right, sorry.
Well, still a chance. You could discard it off the Hasty.
That is very true. Probably could just throw this reprogram away. Or did he already throw? Oh, he already threw the. Oh, I think he has another one, so we can throw the reprogram here. Try and draw into. Nope.
Nope.
Sometimes you're not lucky.
Yeah, that's the card that he actually probably really wanted to see, but.
Might just cremate here. Probably gonna cremate and then
is there
just
a cremation?
Yeah, he does have a cremate. Cremates his own hasty.
Yeah.
And then he can eat his float so he can get that even level counter to start scaling up his Merlin nonsense sooner. Gets the early even level counter draw. Exactly.
Yep.
As we have said here, because this is the only 3-cost card there, so you do need to use it, unless you are willing to just eat the float. But you want to... Oh, wow, he draws Dungeon Guide now. Ooh. But do you commit it when you can't really do anything after? It is... Also, you're going to have to be forced to put the Crux cards down, so it's... He's probably going to do it, though. You definitely want that tempo advantage here.
Yeah, being able to go up, and also it's extremely important that he just runs away from Burst Asunder lethal range.
Okay, so the Glimmering Refusal might be employed here. Yeah, so okay, we're going to refuse here. You cannot pay for this, fortunately. I wonder if that was the right choice, actually, because sometimes it's nice to just let them do it, and then you negate whatever they do after. But this turn was probably not going to be anything, because 2 cards in hand, Merlin can't really do much. She had the Ascension, so could have gone for that, but I doubt you would go for an Ascension with no cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but at the same time, if you deny the Dungeon Guide there, you're denying 6 points of health, which could be a lot, especially if you're looking at lethal this turn.
Very possible. Gildas plus, assuming we can balance it, and the Frost Warden would be 7 damage, putting up the Merlin to 18, so you just need to find 3 more, or 4 more, which is not hard. Yeah, I mean, 3 more? Not hard. No, 22. 4 more.
4 more, yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen Merlin, to be honest.
If you go 3... Yeah, so if
I mean, refracting missiles, shimmering.
Yeah, just
Even a
any
burst
kill
asunder.
spell, another Gildas.
Ooh, we are gonna bring that out, which is it's kind of annoying. The crystalline mirror does make our life a little bit hard because now we play the Pendragon, and in response, we just pop the Sword of Seeking, so we do not get the.
To burst your bubble, it does not destroy weapons. It only destroys items.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's class bonus. So.
Oh
not
yeah,
quite
you're
as
right.
good.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, so he's probably just putting that out there so that he can glimpse it for any fractals he draws.
And
Maybe
probably also to destroy a safeguard. Preemptively, just gonna bring it out before a safeguard could come out here.
Yeah, not wrong.
Zhang Zhao, really nice here. Let's refill the hand. Let's look for more negates. Look for more kill spells.
Yeah, especially because his draw led him to 6, and this Zhang will bring it to 7, making it really easy to balance.
Let's
Gildas.
see if he's got the 3 cost that can let him balance here. An refreshment would do. Another paladin with insight.
Insight into another fractal into dissonant.
Yeah, that's possible. There's lots of different ways of balancing Gildas, which is the hard part about playing this deck. Oh, we do get the mirror. We do get the mirror here. Might as well get the value. He's gonna bottom it. Didn't even really need to think.
Yes, thank you to our watch-through judges. Of course, if you normally miss that trigger, it's just treated as you glimpsed and you left the card on top. But here, it needs to fully resolve everything. Just 1 damage.
If we just have a refracting, it would put the Merlin at 20. We also don't want to put a float engrave right now, if possible. So at least force the Merlin to use the reprogram in her own memory in order to get that level counter.
Yeah, so if you use the reprogram, you'll be putting a lot of crux cards at risk in this level up. Potentially a bit risky on going up that front. You might be more grateful to just be able to have the extra health and develop the game plan at your own pace.
That is true. It is a sliding scale. Are you willing to just risk the crux cards to get the early level counter, which does let you get an extra draw? Or do you... Okay, he seems like he's choosing to go for the reprogram here, I believe, in the end phase. Get our extra level counter, which will then allow us to level up to Merlin 3 and then immediately get the even level. For those of you who haven't seen Merlin, because it's been a while since she's really performed well, Merlin does get an extra draw every other turn, essentially, because when she has an even level counter, she draws. Oh, losing 1 Ascension, but the Pendragons have stayed, so we are good on that front, but it's going to be not a very big influence. We get the even level counter here, draw card, draw for turn, so 7. So we should be able to pay around a potential Glimmering Refusal.
Is that lethal this turn? If you fireball here, this will be in for 6. If he negates this, there's still 1 more fireball in hand. So Pendragon will be able to draw you 2. 3 up to 6 fireball again for 12. If he has enough influence for that second Ascension that didn't get banished, that should be game.
Yeah, the big thing is obviously, do you risk it against the Fractal player? Maybe your life is so low at this point that you're willing to just go for a Hail Mary here. We're going to use the Sword of Seeking, swinging face.
Oh, right, yes, you don't actually need the Ascension.
I mean, we are going to get that. So yeah, so now that's...
So if your Pendragon resolves 9, yeah, any of it, you should have enough influence to double fireball, and Hao only has enough influence for 1 negate.
That's right, and I think bringing out that Crystalline Mirror early here might have been a mistake. Could have possibly gone for a Safeguard Amulet instead, or even a Sensor, just so that the float is not usable.
Niche ruling. Another burst your bubble.
You're right, you're right.
Sensor does not stop Merlin's
Yeah,
level
I
2
actually forgot
ability.
about that. I forgot about that.
Because it checks whether it's a floating in the banish, so it already has the skills back while it's in the banish. The Merlin only banishes cards of any skill, so it doesn't matter that it's not floating while it's in the graveyard.
Yeah, so the Pendragon gonna come out here. I wonder if Hao Chun has anything to say about that. He definitely has the cards in hand, just whether or not those cards actually do anything. We're gonna let it go.
Oh no, I think this might be the end for
Might
game 1.
very well be. It would be very interesting to see Merlin just kind of, oh, another Ascension here. A bit unfortunate to draw after using the sword already. Swinging 3 two-faced. This is looking kind of dicey. You just have to do 6 damage. Yeah, the fireball is going to kill here, so you need to negate this, but then he has a second one.
Yeah, that's...
We have the refusal. We have the refusal, but we need a second negate. Otherwise, this is not going to work.
Alright, so yeah, he's gonna refusal on the response, just fireball again.
Yeah, that's just it.
Okay, yeah, Merlin's still in this. Merlin has a good shot.
Yeah, that was a very fast game. Obviously, drawing all your fireballs this early does give you the potential to do these kind of, I don't even really want to say high rolly because it's not that unusual, but being able to go for early kills. This is actually why when Crystal of Empowerment was still in the game, it was so annoying because Merlin could just hit level 3, go Crystal of Empowerment, pop Crystal, and just double fireball, and you just die.
Yeah.
Or play out the Incarnate very, very early.
The days when it wasn't empower, it was for your, it was
Yeah.
what's it
Plus
called?
2 level for the
Empowering
whole
him.
turn.
Yeah, and you would just be able to do any play you wanted. Sometimes you'd even do it at level 2 because you'd be like, oh, I have enough damage.
I remember back in 2023 Malaysian regionals, I ate my own float, Crystal of Empowerment, triple fireball at
Ye-
level 2.
You absolute disgrace.
Yeah, I mean it happened. It happened. Sometimes it just is something. And then now we also have Mnemonic Charm, so there's a lot of ways of gaining levels. So I can understand why we threw away Crystal of Empowerment a bit too strong to just give a whole 2 levels for the entire turn, especially with the amount of decks that could take advantage of a random +2 bonus. The Banner Knights, obviously, even something like a Trotter could have worked.
Yeah,
So-
the days. Even say now things like Lava Tide Tiger, one of the simple 3-cost 5/5 ally. I just crack shot and suddenly I'm at level 1 swinging with a 5/5 that I have no right having control over. But yeah, now it's much more limited. The numbers are much more difficult, especially playing in Merlin. You're hoping for a lot of things to just work out. It did work out there because he managed to draw his fireballs. But will the other games go the same?
Yeah, looking at the sideboard, one of the cards I definitely expect Mystic Purifier in the side, which could be. I'm actually surprised that it's Mystic Purifier instead of Disenchant. I guess the thing about Purifier is that can get cremated if it just ends up sticking for a turn. So I can see
True,
why you
yeah.
would choose this. And Merlin just wants allies in general because you need fodder for your cremation ritual.
Yeah, I think Purify is also kind of better because that sets enough influence to level up regardless of which level you're at.
And it also just swings for 1.
Yeah,
which,
exactly.
I mean, we saw in that game it was exact lethal for 6, so every little bit counts. The Quicksilver Grail probably going to come in here as a way to protect our Safeguard Amulets. Purge and Flames probably are coming in, but I do want to highlight the... We do have Heightened Spellcraft. Do you think that might be a card we want to consider just to get our levels up a little bit higher so that we can try and aim for that Incarnate or a Fireball that just goes really far over?
Potentially, but I feel like Heightened Spellcraft is more there just so that you could call out your goat slightly earlier, or when you Incarnate Majesty, you want that little bit that really matters. But most of the time, you're not really using it for a fireball because there's a lot of tricky ways that your execution might end up being wrong on this if you Ascension there at the wrong time or something there. But in this matchup, having an additional float couldn't be harmful, couldn't be any harm.
Yeah, and on the Diao Chan side, what do you think might be the choices here to put in?
Yeah, I think he made a sideboard that did not expect a single Merlin in the entire event. Jinryu is definitely going in. It's a matter of controlling the number of plays that the Merlin can do. If he does pop off, of course, notably only 1 Jinryu, so not much really gonna happen from there. One's in main, rather, sorry. So there are 2. There will be 2 if he slices in. Extricating Touch probably goes in, because at this point you want to be able to just determine, am I dead? And Extricating Touch can sometimes be a pseudo negate as and when it needs to be.
Yeah, exactly. If you play the Extricating Touch and then the card in hand that they needed to use in order to stop you is there, you essentially got rid of it. If it's a negate, though I don't think this Merlin deck plays negates, but blanch maybe, just force them to play the blanch out early. Just lots of things that could be used. Also, you just use it, throw something away, or if you're lucky, maybe they have 3 cards in memory and they're trying to hard level, and then you go extricating touch, remove something from your memory. They don't have a fast speed card. Can put them in weird, awkward situations.
Yeah, of course. So now see, I think they're both done sideboarding, determining who's gonna go first. Yeah. I mean, both players probably would want to go first. Both are in an interesting spot at 4-1-1. Kind of stable, but not secure enough that they'd be really happy to just kind of play it out as in how they would like it to be.
Yeah, you need to have 6 wins by the end of the day, or 5 wins and 3 draws if you want to be able to hit that 18-point threshold. So currently round 7, there's 2 more rounds after this. Whoever loses this game, they're going to be 4-2-1, which would put them at 13 points.
Yeah, so
which
they
requires
have
2 more wins.
Yeah, they have
You
to win.
have to win.
Which is not a great spot here. Obviously, trying to go for the victory will probably be in their best interest. We still have 40 minutes left. Both players playing relatively speedily can seal their determination to really seal in this win and get to the more comfortable space.
Okay, so how Chun here choosing to go first. I mean, is there a deck that ever wants to go second in Grand Archive?
Yeah, the days when Icebound Slam was a thing and people were like, yes, I go second and I slam you first.
Or Lux and Xanders back in the day would choose to go second sometimes. When they play against ally decks, they would choose to go second for an extra card.
Yeah, and also to prevent, they take a little bit less damage since they don't get swung on the very first turn.
I'm going to draw up 8 here. Merlin with 8 cards is pretty scary, but you do have to always worry about potential negates. Ooh. I'm seeing some float. Ooh, Mystic Purifier could be coming in here.
I feel like if you have any constant annoyance of this matchup, there is no way you do not just go Mystic Purifier right here.
Just gonna go hasty first. We're gonna throw away this Repelling Palm Blast. So we are, of course, on the Ascension package, aka the Rainbow. Actually, I don't think he's playing a water card. Yeah, looking at it, I don't see a water card. So I think he was like, I'm going to run into lots of water, so let's just not play water cards. And then we just play wind plus fire. Also, to begin with, wind is like the most important element, so I can understand why he's choosing to hedge his bets. He's going to run to a lot of water instead.
Yes, that makes all the sense. That's been quite a water-heavy meta. I suppose one does not simply make a pick like Merlin without expecting a bunch of fractals or practicing properly into it as well. So he probably already knows that his Ascensions aren't going to see much use, constantly discarding the wind. Actually, is there more than one Repelling Palm Blast?
There are 2.
There are 2. So either hedging his bets or also has some knowledge that perhaps the wind isn't as useful as it might think to be in this matchup.
Fractal of Rain going to be brought out here, choosing not to imbue it. Makes sense. You really don't want to be dumping random float into your graveyard when there is a Merlin who could gobble them up. Ooh, I think something about the backup charger here, but
Yeah, I think just checking a little bit on the influence because
because he used one of the fractals to pay for it in the recollection phase, which is why one of these fractals is tapped.
yeah.
So he's just gonna pass the turn. So still only 2 fractals, not a great start. So if you're the Merlin, you definitely like to see a start like this. Getting the Purifier is great. We could try and cremate it now if we do have that cremation ritual. We don't have anything like an Escape the Wreckage that could bounce this card back down. I do see a Creative Shock, more Ascensions.
All right.
Creative
so
Shock here. Also has a Flame Rune. We're just going to probably throw away this Flame Rune here.
Yeah, ideally draw into another float, just get that Creative Shock out there.
And exactly as you explained it, it's another float here, which means we get the level up to 2, and it's an extremely good start for the Merlin. The only thing we are missing is that Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, of course. Generic card often used to speed up. You don't see it as much anymore since level 3 decks have showed up a bit less in this meta, but still really, really good card, and probably really hoping that he gets it off the Creative Shock.
This is a really, really good spot to be in for Altair here. Already putting pressure for damage dealt just off of these two allies. Fast Cure going to stem the bleeding a bit here. Oh, I think it is pretty hard for Altair to equalize the influence here. So that Fast Cure is going to get the heal off.
Yeah, just gonna fast cure. I believe this might be a Scepter play if you're doing this.
Is he playing Scepter? Scepter of
Scepter.
Fascination. Sorry, I
Yeah,
thought you
yeah.
meant Scepter of
No,
Lumina.
no,
There's
no,
two.
no,
There's
no.
two scepters now. You know.
Yeah, the Scepter of Fascination just called it out, but I guess it's Tangu instead.
Okay, Tangu. We're gonna use one of the fractals again as our usage, so we can get this in the memory or in the recollection phase early on. So we're gonna expend one extra card. Well, I guess resource in this case because it is a fractal, in order to just make the rest of the turn a little bit more smooth. If we have a Fracturize, we could try and Fracturize the Power Cell, but it's very risky when the Merlin is most likely going to come out next turn.
Yeah, you probably just kind of hold back on it. Do it only after your opponent's Merlin has committed something to play. But at this point, you've already got a float, so you should be aware the Merlin's coming down.
You are
need to get rid of
actually
it.
right here. Maybe the Fascination would have been the better choice just to get rid of it.
Yeah, just going to pass here.
No Paladin either to eat up the float before Merlin. So this is really, really good. We're going to go Creative Shock. Going to keep the two Pendragons in hand, even though this should be a controlled banish, assuming there is no negate.
Yeah,
But we still have to act as if there is a potential negate. Just play around that. Going to get Mnemonic. Well, Shieldmate. You probably just throw the Shieldmate then. Okay, you're going to choose to throw the Flame Rune anyway.
yeah, I suppose Shieldmate isn't bad either. It did save him a lot of time and a lot of effectual damage that would have come through from the Gildas.
I'm going to go up to that level 2 Merlin Memory Thief, and now we get to gobble, gobble, gobble this floating memory in Hao Chun's grave. I do see a shimmering. There's two shimmerings, actually. After drawing two shimmerings, you might have think maybe you should have leveled up here.
Yeah, of course. It was probably unfortunate. Probably drew it off the Tangu or something like that. Actually, no, he probably drew the fractals because he really, really needed the fractal. But now he's in a super awkward spot because he definitely set that up in order to be able to level to 1 following that.
Fortunately, there is no dungeon guide unless... Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's just that simple.
It's just that easy. We get to just throw the Library Witch. You can probably throw the Mnemonic Charm here as well. And just go Niji. I mean, this is about as good as it gets. We've had a Hasty that has stuck for 2 turns. We have dumped Float on every single discard card we've had so far. This is absolute Christmas land for Merlin. You love to see games like this. We actually used to pray for Merlin hands like this in the past.
Yeah, here he's just going to have free reign to go ham. Effectively, 7 damage has already been dealt after the fast cure as well. So, surprisingly, Altair being the one who was applying the pressure despite having had to commit to go all the way up to level 3.
Gonna commit that Ascension here. So, like we've said before, if you do negate this, the sword is still gone no matter what, because it is part of the cost of the card, but it's gonna go through, and there was no win card, but I'm assuredly there's a water card in there, yes?
Yeah, so his opponent set down 1 card, which is probably why he's setting down this Prismatic Edge. So, banking on it being a water, but probably is more than happy to just have 1 fire deal 3 damage off this Ascension.
That works too. Gonna get a fire, and it is a water, it is a burst asunder, so we're going to do 3 damage, get a draw. The next turn, it's gonna be even level counter. You can swing with the Prismatic Edge again for another 5. Plus you have another Ascension, I believe. Ooh, Crocsite as well.
Really, Magic Christmas Land has come early.
If Hao Chun puts all his cards in hand down, we could see Crocsite into Ascension again here, which is also very, very scary.
Yeah, just choosing to pass though. No real urgent need of constantly applying pressure since there isn't really a lethal insight and his opponent isn't presenting anything either. This Merlin is actually continuously running away with the games.
Yeah, who would have thought that Merlin would be performing like this? I think we all kind of expected Merlin to be... It's just one of these decks that people just play because they like it. Not exactly I say a recommended choice. It's not very well positioned in this meta. Luxem is everywhere. Of course, you have this deck, Fractal everywhere. Even the ally decks can be a bit hard now that they've gotten Stifling Trap, now that they've gotten a lot of these new techs. Like the Sensor is obviously very hard. Genbu is also very hard. So we're going to go for the Shimmering here. Not from memory, which means it's just a natty 3 damage here. Not much. Ooh, with 2 cards left in hand, he doesn't have to worry about anything. He's just going to go for the Crux side.
Yeah, sure. Just push your advantage while you can. So here, it's just gonna Crux Side, take back Ascension, again do the Ascension, and pop down another 3 damage and drawing another card.
Yeah, this is absolutely a fantastic scenario. We're just going to put that reprogram straight in. We're going to play Ascension again. You can't do anything about it. And then bust out Prismatic Edge again. Of course, you can do this. Prismatic Edge can return itself because it's part of the cost of Ascension. And then you just bring it out again. And look at that. 2 Pendragons. It's like, oh boy, what are we going to do?
Oh no, that Frost one there would have been great to have it just now. But oh, now without any float, a Shimmering that's just done 3 damage. We're just going to go back to Hao Chun's turn. How is he going to move on from this?
You've got to imagine that he's probably seeing the writing on the wall. It's going to be, oh, and then he has to also banish something. He's going to level up with no float. This is incredibly difficult. Losing the Burst Asunder, so now we really don't have any kill potential. Not like we really did to begin with only 3 fractals. But yeah, I think this game is looking a bit doomed. What would you say?
Yeah, I mean, there are ways that Fractal can still assemble lethal next turn, especially since he knows that there isn't a Fireball in Althea's head. But, well, potentially the card he drew off the Prismatic Edge could be Fireball, but let's not do that. So there are ways that you can assemble a 2-turn lethal really, really quickly, but still it requires a lot of luck and a lot of building properly into exactly the correct cards, especially for 28 health. That is a ridiculously high threshold to hit.
Drawn Blade gonna be the choice here. We're gonna draw a million cards. Our influence is sky high. We already have 1, 2, 3 damage on board. Even level counter turn for Merlin means that Prismatic Edge also swings for 5, which is, I mean, that already puts you up to 17. Literally anything, a light breeze would take you down at this point.
Yeah, so here, what is this influence?
I mean, this is the Merlin influence, right?
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
even Creative Shock, dump a fire card, do 2 damage. There are so many ways for us to end this game here. Now let's just see how Altair wants to choose to finish this.
Yeah, I think he's already reached the point where it's more influence than his starting.
Yeah, we're just gonna start hitting into this Paladin. It's unbuffed. So it only requires 3 swings from the allies here. Gonna retaliate now. Still gonna kill it anyway. I believe there was a Chill to Bone in the
side for the Diao Chan.
Yeah, there was a Chill to Bone, and there's also a Shimmering there, but it really doesn't matter at this point. It's so easy to kill with 2 Pendragons and the even level counter Prismatic Edge turn.
Yeah, so I think here you've got 3, 12, Pendragon brings you to 15. Like you said, so many things can kill at this angle.
Gonna play the Pendragon out right now because now we have 2 potential targets, which will make it harder to go for the Archerize. Incarnate gonna be a bit hard to play that here. Currently level 2. There are 2 level counters, so 5. No broken sword.
He can resolve it actually. Yeah, so here Hao just tapped, well, almost tapped out. So you can actually resolve it if you're not afraid of your opponent's.
I mean, if you force the Glimmering Refusal here, are you not fine with that?
Yeah, exactly.
I think I would be okay because that means I get to just sit here with 28 life and my opponent has 2 cards in hand with draw for turn. Not much they can do in that position.
Yeah, the opponent's Spell Shot is another hindrance as well that they can't really get around.
So I wonder if we're going to... Actually, we can also break the sword, which would lower the cost of the Incarnate by 1 as well.
Yeah, Incarnate after you break, it's 5, I believe, because it's level
5, and then 1 broken sword, so that would put it at 6 cost.
Is he at level 5? He's not at level 6. Because he was at even turns last turn.
Oh, is he...
Did the
No,
dice
this
get
was the
knocked
even
on?
level counter turn, isn't it?
Was this the even level?
Yeah, because he swung for 5 this turn, so this is the even level counter turn. So he's currently 5, and then he broke the sword, so it's 6. So Incarnate's going to cost 6.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Incarnate for 6.
He has 7 cards, I think, so he can do it. I think we just go for it. We can also just Pendragon again. Actually, no, we lost our card, so I think we're just going to go for it here, and let's just see what happens.
So here, putting down all of it, Incarnate, 1 card in hand. Yes, this card has a lot of text on it. Ignore it all. It just says efficiency, bring out the goat.
Yeah, and I don't think he had a Glimmering. That was a Shimmering Refraction. Yeah, so I think now Chun is, he already knows it's this game is slow, well, not actually really slowly, very quickly running away from him. I don't think you can really come back. Once Majestic Spirit lands, you basically have to go for Refracting Missiles for 10 into Burst Asunder, and if you have 10 or 9 Fractals on field, you deserve to win the game. He only has 3. So nowhere even close to that. Going to swing 4/4. So not quite over yet, but it's basically over.
Yeah, there's so little, and I think Hauchu is still gonna. Is he gonna scoop? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he sees the writing on the wall. There's nothing he can do, but Merlin winning 5-1-1? What?
Yeah, and I think this is still our fastest game today on stream. It was a Fire Merlin that really didn't get hampered or stopped at any point. Just went on and on and on. I mean, technically, game 1 was quite a lot of pressure put on the Merlin, but you just run away to your really tall life total, and then you just sit behind it, and if your opponent doesn't have everything he needs to kill you, you're just able to close the game from that point.
Yeah, that was very impressive. I was definitely expecting this to be a one-sided, but not on this, not with this result. Yeah. So I'm very glad to see it. If a Merlin could make it to day 2, that would be quite a story, I would say.
In this meta when everyone wrote off Merlin's reached all the way to day 2 by a Malaysian running on his home turf as well. So, I mean, maybe there is that sort of buff. We've seen a lot of Malaysians like pull off quite amazing feats, and a lot of Malaysians who are extremely unlucky, but besides that, a lot of them
Malaysians who are very unlucky.
Yeah, it's really been quite a mixed bag, and it's been a lot of interesting games that have come out today.
Yeah, so that was our 7th round. 2 more to go. This Merlin player just needs, actually, technically speaking, he could ID the last 2 rounds if he wants to. But if you want to have a better chance of making it to top cut, then you probably should play the game anyway.
Yeah, just a really quick look. We just want to go back to our Wheel of Champions. As you can see right there, that tiny sliver right next to the other. Merlin, the least played champion, right next to other champs.
Yeah, 6.8. I'm assuming that 6.8 means some people are playing maybe hybrid, which is, I mean, some Merlin still play hybrid, but yeah, Merlin being the least played champion that is not considered other, and yet she is 5-1-1. I mean, okay, that's 1 Merlin out of 6.8. So how about the other 5? You think they're probably not doing quite as well?
That's wishing a bit too much.
I mean, you'd be surprised. Suddenly we get to top round 9 and we find out that all 6 Merlins made it somehow. But I highly doubt that. Yeah, that's a very impressive performance. I definitely think that first game, I think the mirror might have been a little bit greedy.
Yeah, I think he probably wasn't expecting to go into the double fireball route. He was probably thinking, okay, my opponent's going to start drawing the cards, being a bit annoying. But actually, he just went, oh, he actually has lethal. Oh,
yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no one really expects Merlin to kill you on like turn 4 these days, but sometimes crazy things do happen. But yeah, that was a pretty fast one, a quick 2-0, which means we're going to be on a bit of a longer break here, but there's last 2 rounds. Actually, since we've got some time, Team Apex Bears has been doing pretty well in this tournament.
Yeah, we traded with you guys. We are finally going to show up, and we are going to stomp over these, allegedly.
Yeah, True Sight not been doing great. I mean, I think most of them are still technically in the running, but it's like you have to win every single game from this point on kind of situation. So pretty tough spot to be in, but you know, if you want to be clutch, it feels better, doesn't it? To make it, to submarine into day 2 instead of to just, actually, I can't say that. It feels really good to just go undefeated and ID for the last 2 rounds or whatever, but
I don't know, never been that. Can't do it, can't relate.
You know, unfortunately, you have to be a winner to pull that off. So, yeah, that's a good showing. Obviously, I think some of the New Zealand players who are here are also doing quite well for themselves, but interesting lineup of matches we've had. I wonder if we can get something funky at the end there. Maybe we can bring out Fire Arizona. I think the Fire Arizona is currently doing very, very well.
Yeah, fire. Like the Fire Astra.
The Fire Astra Arizona, yes, that we
Yeah.
had in round 2, I believe is one of the top seeds, at least from when I last checked.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe we'll see that. That's a very different deck than what we've experienced before. But yeah, we're just gonna go into a quick, not really quick, a 30-minute break, and then we're gonna get to our penultimate round of Ascent Kuala Lumpur here. Please don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and we've got the Merlin. I don't know if you're the only Merlin that is still in contention to make. We have Altier here, Dan, playing Merlin, and a pretty decisive 2-0 here, putting you at the 5-1-1 scoreline. Tell me, how does it feel to be doing so well in Ascent right now?
Well, actually, at the beginning, I didn't have that much of confidence participating in the Ascent Kuala Lumpur. But I had support from my fellow team coming from Hobby Outpost, one of the local game store here. Yeah. So usually we will be doing trainings and practice every week. Yeah, and yeah, one thing about me is that I like Merlin a lot. Yeah, you know, I've actually been playing Merlin for like, I think since the FTC.
Yeah.
Yeah, since Fracture Crown actually. It's been quite some time, and there were ups and downs throughout the meta, but I still believe that Merlin is still compatible. It is still competitive in the current meta, and it just depends on how you think about it.
Yeah, so tell me a bit about your choice to play Merlin. What matchups do you feel are good, and which matchups do you feel are bad?
Personally, actually, to be honest, aside from the recent set release, which is the HBN. Actually, I didn't really much participated during the whole HBN season. In fact, actually, this is my first competitive match.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, it's been quite some time. The last competitive match I went was the regionals at Sabah.
So this is your first, I guess, Ascent or Nats level event.
It's actually my second Ascent. My first was at Singapore.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good experience. It taught me a lot. We got to meet a lot of new friends coming from all around the world, and I find it to be quite fascinating.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that's for me. That's always the funnest part about Ascent. It's less the games, but more like just being able to be here and see a lot of people, especially people from other countries
Yeah.
that you would not normally be able to meet. And of course, everyone's just having fun. So yeah, I mean, I'm really happy for you just in your second Ascent to do this well, to be so close to potentially making day 2. So tell me a bit about your deck. I see you were choosing to play the wind float, but not a water float. Is it because you expect a lot of water?
Actually, the idea of putting in the wind floats, and actually I did put water floats previously. I got the idea from, if I'm not mistaken, it was a fellow player named Glass, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah. So Glass, he had been very active in the Discord server, and they had been discussing about the current meta of Merlin, and I kind of take into the idea of what they have previously discussed about and try to give it a try. And apparently it worked quite well.
Yeah. So far, what matchups have you actually run into so far in your 7 rounds at this point?
The matchups that I encountered so far, if I'm not mistaken, it's mostly the Water Fractals, which is the one that I just played against, and also the Gambu deck.
Oh.
Yeah. Actually, to be honest, against the Gambu deck, it made me feel kind of uncomfortable because the unit is just too tanky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it makes me headache. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if that's what you've been fighting the most,
Yeah.
not having that water float for the Rainbow Ascension actually kind of pays off here.
Yeah, actually that's true.
Yeah, so I mean that's great. And listen, I know everyone hated Merlin back in the day when she was way too good. And now I think now that she's definitely fallen a bit out of sight, everyone's excited to see a Merlin do well again for once.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think everyone is rooting for you. So I definitely wish you a bunch of luck in your last 2 rounds. I assume you're going to try and play them out.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, so much luck to you. I hope you make it. I want to see a Merlin in day 2.
Yep, thank you so much.
Yeah, so thank you so much for
Thank you
being
so
here.
much. Right.
なったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭 高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭
And we are back in Ascent Kuala Lumpur, although the rounds are still going on. We're going to have 2 more rounds before we end the day 1 conclusion. So far I've been scouting around, walking around, and I noticed there's so many water, be it Gamble or Fractal, there's so many.
Yeah, it's absolutely been a wet,
Yeah, really.
drenched even.
Yep. Really,
I'm
really wet.
positively parched here. I'm sick of them already, but I mean, after CNATs, there were 3 water decks. There was 1 Fractal. There was 4 because there was 2 Genbus,
Yep,
a
yep,
Fractal, and
yep.
there was the Enki on the weird water
Yep,
rocks
yep,
list.
yep.
So water still been doing well for like this whole season. It's been doing well since the last season.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I mean, it's been the year of water, really. Can we say
Yeah.
that at this point?
Yeah, it's been the year of water from Nico last AMB set. Now with the HBN set, we're seeing the slow rise of the Gambu deck. Before that was a Fractal deck. I think most people start to realize that if you just bring Fractal deck and you don't really care about matchups necessarily speaking, you just go in, play the deck, play the gameplay however you want, just open to the real Fractals and you're good as long as you draw Sangjiao.
Yeah, and the thing about Fractals is even when you play against a Wind deck that's playing Scatter Essence, sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes you just win anyway because you're Fractals and you're the deck that can do anything, has the most versatility, and it just works. The deck just works. When it's chugging, it just does what it needs to. Very hard deck to deal with, and it's a deck that has to be targeted. And so now you force everyone to commit space in their decks or make deck building choices or deck choices completely just to beat this one deck. There's a reason why it's considered the best deck in the format, even if it doesn't win every single event.
Yeah, I think it's the one deck where if you are a competitor and you're thinking to yourself, okay, what's the one deck I want to like not think too much about it. I don't need too much practice on it. I just need a bit of like knowledge on how to play the game. And I think Fractal is a very close answer, and we are going to jump into our stream game. We are going to see Alec one last Tonoris on the bracket.
I want to say this about Alec. Alec, obviously, world's competitor, top 8 from last year, where he unfortunately got taken down by Glenny Boy in a... I believe there was even a game loss in that game over a sort of seeking durability. But during CNATs, I did see Alec, and he had a shirt that said, Tonoris last time. So, and it looks like it is actually Tonoris last time. We did not play Tonoris today. It looks like it's, that's a lot of, 5 Astra cards in the opening hand. I imagine you throw every single one of those to the bottom. Might keep, don't tell me you're going to keep 2 cards. Wow, he's going to keep 2 Cosmic Balls. It's kind of unexpected. Not going to lie here. Did have that Mnemonic Charm.
Interesting. Is this a lore where Alec... Is this like the first few times you see Alec playing a non-ally deck?
Yeah. I have never seen Alec play anything but Wind Allies. Not even Water. He's only ever played Wind Allies. So to me, this is
new.
This is new. It's bizarre. It feels a little bit...
Sacrilegious?
Like you're the guy. You're the guy who plays Tonoris every single tournament. So it's surprising for sure. But I think he did say Tonoris last time, and he didn't do particularly well in CNAT. So I think he realized it's time to retire the deck until maybe it gets a buff at some point in the future.
I mean, it just shows that even the best of the players that are very comfortable with their own deck decided that, you know what, maybe it's no longer the right time to play the favorite deck because time has changed, power level doesn't really support it. It just shows that as a top player, you must adapt eventually to play for higher placing for stronger decks. And ooh, that's
the heck?
Deep Sea Fractal. Wow.
We were memeing about the Deep Sea Fractal, and it has actually come out here.
I didn't read this. So both player, it's a Gambu.
Well, it's one time.
One time,
it's just one time.
One time. I mean, good enough.
We do lose that Cosmic Seal, or the Astral Seal here. So that's a bit unfortunate, but I think he probably didn't want to draw that anyway because our hand seems kind of bricked on those Astra cards. I didn't see much. We have the Beseech, but not much action here. We'd really want to find an Indolent. That would be great.
Yep, this match is more about speed as well. So the good thing is that because you're on Wind Serene, right, you do have the opportunity to play a longer game. All you can do is just go into level 3 and then start playing all your Astra cards. The only thing here to consider is the fact that are you able to reach that point? Because as we all know, Fractal is a really, really fast deck. It's able to just build up your Fractals, build up your allies, swing for 3 with the Frost one, deal 4 damage with all the Simmering, and eventually just win with Burst Asunder. So it's a matter of speed in terms of if Alex is able to reach level 3 safely, and also for Woon here, if he's able to develop the leader line as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I want to highlight the fact that that Deep Sea Fractal is a one-of in the deck.
Wait, what? Is
Yeah,
a one
so
off?
instead of playing 2 refreshments, he's playing 1 refreshment and then 1 Deep Sea Fractal. Funny choice. Also playing Acquiescing Rejection, which is the card where it's like, oh, give me draw 2 or get negated. And I think most people
Oh.
usually just pick, all right, I'm going to get negated unless I'm going to win the game off of this. So it's not that weird of a list, but it's also on Arisana too, by the way.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
Arisana
yeah.
1-2. It's not playing Diao Chan. It's going for the Arisana. Interesting because actually there's been very little allies today. Not a lot of them. So still valuing the Polaris. Are we playing the? Oh, we are playing the Diao Chan sideboard though, which is pretty standard.
Yeah, very standard blind here. Woon here playing a very, very, I won't say unorthodox, but not a very similar. Wait, there's a Diao Chan shown here.
No, that it's Diao Chan sideboard.
Oh, that's a
So we,
sideboard.
so we play Arisana, and then we sideboard the Diao Chan when we play against a deck like Arisana that doesn't need to get Polaris.
All right. Really, really, really interesting right here. So he does main the area, maybe in consideration of the fact that, I don't want to lose to Fire Sender. I don't know. We did see Fire Sender pop off. So maybe considering that factor and then just plays the Arisana. At the end of the day, right, if you're not playing the Diao Chan leader, the Arisana leader is not a bad choice, right? You do have the herb. The herbs can help you a little bit. There is the chance for you to bottom 1 card and draw 1 card from the herbs of the 5 and 6. There's also the healing herb. So in general, not a really bad choice of a champion. So we are going to go Froststorm Paladin here, swinging for 3, and probably just a pass.
Yes, I think Alec is probably going to go for a double regenerate here. Or I believe regenerate you have to be 4. Ooh, there's the acquiescing rejection. So it's like, tell me, what kind of person are you? Are you willing? Are you willing to let me draw 2 cards? And I don't think you are. Let's be real
Yeah,
here.
Rejection is a very interesting card. I think when this card was first released, everyone was like, this is busted, this is so good. And then as the meta develops and goes up, people realize this card is not that good. It's only good at certain windows like this one, at a very early stage where regardless of what you do, it is pretty good. So you get to negate an early card like this one, like this kind of cards, Regenerate, or even, what's it called again? The Fast Skill. So those are usage. But other than that, if you are going to win the game, just let your opponent draw 2 and then not negate the card. Alex is already level 3 really, really quick here, moving fast, and is going to go for the Factorize upon his own power cell.
Yeah, so Alec turboing to 3 here, but has no cards to really do anything with. If maybe he had a last card,
I mean,
Wisdom or Scry the Skies, that would have been nice here. But unfortunately, just going to pass it back. Looking at, does he play Scry the Skies? No Scry the Skies. He's just purely on Wisdoms and Nascent Barrier. 3 Horde counter is on Premium Materia, as we saw earlier. Which is a card we did see do pretty well in one of those previous
do pretty
games.
well, but not in this situation where you only have 2 of the herbs right now. 2 of the herbs are already eaten into the Polaris, so we won't be able to get the Prima at root, but we can still play it out as a 4-cost to draw cards every turn.
Yeah, so we're going to level up to Arisana 1 here, which does give us that Burst Asunder class bonus cost reduction. We are going to get a pair. And we are playing Arisana level 2, actually. So it's possible that we get the draw here, because I don't think he really cares all that much about actually using the Polaris at this point. It would just kill your own Frostworn.
I mean, some people are just meant to play card games, and this is one example. If you get a pair from Arisana, that's like a sign. It's like an early childhood sign that maybe you are meant for greatness in card games. But anyway, back to Woon here. His influence isn't looking that great either, mainly because, I mean, the Sangjao isn't drawn. So
yeah. I mean, that's really the crux of everything. You need to find
a Sangjao.
Actually, yeah. So there's a Zhangzhao here. Really, we really need to find it. Alec is just going to go ahead and pop his herbs and get this Frostborn off the field. Do we see a Song of Frost, maybe?
Yep. I mean, that's the risky part about doing it during a combat step. I personally speaking won't do it during combat step because of the Frost. Song of Frost is very, very risky. I've seen it before, real life, real action. The guy wasn't so familiar with the game yet, but he did it, and I was thinking, okay, this is great. Song of Frost. They said, oh, I still put cards back to the deck, right? I still put my Cosmic Bolt, right? No, you lose all triggers. So just be very careful in terms of the interaction between Polaris and also Song of Frost. If your opponent does that interaction, you don't get anything. No triggers, nothing.
And everything on field gets to stay alive. So it's just, it's a double whammy. That's why usually people when you play against water, you just cannot risk it. You just have to pop
Yeah.
it. Can't let them have the chance. So pretty good start here from Woon. I don't know how Alec is going to get out of this one. Going to play that shimmering. Not for memory, since we are not on the outrun, so it's just going to be just a
4.
casual 4 damage.
Very respectable 4 damage. And Alex is taking a lot of damage. Alex has taken 15 damage counter right. But then there is the Serene underneath Alex champion, so it is not the end of the way. He's going to go for Burst Asunder.
Burst Asunder here going to be doing 5 times 2, 10 damage, which
Did he
would force.
Oh.
It's going to force that Serene here.
Did he
Oh,
forgot? 2? Oh wait, or does Woon have interaction?
I mean, he can't Song of Frost this, since obviously it is it's not an attack. So he does not need to pop the Fractals here. He doesn't have to. He can just go,
Yep.
okay, I'm just going to do damage to you.
Yep, I'm just going to do 2 and pass it back to you.
And fortunately, this does turn off the 3 visits, which could have possibly given Alec a lot more. Actually, he's even playing 3 visits.
Wait,
Oh.
wait, yeah, Mike. Wait a minute.
Actually, he's not playing 3
Wait
visits.
a minute. Yeah,
Wait,
the one
That's unusual.
that's insane. To me, the real reason why you play Win is really just 3 visits. Like, it's insane to me that there's no 3 visits in the deck. Maybe he's like trying to tell everyone,
Oh,
hey,
no, there it is.
wait,
Sorry,
there
we
is?
missed it.
All right, we casters are unable to.
Yeah, you know what? Unfortunately, we are card gamers, so we actually are unable to read.
Unable to read, unable to find the card, but fear not, chat. We did manage to find that he did indeed run 3 visits. So
Yeah, and unfortunately, those are 4 dead 3 visits because
Yep.
we have removed that Wind Spirit element release, going to put us in a position where we cannot activate 3 visits, regardless of where it is.
yep, just a bit of unfortunate circumstances. So we do have other outs though. There are Safeguard Gaming coming. Oh, we're gonna see the mirror here. Probably to answer the
Yes.
Safeguard.
We still have a decent amount of life here, so not the end of the world. If we see another burst, though, that's going to be forcing this, and we're going to go for the
Shutting
Zhang
down,
Zhao,
and he's
and
just gonna let it go.
no Horde counter or anything else here.
Refuser, really good pickup. So 1 damage taken here. I think it's just gonna be a simple pass here. Nothing too fancy. Doesn't need to do anything crazy right now. Alec on the other hand, his influence is so low, only 2.
Incredibly low. Maybe might try considering going for the Grand Crusader string, or just go Astroscope and just start trying to dig for literally anything.
Maybe.
Actually, I don't think he can bring out the Astroscope.
Yeah,
There's
there's
nothing
no-
in his memory right now, so
Yeah.
nothing to pay
That's
for.
one thing I noticed with this new build. A lot of people actually can't bring out the Astroscope easily. I used to be the advocate of my next materialization after level 3 wants to be Astroscope, because I want to be able to glimpse 3 every turn before my recollection to check what I draw, to check whether I hit something. But I think times have changed. The deck list has also changed. We still do see a plunge in Alex's hand. Does helps a little bit.
As well as that nascent
Simmering.
barrier. That's going to be another 4 damage coming out here. I mean, still not lethal, and currently Woon has, what, 1 card total?
1 card in the hand. I mean, that's insane to me. But Alex here, should he blanch here?
So this is in response to the Safeguard Amulet. I wonder if you blanch. Maybe
Exactly.
you choose. Maybe you choose to hold the blanch here. Actually, he has 2 cards, I believe. So 1 in, I think 1 card in hand, 1 in memory. So definitely possible.
Oh yeah, 2 cards in hand.
But we have Nascent Barrier and Blanche. We have lots of options. This is also in Recollection, I still believe.
Yep.
So if we play these now, we still have our turn. So he's gonna let it go. I think trying to bait it.
Yep.
Oh, that was an end phase.
End phase,
Excuse
yeah.
me.
So Woon
Oh,
just go
never
back
mind.
to
He actually has 4 cards in hand, so he has a lot of choices. We know he has the Glimmering Refusal. Wand of Frost going to be employed here. It's literally just a draw card at this in this matchup in particular. That's all it does.
Yep, just another option in case of the whole Quicksilver Grill combo. There's an alternative card that people use. So we are going to go into
Burst.
Asunder,
Blanche
Blanche.
and negate.
negate, refusal,
Negate.
and then on the
Safeguard.
stack, safeguard. No, not safeguard. What's the card called?
That is the Necklace of
yeah,
Foresight.
Yeah, Necklace of Foresight.
Yeah, and Alec
Oh
knows
no,
how to
Alex
play
just
it.
say nah.
I mean, maybe if Spell Shield Astra was a Star Call card. I still feel like Spell Shield Astra could be a Star Call card, but you know.
We leave we don't live in that universe, so we'll just move on from there. What a really quick game as well. Woon is demonstrating to us that, if you just draw enough Asunder, you will eventually win the game.
Yeah, and I think on Alex's side, does he play main board Scatter Essence? It's four sideboard Scatter Essence, which would definitely change the game here.
Yep. So Alex here is gonna be signing in, I believe, for.
I mean, sure, they're gonna put in 4.
I think it's gonna be 4. The question is, do you side in more of the other cards such as Astra Seal or stuff like that?
Potion of Healing is a card that you could consider. Sometimes the Fractal player just tries so hard to kill you, and you drop the Potion of Healing, just puts you straight out of range, and then now they have to just beg that they draw into any damage card, which sometimes they don't. And looking at Woon's list, I want to see how many allies we're playing. We do have the Gildas, so we have the Gildas. We do have the Frostborn. Actually, do we not play Frostborn? No, we do play Frostborn. So we're only 3 Frostborn, 3 Gildas, though. So not as many allies in total. So maybe if he can find a way, especially because allies against Arasana, they get popped by that Polaris. Maybe you can find a way to survive here. But definitely the name of the game is just surviving, getting level 3, and start doing your Astra things.
Yep. So that's the problem of this matchup, right? Where level 3 decks tend to suffer in the sense that they need to be level 3 in order to have access to their higher element. But for decks like Fractals, they don't really care. They just, I play my game plan. I play my Fractals. I play Sangjao. I play Frost. I play Asunder. Wombo combo. The only downside to this kind of decks usually is that their end games are pretty much like capped. They have a certain power level or a scaling where they are kind of limited. But I think Fractal doesn't have that kind of cap. Like, as long as you hit the 3 Fractals early game when you play Sangjao down, your power level just scales extremely high because at any point, right, as long as you have influence and you keep playing down Fractals, your cards are just high damage. Refracting Missile, Simmering, all these cards just represent so much damage from one source. And then again, I think this time you are going to see the Diao-chan being side in for sure because I don't think the Arasana is going to do anything against Alex deck.
Yeah, that's true. That's the whole reason we have to side in the Diao-chan, because whenever we run into a deck that doesn't really get hurt by Polaris, we at least have the option. Of course, it uses up a lot of sideboard space because it is a material deck card, meaning it costs 3, especially with the Scepter Fascination also being there. So it's a very heavy material deck. The points are very skewed for material deck cards here, especially because it also has the Wind Resonance Bauble in the side. So it's a lot of cards in the side for the material deck. But one thing I want to talk about is, I think I've noticed this, is that a lot of these Arasanas have been playing Fertile Grounds again. Alec is not, but I've seen a lot of the Wind Arasanas out here have gone back that Fertile. Either they main it or they side it against Wind, or outside when they're not playing against Wind, because Wind is the deck you really don't want to play Fertile Grounds against because they're going to get scattered.
Yeah, I think it's because, like, against Water is really, really good. Because Water doesn't have a real answer against Fractals. So that is the main consideration why they run back the Fertile Ground. The only concern is that if you run to Wind, right? So what do? Do we just accept death, or do we actually persevere? There is one other question though, is that Fertile Ground is so strong that, in my opinion, even with Scatter Essence like existed in the metagame, you probably still play it. Oh
my god, you see that? He drew 2 Scatter Essence in his opening hand. He's choosing to ship away this Beseech, and he's going to hold 2 Scatter Essence into regenerate,
draws back the Beseech anyway.
Looking at the hand, it's not fantastic going first, so I think he might have to just go for a Beseech level 1 here.
Yeah, Beseech would do that.
Or Beseech for Pouch.
I think Beseech for level 1 is generally okay. It's not a bad play.
Seems like he is choosing not to do any of that. Might just try and regenerate here instead. Regenerate to... Actually, no, that's a Cleric class bonus, so I think he might have to just go Backup Charger instead. Trying to leverage the fact that he has 2 Scatter Essences. Fractal of Rain here, unimbued. How many Fractals are we dropping? Is it 3?
Sounds like 2.
2 so far. Okay, we have
3.
A third. Do we have a third?
3 Fractals.
There we go.
This is probably the best start that Woon can ever ask. 3 of the best Fractals to start: Rain, Snow, and Dissonant. Of course, the Snow and Rain doesn't really matter. What matters the most is the Dissonant, allowing you to glimpse for, to see what you can draw and what you can potentially put to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and the big thing here, though, is because we have the 2 Scatter Essence, we can go Scatter Essence, pop both of them, which is going to leave this Dissonant completely stranded. Very unlikely he's going to be able to hit the 3 Fractals unless his hand just really actually just rocked up.
Yep.
So we're going to get our herbs here. A 3, that's a heal herb, and then we get the 5, which is a wash. So yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. We can go for Yeah, the hands actually, the scatter essences are doing a lot of the work here. So we're
Yep.
gonna go for that scatter here. We're gonna hit
Snow?
the snow first, and then that is unimbued rain. So I wonder if he's gonna risk it and try and play the second scatter, which might get fiended by a negate because he does have 3 total resources left to use. So he's actually gonna play it safe here. I don't want to risk potentially. Actually, no, the
Dissonant is
Dissonant could not
active.
be used anymore. So actually, he could have, I think, gone for it because I don't think there was anything that costs 1 in this deck.
Yeah,
So,
I'll be worried if there's something that costs 1 that you can play.
and oh, Polaris gets immediately hit. But the thing about Polaris in this matchup is that since you're playing against a level 1 deck, or sometimes level 0, honestly,
Yep.
it's not necessary to have 8 Cosmic Bolts in order to pull off your win con, especially because Alec also plays Prima Materia, so if you can hit the Prima here, Brood, maybe we can get a little bit of extra damage so we don't have to worry so much. And now you just gave him an extra resource to use here, and then
Yep.
guess what's gonna, so we're gonna pass it back. Alec's gonna level up to 2. Can we hit a pair, or can we maybe hit 4 separate? We don't have the Prima in hand though, so
5
that's a
and
5.
2.
Ooh, a pair! Wow, sometimes you're just lucky.
It's just so good in this game. Alex just goes to level 2 right now. Maybe saving the Besiege for a level 3 play right now. Or 3
Ooh,
visits.
3 visits is very good. I think Alec is in a great spot here. Just going to go for probably the Scatter. Going to remove that Frackle of Rain, which
Yep.
is going to make this Dissonant extremely dead.
Yep.
Oh, I think when you hate to see that, oh my god, my opponent always draws the Scatter Essence.
I think this is just proof that how good and how impactful Scalar Essence is. Not only is it able to destroy opponents like core card in the Fractal matchup, it's also a floating. So this means that you are able to advance your own game plan of going to level 3. And Woon's game plan is slowed down significantly now. But he does come out the Sensor, a really, really impactful player, nullifying every floating that's in both players' grave, does not wounds. Also, Alec right now, his grave is like, I think it's a lot of floating.
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of floating in there. And so, and actually another thing is that the Sensor, it does double duty. It does affect the 3
Yep.
visits as well, right? So
Oh yeah, 3 visit is also not gonna be played from the grave. Well, it does if you banish it. Yep, you can use it from the banishment, but like in the grave, it's just dead.
So he's going to use the 3 visits now because
Uh-huh.
I mean, at this point, maybe hoping you can find like a Meteor Strike or something to get rid of the Sensor. We do want
Oh,
some of that.
we can't. We are in extra, right?
We're not yet on Astra, but
Yeah.
in the future,
Oh,
we
yeah,
do
yeah,
eventually
yeah.
hit Astra here. I think he was planning on leveling up the 3 using that
Mhm.
Scatter Essence, but now that we've lost the Scatter Essence, it's a bit awkward.
Yep. Huh.
Cannot level here.
Pouch.
Might have to go for Pouch. I mean, okay, how lucky are we feeling right now?
Pair.
Oh,
6.
no pair.
Well, closer to Prima.
I mean, yeah, you're right. And that's Regenerate, which is pretty... Oh, we could just Beseech the 3, but
That's risky.
it is risky. It is definitely... Actually, no, there's no potential for a negate because it's only a Dissonant on field.
Yep. Alex is gonna pass here, and Woon's gonna take this opportunity to go backup charger here. Basically, from the get-go, we saw Alex trying to nullify Woon's game plan, and Woon just hand back up, walking and now running towards the finish line here. Woon has a lot. If I say Woon can just build back all his, that's a long Sang
Oh,
Jiao.
that's Zhang Zhao's with no Fractals on field. You hate to see that.
Well, eventually, when you want to turn off the sensor, I think you can always just factorize your own sensor, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, Fracturize here maybe being the choice, but I can't imagine you want to just unlock the Scatter Essence in Alex's grave, as well as the 3 visits. So,
Probably not now, I think.
yeah, so I feel like it's not quite the time. But yeah, that's the thing about the Sensor. It does also shut off your Paladins. It shuts off a lot of your own engine. So it's not exactly like a free card. I can just play the Sensor and I feel completely great about it.
Yep. The sensor is like kind of like a dual edge sword. Sometimes it's really good because your opponent has a lot of floating, but sometimes you yourself main those floating. You need those floating. You're not allowed to use it, so it is indeed a very dangerous card to use.
Unbalanced Gilda swing here.
Unbalanced Gildas, not the right unbalance we're looking for.
Alex's position here is going to go for a Regenerate to heal, but we still cannot level up, which is very unfortunate.
Yep, not enough cards to be put into the
Is he going to
memory.
negate the... Oh, Fracturizing the Pouch
Fracturize.
is very good here because letting Alec just keep generating more and more herbs is not a good thing. Eventually, he is going to hit a pair. We are not going to get the heal because we have not taken enough damage. So now we move on. Oh, double Besiege. We're going to lose 2 of them and a Cosmic Ball to level up to 3. Now, unfortunately, we just don't have much influence, so we do have at least 2 Fractals.
Yep.
And, oh,
Scatter
Scatter
Essence.
Essence.
I mean,
At this point, there's no point in using it. There's that Dissonant Fractal. Yeah, there's no reason to use this here.
yeah, I wouldn't go -1 for Dissonant Fractal. Well, that's this we might use it.
Oh, boy. We're going to hit our sensor, which means going to turn on both the 3 visits and the Scatter Essence in Grave, which means we can bring out Astroscope next turn without losing any cards. So pretty good.
I think Alec can't use it now, right? There's no opportunity. He has to wait for it to
no,
come.
because it is a slow speed card. So next turn, he can do all of that. So we're going to go for that Sensor. Sensor is not like Lantern. It does get shut off when you do Fracturize it.
Yep.
Because of layers,
Yep,
you know?
layers.
Just look up layers. I can't explain it.
Yep, we are not going to explain layers. Just accept it for what it is. Anyway,
I think Alec was actually considering maybe
Mhm.
Astral Sealing that because there is a Fracturize, but I think he actually wants the float to get unlocked. So
Yeah, I think you will get more benefit from it because you have much more floating than Wood right now. Surprisingly, Wood kept the Arisana not going into Jiaqiang.
wow, that is interesting. I wonder why you would choose to do that. So he's gonna tap this, play another
Dissonant.
Dissonance. We've hit our threshold, but guess what? If we Scatter Essence the Fracturized Sensor, these Dissonants are once again turned off unless he finds another Fractal, which he most likely is going to stack some amount of Fractals on the top of his deck.
Yep. Wood here has so much. Two Zhangjiao
Still
not doing
cannot
anything.
play the Zhangjiao. Was unfortunate.
Yeah.
Is he playing the... He's not on Quicksilver Grail, so we don't have the ability to use the cheaty... I mean, even if he doesn't have the Scepter Fascination, he does have Wand of Frost, so that's another choice that lets you do this. We're going to play the Paladin here. You know, Cosmic Bolt would go pretty crazy right now.
Yeah, Cosmic Bolt will be able to take out the...
Or actually, no, Comet Fall here would
Comet
be...
Fall? Yeah.
Comet Fall here would be really, really nice.
So 3 visits right now on the activation. Oh, not activation.
Oh,
on the
I
attack.
think he... It seems like he... Oh, okay.
Oh.
He has the Wash Herb, so he could keep that. He could put a... That was a Wisdom's Reprise. He can bottom one of the cards in his hand, add back the Wisdom's Reprise, draw it into hand, and then play the Wisdom's Reprise to try and dig for that Comet Fall.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this deck has a lot of seeding in terms of how to order your draws and how to order your glimpses. It's very, very important to remember what cards you put at the top and bottom so you can have maximum maximum output in terms of damage and also consistency. We are going to see just very simple ally swinging from the Gildas and the Frostfall. Nothing much going on from Wood's side. Wood's going to pass here. Alec, I think...
Astroscope.
Yeah,
the Astroscope.
you use the Astroscope here, one of the most consistent cards in this deck right now. Because Astroscopes basically allows you to just keep glimpsing 3 before you recollect. Oh, he's just a do it.
Yeah, so he's choosing... Because he did stack both cards on the top of this deck, so he really wanted to draw into...
Spell Shield. Oh.
Yeah, I think he already had the Spell Shield. I think it was something else, but not sure. And then the card on top, he kept the other card on top, which means it must be a Starkle card, because he probably wants to use it on Wound's turn.
Yeah, just making hard decisions right now. Wound right here doesn't really have much going on with his hand. He does have the Sanjiao for next turn, as long as these fractals are safe, which they are. The fractals are safe. So I think Wood is just considering what he can do right here. I don't think Wood should just do anything. He just materialize and then play the Sanjiao. I think that's the best play you can do.
Yeah, actually a bit surprised that Alec didn't try and go for that Scatter Essence number 3, but looking at his list, I don't know if he has anything else that costs 1. So it would basically be a -1 Scatter Essence because there are no floating usage cards left in the deck after level 3 and the Astroscope. Draws into a Fracturize. We can Fracturize our Power Cell to get another Fractal here. We are going to go for Astroscope. I believe that was Common Fall. Oh, a Bolt. I wonder, do we send the Bolt? We're going to send the Bolt here. Are we going to target face or?
Might actually just target the Frostfall, I think.
Yes, it's going to be Bolt for 6.
Wait,
Wait, we're hitting face. We're hitting face. I think he's probably thinking I just got to go for it. I'm actually very surprised he didn't try and draw into this Wisdom Street Price because he did stack it on top of the deck. I thought he would try and draw into it, then play it, so we just have a bit more glimpsage. But we still do have that 3 visits, so we still have some amount. We have one more use of it before it goes all the way back to the bottom of the deck.
Yep. I mean, that's why the arithmetic sometimes is a bit hard, right? You need to see all these lines where you can sometimes stack the deck so that you can draw into these kind of cards. We saw it, like, I think game 3 or round 3 or round 4, we saw someone actually utilizing it. Top 4 being double bolt, a reprise, and then he just stacks his cards and then just utilize it. I think that's the difficulty part of playing. And, well, speaking of difficulty...
Astral Seal.
Astral Seal?
Potentially going to be employed here.
I think you do it.
The big thing is, obviously, if you could negate it, that would be pretty bad. Oh, wait. Oh. Huh?
Oh, wait. It's to heal. Huh.
But he has 3 in memory, right, of course.
Oh, he plays it to heal. Interesting.
Okay. Oh, he just wanted to balance the guild. So we're going to drop out Spell Shield Astra here. Hopefully we can hit something. We've already used our free play. This is for 4.
Well, Gildas can... If he unbalanced Gildas is just going to help him glimpse 1, right?
Yes, so he's going to put 2 down plus 1. Maybe refracting missile. Okay, he's going to fracturize. And then we're going to Astral Seal. There we go. Do we have enough cards for a negate? I do not think so. So Astral Seal going to be played for free here. Stopping that. And then we are going to get to Glimpse 4. And
Cosmic Bolt.
Cosmic Bolt is big.
For 8?
Well, actually, no, it was unbalanced because he did play a card. So yeah, that's going to be Cosmic Bolt. That's Cosmic Bolt number 3. So that's 8 damage. Are we just going straight face? I think we do.
I think we do. Now
One more Cosmic Bolt and you win. That's 10 damage on the next Cosmic Bolt.
Yep.
We have an Astroscope. We have Necklace of Foresight still live. So there's lots of chances for us to hit that Cosmic. Actually, he did not get the Polaris off this turn.
No, so all
Which
those
means
are... Yep.
There's 1 left.
Yep.
How lucky are we feeling?
I mean, if he's a world-class player, so I would assume he has certain talents. So he might manifest it right here. I think he has it. I think
Actually,
he'll draw it.
here's the thing.
Hmm?
In his glimpse at the start of the game,
Yeah.
did he see one and bottom it? And we did not shuffle the deck because
Huh.
we did not get the Polaris off. So
No,
there's...
right. I don't think there is.
I don't remember if he saw one, and that's another Astral Seal. So
Nope.
we're gonna ship both at the bottom. He's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm gonna just try and dig and dig and dig. Even a Comet Fall here would be pretty good. Draws in the Dungeon Guide. Hell
nah.
yeah, hell yeah.
Hell nah.
I love drawing in the Dungeon Guide.
Not like this, brother. Not like this. He's just going to pass the turn back to Wound. He still has the glimpse from the necklace and the scepter, so a lot of glimpsing available for Alec.
Okay, Safeguard here is gonna use this now, trying to dig. Oh,
Oh,
wait, that's Sight. Ooh, that's Sight, Comets. Ooh. Okay, so we're just gonna ship it here. Could have, I think if that was Sight, Comet, Sight,
Yep.
he could have gone for keep 2 on top,
Yep.
wash 1 at the bottom, Sight, draw Comet Fall, but you draw the other Comet Fall, so you probably don't want to draw the other Comet Fall.
Yeah,
to be
I mean,
honest.
that's why it's very important to... I personally think that there's always a decision to do it before your recollection step, the scepter, because you just want to manipulate what you draw. So it is quite key, because if you can manipulate what you draw, right, you can manipulate the fact that the Astra side will be on the top, so you can draw the Astra side, and then you can use Astra side to basically star call for... you can use it to glimpse one and star call whatever you just set up. So that's part of the reason why I personally prefer to do it before recollection step. Moving on, Wound is gonna, wow, just...
Oh, heal again? Or is it Glimpse? That's heal again, yeah, so heal again, and I mean, he's just gonna throw it. It's like, if I find a Cosmic Bolt, you're dead.
Yep.
Oh,
and
Prima Materia,
Prima
which we cannot brew because we have lost all of our herbs. But that's 3 visits, so that is a lot of that was a lot more
Whoa.
healing and a lot more glimpsing. I think he keeps the 3 visits on top. He knows he still has Serene. He has 3 uses of the 3 visits. That's a potential 12 life healed. Pretty big.
Yeah, with Astra still active, Alex has a lot of leverage in terms of his defense. He's not going to be dying anytime soon. Arizona being level 3 has 25 HP, so it is going to take a while for this Arizona to fall. Wound, on the other hand, is going to poke with his Sanjiao as a pass the turn back to Alec. Alec is probably still searching for the last and only Cosmic Bolt left in his deck. DCR here going to crack it before recollection. 3 visits like he wanted. Probably just going to use the 3 visit now before recollection again to see what he can draw or what he can bottom.
Yeah, you know, you really don't want to draw. Okay,
Nope.
he really didn't want to see those two. He just immediately, no thought, shipped it straight to the bottom and dodge a guide. Okay, Wisdom's Reprise is pretty good.
Yep, pass. Again, not
Pass
gonna
it back.
not gonna bother doing anything here because like Aristotle is just a deck that likes to react. So it usually just passes turn, and plays with card activation, and then you try to play around whatever your opponent has. If your opponent tap down, then you can straight away go for the kill. So that's the skill in piloting Aristotle, being able to know and recognize when to play your glimpse, when to go all in, and when to not do anything. So we are gonna go Astral Scope here. Try to
Whiff. I don't think I even really saw another glimpse.
Is that
card in there.
Respite? Huh.
No, it was, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Respite. So he already has a Respite in his hand, but he probably still wants another one, right? You can ship this Dungeon Guy to the bottom.
No,
right?
no, I personally wouldn't ship the Respite.
I would have kept the Respite and then
Yeah.
probably, okay, he's gonna, you know what? He's really just digging for that Cosmic Bolt. And he's still, dude, there's only one left in the deck. Like, you're not gonna find it that fast.
I mean, he believes, right?
Yeah, I guess he believes. He
Like-
believes in himself. He believes in his deck. He knows the
All right.
Cosmic Bolt is not at the bottom of the deck.
Now, this is a hypothetical question. Do you call this gambling?
I don't call it gambling because you know the odds are so stacked in your favor
Yep.
that eventually it's gonna happen. You're really at no risk of dying here.
Yep,
3
yep, yep.
fractals, 25 life, serene, and 3 visits
Yep.
means you are not dying. You are not dying anytime soon.
Yep.
You are super safe. You are not gonna die. So you can just kind of like belligerently throw your glimpses around. You don't really care. You have lots of ways of getting around it. So I think he has another Astral Seal in hand as well. So there's just a lot of things that he has. I think he also has another Spell Shield Astra. So there's just too much for Wound to be able to get through. So I'm pretty sure Alec is in a pretty good spot to win this game. The main thing is how.
Oh, he allows it, and then he is gonna call. What is it? What's in the box? Do we have
Here's the thing though. If he called the Star Call card, you can still play it for free.
Yep. So what do you want to call? Respite?
Yeah, no, that's the thing is if you have to call a Glimpse card because if you call a Star Call card, he's just gonna.
So the idea is which card do we call? Respite?
I don't know what he called, but I imagine. I mean, the thing is, I don't know if Wu knows that's how Arisana works because the wording on her is a bit confusing because it says set 0, but then it actually is an alternate cost.
Yeah, from what I remember, the layering is a bit complex, but the bottom line is that you get the star call cost instead of the genuine cost, from what I understand.
You get it's 0. It's still 0
Yep,
because it's
it's
an
zero,
alternative
correct.
cost. And have we found it yet, Alec? Please, you gotta find it. You need all the time you need in order to. Oh, it's hard to counter.
Oh, nice. I think Honey Count is not a bad
It's a good
call.
choice. It's a good
really
choice. We haven't seen one either, so.
You love Dungeon Guy? You love Dungeon Guy.
I love.